stop scrolling, because what you're about to see changes everything. One choice, one impossible fight, and no way back. Nobody saw this twist coming, and it only gets crazier. So let's dive straight in. A single word echoes, a name that will define everything, Geon. Then, a chilling warning cuts through the air. Listen to me carefully. You're going to die tomorrow. You meet Hugo Otters, the Sagittarius saint, who receives this dire prophecy over a plate of fried chicken. Geon, the 13th Awakened, casually points out the absurdity. It's because I'm eating 2 drumsticks, right? But the joke quickly turns, as Geon clarifies, it's not Teksu. I'm Hugo Otters. Despite the death threat, Geon reassures Hugo Otters with a confident smile. I'm not going to die, friend. He then makes a bold claim. He's killed more calamities than all 12 saints combined. You wonder if anyone could truly challenge him. This tower's got bad vibes. Would not recommend for a holiday. This is the Demon Tower, home to humanity's worst calamity. Its terrifying reign began on the last day of the 20th century. These calamities appeared out of nowhere, otherworldly horrors that drove humanity to the brink with their overwhelming power. Just as all hope seemed lost, during humanity's darkest hour, the 12 gods, calling themselves the divine gods, suddenly appeared. They promised power to overcome the calamities, selecting 12 individuals to receive their blessings. But something completely unexpected happened. A 13th Awakened appeared, a formidable figure who received no blessings from any god, yet stands as powerful as the rest. A 13th Awakened has appeared, who did not receive blessings from any god, indicating a unique and powerful new entity. And to top it off, that Awakened, you see their metallic hand, glowing with power, hinting at a strength beyond the ordinary. POV, you just unlocked a new level of destruction. This Awakened was overwhelmingly strong and amazing. And their power? It dwarfed even the 12 saints, leaving them stunned by a force they couldn't match. Who is this legendary 13th Awakened, you ask? A surge of blue energy, a massive weapon. That's Geon, and he's ready to fight. But even for Geon, the weight of his power and past clearly takes its toll, etched onto his face in this raw moment. After conquering the Demon Tower, Teksu offers his sincere thanks to Geon, a victory earned through immense effort. Geon, ever the pragmatist, demands a 5-year supply of fried chicken as his reward, much to Teksu's playful dismay. The banter continues as Teksu tries to correct Geon's playful name-calling, a running gag between the two. But the mood shifts. The man in the suit and the woman with blue hair discuss the colossal rewards for stopping the Crimson Eye, a dire calamity. 10 years in a 7-star Hawaiian hotel? He really said, hold my Mai Tai. Geon's distress deepens as the man in the suit reveals the true stakes. The Crimson Eye has pushed entire countries to bankruptcy. With a sinister smile, the man in the suit leans in, his words cutting directly to Geon. Hey, Geon. He taunts Geon, reminding him of his past injuries and the money needed to fix his once handsome face and broken body. The man in the suit's cynical view paints the saints as nothing more than self-serving thugs, a stark contrast to their heroic image. Meanwhile, shadowy figures plot, deliberately letting disasters unfold to maximize their reward money from the ensuing chaos. Chilling. Geon is beyond annoyed, but there's no turning back now. He steels himself, ready to face whatever comes next, and vows that once this is over, he's cutting ties with these disgusting bastards. You can feel his rage burning. POV, you thought you were ready, but the dungeon just dropped a new boss on you. From above, the ground glows ominously beneath them as they stare up, helpless. What horror could possibly command such fear? It's the Demon Tower's colossal boss, a towering inferno of horns and fire. It looms over the adventurers, ready to strike. And its name is declared in a chilling void, the one and only Crimson Eye. The white-haired man can barely comprehend the pressure. Just its gaze is enough to send shivers down your spine. That single, burning red eye fixes on the party, radiating pure menace. This isn't just a boss, It's a nightmare made real. Amid swirling flames and smoke, the adventurers brace themselves. The air crackles with energy. The battle is about to erupt. Then, a heavy foot slams down, shaking the very ground. The fight has begun, and there's no holding back. He really said, "Hold my potion, I'm going in." A violent clash erupts, tearing through the fiery arena. The sounds of battle scream across the panel, deafening and intense. But the force is too much. An explosion of golden energy throws the adventurers back, screaming in agony and fear. A colossal beam of golden energy descends from the sky, obliterating structures below in a blinding flash of fire and debris. Amidst the chaos, Geon and the woman with blue hair react with sheer distress, caught in the overwhelming, swirling catastrophe. You stand amidst a fiery apocalypse, the ground cracking and glowing underfoot. Korean sound effects boom, announcing a profound, continuous destruction. But this isn't just fire. A colossal, monstrous entity rises from the destruction, a nightmare made real, shrouded in swirling energy. Its face, a horror show of teeth and a single, glowing red eye, stares directly through you, emanating pure, unadulterated menace. POV, you just saw your credit score. The terror is palpable as the unidentified woman with purple hair and others scream, "Run away!" Because what else can you do? Despair echoes in the air. How are we supposed to fight against something like that? It feels utterly hopeless. Even Geon, spiky dark hair silhouetted against the flames, shouts, "Let's run." The situation is truly dire. But then, a clenched fist. Well, it doesn't matter. A voice declares, cutting through the panic with fierce determination. It's Geon, his eyes glowing red through his hair. He declares, in any case, the person who'd be defeating the Crimson Eye would be. A stunning transformation. Geon, now with flowing light hair and glowing white eyes, proclaims, "Me, Geon." And just like that, transformed Geon is in the thick of it, clashing head-on with the monstrous entity, pure power unleashed. He really said, "Oof," then logged off. But then, a sudden shift. You're trapped, wondering, how much time has passed? What is it like outside now? The questions pile up. Is time flowing differently here? But honestly, you're just too lazy to even think about it right now. One thing is clear, though, right now, I just want TO. And the anticipation for what comes next is killing us. Geon, in his transformed state, relentlessly slashes through waves of shadowy monsters. Blue energy crackles as you witness his fierce assault, pushing back the overwhelming tide. His mask hides his face, but you see the raw determination in his glowing eyes. He knows he can't stop, he must keep slashing. The desolate landscape stretches endlessly, dotted with ominous red lights. You feel the crushing weight of the unknown, because this place is a nightmare made real. An endless, swarming horde of shadowy monstrosities, all with glowing red eyes, emerge from the depths, ready to consume everything. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. This place is giving unlimited response vibes. Yet, against this impossible tide, Geon stands firm. His blue energy crackles, a beacon of defiance against the overwhelming darkness. The odds are stacked, but you hear his voice, echoing with fierce resolve. Do you think that? With a knife clenched between his teeth, Geon's glowing eyes burn with an unyielding intensity. He's ready for anything. Just this would be enough to kill me. He scoffs at the very idea, challenging fate itself. His mouth opens in a silent roar, blue energy erupting around him. You feel the sheer force of his will, his refusal to break. He's not just fighting, he's promising retribution. Just you wait, he vows. This isn't a plea, it's a declaration. I'll definitely survive this, he states, with absolute certainty. POV, you just saw the eye of the storm. Good luck, Geon. And his survival comes with a promise. He'll tear off the damned heads of those fucking bastards. And so, the battle rages as time passed. 20 years later. After 2 decades, a monstrous roar tears through the air as the smaller monster faces a formidable, unseen power that has changed everything. A cloaked figure, shrouded in shadow, questions how anyone could have possibly made it this far, declaring you the last one left. The smaller monster, eyes burning red, screams a desperate plea for salvation, but from whom, or what, can it come? A towering, skull-faced monster with glowing blue eyes simply dismisses the cries, its power pulsating with dark energy, asserting its chilling dominance. The smaller monster's clawed hand trembles, begging for its life, as the true terror of this new world sinks in. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. No respawn here. Amidst the blue energy, a battle-worn muscular man with a skull mask wonders if the brutal fight has finally reached its end. But the desolate landscape still rips apart, sharp energy slashes tearing through the earth as a lone, distant figure remains. The muscular man, weary but resolute, looks skyward, his only thought. Can he finally escape this unending nightmare? But the ground continues to crack and shatter, the very world itself groaning under the immense, relentless forces at play. Amidst the chaos and crumbling earth, the lone figure now lies motionless on the desolate ground, defeated, or worse. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a ruined city street, where urgent shouts of "run quickly" echo through the debris-strewn wreckage. He really said, "I told you so," right before the end of the world. Peak friendship. One of the young men, eyes wide with terror, breaks into hysterical laughter, declaring them all goners as the city crumbles around them. You clutch your hand, the fortune teller's words echoing in your mind. An unimaginable monster today. He was spot on. Quong. An unseen force slams into you, throwing you violently through the air. You're hit hard, mid-flight, as pain explodes through your body. And you crash onto the ground, screaming. Hudaduk. Every inch of you burns, a searing agony you can barely comprehend. You claw at the dusty ground, a pained gasp escaping your lips. KUK. This is brutal, but it's only just begun. Damn it, you're surrounded. A pack of growling, red-eyed wolf monsters closes in, their EUREUREUREUNG chilling you to the bone. If only Geon had survived. You clench your fist, desperate, knowing he could stop this calamity, if he were here. But then, a sudden, blinding flash erupts. You're caught off guard, pain and shock washing over you as the world explodes in light. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. KUK, what happened? The dust settles, and you find yourselves amidst rubble, dazed but alive. But your friend's eyes go wide with pure shock. He sees something that makes his blood run cold. Jimin, a human is emerging from the collapsed tower. You can't believe your eyes, a human, from that destruction? A powerful, golden glowing arm rises from the debris. This isn't just any human. This is something else entirely. A lone silhouette stands amidst the fiery, desolate landscape. They're a beacon of power in this ruined world. Hugh, you clasp your hands, veins bulging, a deep, pained breath escaping you. The struggle is far from over. He really said, "Hold my sword." The young man's eyes glow green, his face contorting into a terrifying grin as raw power erupts around him. He screams a threat, "You're all going to die?" Amidst the rubble, the young man with dark hair and the young man with brown hair stare in horror. "What is that?" they cry, their faces etched with pure terror. A clenched fist, pulsing with an ominous red glow, slams down with destructive force. You feel the impact ripple through the very ground beneath you. The devastating blow creates a massive crater, debris flying everywhere. "I can't believe this," someone whispers, witnessing the sheer power unleashed. Peeking over the rubble, the young man with brown hair and the young man with dark hair gasp. Orange-class calamities are being swatted like bugs right before your eyes. He stands triumphant. The muscular man, bare-chested and powerful, surveys a mountain of defeated wolf-like beasts. Victory is undeniable. A slight smirk plays on the muscular man's lips. His intense gaze and glowing aura confirm his overwhelming power, radiating confidence. The young man with brown hair and the young man with dark hair peek nervously through the rocks. A towering, spiky pillar of energy erupts in the distance, leaving them utterly bewildered. POV, you thought the fight was over, but then the boss got a second health bar. The muscular man looms over the two terrified young men. Humans? He questions. Then things are all cleaned up now, right? Your heart pounds. Relief washes over the young man. One excitedly theorizes. He came from the tower, didn't he? What a scoop. The muscular man just offers a slight smile. Jimin, no one comes out of the tower alive. The brown-haired young man scolds, dismissing the impossible. The muscular man listens, unfazed. The muscular man glances around the crater, a questioning "huh" escaping his lips. He senses something new, something off. But then, a terrifying roar rips through the air. A colossal wolf-like monster, fangs bared and eyes glowing red, emerges from the shadows. The young man with brown hair and the young man with dark hair scream, pure terror twisting their faces. No way! The boss of the wolves is here, they shriek, paralyzed with fear. Hyung, hurry up and run, they scream, but Lee Gun just stands there, unbothered. POV, you're built different. Because what's coming next is a nightmare of teeth and fury. The colossal wolf beast is powered up and ready to tear through everything. UGHHH, the young men cry out, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the monster's attack. The impact is staggering, shaking them to their core. And then, a blinding flash. A massive energy blast erupts, painting the world in destructive reds and whites. The air itself screams. The explosion only grows, swallowing the entire scene in its furious, radiant light. This isn't just an attack, it's an obliteration. Debris flies, light flares, and chaos reigns supreme. This is the climax of an unstoppable force, tearing reality apart. And the true scale? It's city-sized. A colossal energy sphere hangs over the skyline, a terrifying, beautiful spectacle of raw power. We're alive. The young men gasp, disheveled but miraculously intact. How did you survive that earth-shattering blast? A single tear, or is it sweat, falls from his eye? He really said, I'm not crying, you're crying. Because there he stands, Lee Gun, a titan amidst the rubble. He shielded them, protecting them from the impossible, as they kneel in awe. Did he protect US? They wonder, the realization dawning. This man, who seemed so unbothered, just saved their lives. But Lee Gun isn't done. A terrifying grin spreads across his face, eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated rage. You fucking shithead. He launches himself forward, a blur of speed and power, soaring through the air towards the monstrous wolf beast. Get ready, because his face contorts with fierce determination, fist clenched and ready. If you're just a dumb mutt, then, he roars, channeling all his might. Into one devastating blow, his fist connects with an explosive force, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. That's gotta hurt. The world explodes around you, a blinding flash of light forcing screams from the first and second young men. Pure terror grips them as something unimaginable unfolds. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. He's really out here living his best action hero life. The massive wolf-like monster crashes down, defeated. Dust settles. Silence falls over the ravaged landscape after that decisive blow. Amidst the destruction, the strong man stands tall, a lone victor on a ruined stage. The first and second young men gaze up, awestruck. He wipes his brow, exhaustion mixing with relief. It's really over this time, right? One of the young men asks, hope in his voice. But a glint in his eye tells a different story. Now that I look at it, the strong man muses, an idea clearly forming. He turns to the young man, who snap to attention with a terrified yes, as he declares, you too. His mouth opens, the single word hanging in the air, full of unexpected command, go. Their faces contort in comical terror. Go where? The young men stammer, utterly bewildered by his vague request. He just went from epic hero to my hungry roommate in 0.2 seconds flat. He scratches his head, a moment of pause before he looks back at the bewildered pair, a new thought dawning. Ah, and some clothes, too, he adds, almost as an afterthought, sending the young men into deeper despair. And so, the desperate quest begins, leading the young men to a brightly lit, 24-hour restaurant. Ah, not a single crumb remains. The massive bowl is utterly decimated, a testament to the strong man's incredible appetite. The young men are utterly broken, their spirits leaving their bodies as they stare at the receipt. The cost of heroism is steep. You see the bill, a jaw-dropping $10,000. The muscular man just devoured 120 servings, yet he claims he held back for your sake. The muscular man smiles, finger raised, reminding you of your promise. Another ramen, please, he says, completely oblivious to your utter exasperation. POV, you're interrogating someone who just ate your life savings. The muscular man smirks, toothpick in mouth. I just came out of the tower. But before you can react, he quickly pivots. Forget that. I have a question for you. The young man with brown hair looks at him, eyes narrowed. What are you? You're not normal. Why can I sense magic power from you? The older man steps in, explaining, he's a disciple. He turns to you, asking if you, too, are blessed by a god. The muscular man slams his spoon down, a furious glint in his eyes. Gods ain't sh**t. He snarls, refusing to serve anyone. His reflection in the spoon shows a sudden flicker of confusion. Something has caught his eye, something unexpected. Panic flashes across his face, sweat beading on his brow. A mirror, he urgently cries. Is there a mirror somewhere? He leans heavily on the table, utterly disheveled, his shock palpable. Even the faint female figure seems surprised by his distress. When you check if that new workout routine is actually working, his eyes widen, a hand touching his cheek in disbelief. What? My entire body's recovered, he murmurs, stunned by the impossible. He stares at his reflection, a bare, muscular chest staring back. The mirror confirms it. Every wound, every scar, completely vanished. He touches his face, a thoughtful expression now. These were wounds that should have cost him his strength, and then he notices something about his left arm. And there he stands, shirtless, every muscle perfectly defined. His body is not just recovered, it's honed, powerful, and ready for anything. A mysterious, snake-like mark burns onto Lee Gun's hand. What could this strange symbol mean? He cries out in agony as the mark sears into him, unleashing a surge of raw, green energy. Then, a system message flashes. You've experienced death. Wait, what? And another. You've achieved the impossible. This man just broke the game. He really said, New Game Plus. The system clarifies. Your existing abilities will be passed onto a new body. A rebirth, perhaps? Achievements convert to experience, and he's just generated Zodiac skills. This is a serious power-up. His unique skills are evolving, and he's now able to use the strength of Ophiuchus, the Serpent Bearer. Lee Gun is engulfed in a maelstrom of green and blue lightning as the symbol of Ophiuchus manifests above him. The power is immense, straining his very being as he struggles to contain the overwhelming force. He roars, consumed by the chaotic energy, his form blurring amidst the surging power. But then, a transformation. Lee Gun emerges, glowing green, a manic smile on his face. This is his new power. And here it is, the manifestation of Ophiuchus itself, a colossal green serpent. This is not your average pet snake. Lee Gun stands before the monstrous creature, its glowing red eyes fixed forward, a testament to his newfound strength. He reaches out, green energy swirling around him, ready to command the incredible power he has awakened. The serpent responds, its immense form towering as Lee Gun, now one with Ophiuchus, truly embraces his destiny. You find our muscular hero, Lee Gun, suddenly back to his senses, sitting on the floor, looking completely stunned. What just happened? He's utterly disoriented, mouth agape, a giant question mark hanging over his head. It seems whatever just transpired left him totally bewildered. As a younger man rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Even the older man behind them can't hide his concern for Lee Gun. But Lee Gun's only question is, have you seen a snake anywhere? Talk about a strange thing to ask after a major power-up. POV, you just unlocked a new skill tree, but the tutorial glitched. Lee Gun stares at a faint glowing symbol on his hand. He's starting to realize this whole bizarre experience might have been a vision only he could see. And as green energy pulses around him, a new, intense determination sparks in his eyes. He's connected the dots. The truth hits with cosmic force. You have become the owner of Ophiuchus. A new destiny is forged in glowing green light. And just like that, Lee Gun stands reborn, powered by the 13th seat of the gods. The owner of Ophiuchus, with new skills flowing through him. His new super regeneration skill means his body's been remade. But there's a catch, a temporary 50% decrease in physical ability for a long, long time. Lee Gun realizes his physical transformation is thanks to regeneration, but he's never heard of other saints experiencing anything quite like this. He can't feel any gods, but his body's fully recovered. It's not a bad thing, but it certainly makes his situation unique among the saints. Vengeance is a dish best served with extreme prejudice. Just thinking about torturing those who wronged him sends shivers of sadistic excitement through Lee Gun. His grin is truly terrifying. And as if on cue, the impenetrable demon tower collapses in the distance. This world-shattering event will send shockwaves across the globe. The iconic demon tower crumbles to dust. You gaze upon the wreckage as onlookers whisper, could Lee Geon's followers be behind this chaos? Or perhaps it's the work of his own disciples, those who harbor a deep hatred for him. The mystery deepens as you consider who would dare such a thing. One of the men gestures, drawing your attention to the widespread calamities. The aftermath of the tower's collapse is truly devastating, and you can't help but wonder. The man with the mustache admits he's unsure, but promises you'll just have to wait and see. The truth behind the demon tower's fall remains shrouded in mystery for now. Suddenly, you're thrust into a frenzied press conference. Reporters swarm, cameras flash, all demanding answers about the fallen demon tower from Sir Yongwei. POV, you're being asked if your rival is secretly alive. The pressure is on. The nameplate confirms it. This is Yongwei, the Saint of the Ram, a man of power and influence, now facing the ultimate test of public scrutiny. With a serious gaze, Yongwei delivers his answer, a firm no comment. He's playing his cards close, leaving everyone to wonder about Lee Geon's fate. The scene shifts dramatically. A luxury car explodes with a violent impact. The calm is shattered, replaced by sudden, destructive chaos. A hand slams down, cracking the surface beneath it. Damn it, the voice roars. Someone is absolutely furious, and you feel the raw anger. Veins pop as the man screams Lee Geon's name, over and over. His rage is palpable, bordering on obsession, fueled by whatever news he just heard. He grips his arm, exasperated. Just how many times has it been today? This isn't the first time he's heard this news, and his frustration is boiling over. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes appears, asking the chilling question. You're saying Lee Geon is still alive? The implications are terrifying. My dude just spent 20 years in there. He's probably got a level 99 crafting skill by now. He sweats, detailing the impossible odds. Tens of thousands of black-ranked evil beings. Survival, even with the crimson eyes, was a miracle. How could anyone endure it? The worried man knows the toll power takes. He speaks of someone whose body is wrecked from recoil, without the gods' blessings given to the 12 saints. And as his eye narrows, a chilling thought crosses his mind. What if that guy actually survived? A long, slow exhale of smoke, a moment of contemplation. The weight of his thoughts hangs heavy in the air, a silent few escaping his lips. But elsewhere, a menacing smile spreads across a different face. He's got a target in mind, and he's ready to crush someone. Meanwhile, a new arrival descends the stairs, met with a resounding welcome. The stage is set for a grand entrance. Two men in suits bow low, their voices filled with awe. They're honored to meet one of the legendary 12 constellations, a true titan among them. POV, you just leveled up your charisma stat to max. Here he is, Hugo Otters, the constellation of Sagittarius. His confident stance speaks volumes before he even says a word. Hugo Otters wastes no time, immediately asking for the Prime Minister. His subordinates confirm his vehicle awaits, ready for the next move. "All right, let's," Hugo commands, his footsteps echoing his authority. The mission is clear, and he's already in motion. The two men in suits are utterly awestruck. "Wow, he's so dignified," they whisper, completely taken by his powerful aura. Hugo remains calm, composed, embodying the very definition of a chosen one. His presence alone commands unwavering respect. Now, Hugo Otters is comfortably settled in the back of a sleek car, the engine humming as he begins his journey. He gazes out the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. What's on the mind of the constellation of Sagittarius? Some theories just refuse to die, much like that one friend who almost won. Hugo Otters grips his hand, a silent thump echoing his frustration. He's wrestling with something heavy. Because then, Hugo Otters looks you dead in the eye and delivers a chilling prophecy. You're going to die tomorrow." And Oteksu reacts with pure shock, sweating, as the question hangs heavy. "Why are you so hell-bent on dying?" But then, Oteksu flashes a manic grin, fried chicken in hand, an unsettling contrast to the gravity of the moment. The scene shifts to a flashback. You see Geon, battling monstrous calamities outside the Demon Tower, taking on the biggest threats. He's distressed, praying his prophecy was wrong, begging for Geon's safe return. But now, Geon stands in a desolate landscape, shocked, demanding to know, what happened to Geon? POV, you thought you had backup, but your squad just dipped. Because here they are, the other divine beings who went with Geon, standing powerful, while dark figures loom below. And the truth hits hard. They abandoned him, returning only with the head of the Red Eye. Even worse, their achievements were acknowledged, despite leaving Geon behind. You see the golden crown, a giant hand reaching for it, a symbol of the power they claimed. They were proclaimed heroes, the 12 divine beings, gaining immense power and authority. Yet, Hugo Otters, bandaged and distraught, couldn't believe Geon had died. He repeatedly requested a search for Geon, but his pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears, met with a chilling smile. He's got that no, but make it fashion energy. He dismisses Hugo's plea, reminding him of the tower's dangers and how nonsensical it is to think Geon could still be alive. Jean-Louis Moling even offers a twisted solution. Hugo can go look himself, but that would leave only 11 constellations. The weight of Zhang Lui's words hits Hugo, leaving him visibly distressed and gritting his teeth. His expression tightens, the full implication of the conversation settling in. Later, still reeling in his car, Hugo clutches his collar, clearly troubled by the grim reality. His thoughts drift to the grim reality. Even for someone as strong as Geon, survival would have been impossible. He utters the name, Geon, a somber reflection on the loss and the finality of it all. He really said, "Reports of my death were greatly exaggerated." Back in the car, Hugo's somber thoughts are shattered by an urgent call from the Prime Minister. He answers, a hint of weariness in his voice, asking what the matter could possibly be now. The man on screen delivers shocking news. The Demon Tower has fallen. Hugo reacts with a sigh of exasperation, bracing himself for what he assumes is another futile discussion. He firmly refuses any request to search for Geon, insisting that he died in the Demon Tower. Hugo's frustration builds as he suggests Geon's followers were behind the incident, and questions if this is just for election votes. Hugo Otters isn't talking about votes. He's just received urgent news from the Korean government. POV, you're trying to have a chill day, and the universe has other plans for you. Hugo Otters is reeling, demanding to know what just rang, because the answer is truly shocking. It's Lee Gun's exclusive call line. The revelation hits Hugo Otters like a truck. His mind races, questioning if this impossible news can even be real. Panic erupts. Hugo Otters screams in sheer terror, his driver, the man in a suit and glasses, reacting with the same horrified urgency. "Stop the car!" Hugo Otters shrieks, his face a mask of utter distress as he pieces together a terrifying realization. He leans forward, an unsettling thought dawning on him. Could it be? Could it possibly be connected to everything else? His eyes widen, smartphone clutched in his hand. The calls he's been getting all this time. Are they part of this terrifying puzzle? Hugo Otters takes a call, a serious expression on his face as he acknowledges the voice on the other end. Hugo Otters recognizes the name. Oh, Teksu. But this isn't a friendly chat. I will find you. This man just unlocked a new level of nightmare fuel. As the taunt, good luck, rings out, Hugo Otter's eyes snap open in horror. He recognizes the voice. It's Lee Gun. Lee Gun, with a menacing grin, notes Teksu has learned to ignore his calls. This new smartphone is quite the toy. His companions, the man in white and the man in blue, question Lee Gun about his incessant calls. You'll see, he cryptically replies. Lee Gun, still fascinated, holds up the device. You call this a smartphone? This thing is interesting. His eyes gleam with dangerous curiosity. Lee Gun realizes 2 decades have passed since he entered the tower. The world has changed dramatically, and a smartphone is now in your hand, a window to a new reality. The news? You ask, eyes wide. After 20 years disconnected, there's so much to learn, so much to catch up on, and you're ready to dive in. But one name immediately comes to mind. You ask if you can read articles about Lee Geon, a name that clearly holds significant meaning for you. POV, you're trying to Google yourself after a long nap. Turns out, articles about Lee Geon are trending right now. A simple "ho" escapes your lips as you scroll. Both you and your companion react with a shared gasp of surprise to what's displayed on the screen. Surprise shatters into explosive rage. Your eyes blaze as you scream about Red Eye and Mewfuckers who ran away, your fury barely contained as you grip the phone. You grit your teeth, trying to suppress the overwhelming anger. This is nothing, you tell yourself, but the fiery chaos in your mind burns brighter than ever. The storm of anger subsides, or perhaps you simply force it down. Your expression calms, gaze fixed on the phone, as you regain your composure. My will. You ponder, a forgotten memory suddenly surfacing. That's right, I remember. You say, a new, important thought taking root in your mind. The news article blazes across the screen. Lee Geon's death, and your will to donate everything to charity. You wonder if your generous intentions were truly honored. He really said, surprise, I'm back, and I'm checking the receipts. A subtle, knowing smile plays on your lips. The smile vanishes, replaced by terrifying fury. I've decided, you roar, eyes glowing. I'm gonna kill all of them, as your powerful fist connects. Your rage escalates, promising to rip their bodies apart piece by piece. The small character nearby trembles, utterly terrified by the sheer force of your wrath. But then, a moment of thoughtful pause. Your hands clasped, you ponder your next move. But what should I do? You muse, a new challenge emerging. Your face transforms, revealing a glowing, scarred left side. I look very different, you realize, from how I looked 20 years ago. How will you announce your return now? Lee Geon decides. Keeping his identity a secret is the smart play. He'll deal with these saint bastards one by one, while a small, crying figure laments nearby. But a sudden hum from Lee Geon breaks his focus. You see shadowy figures lurking in the background, a subtle shift in the diner's ambience. The small crying character's lament cuts through the tension. They're heartbroken, still burdened by installment plans for something clearly lost or broken. POV, you thought you were just having dinner, but now you're in a spy thriller. Lee Geon's face twists into a serious gaze. He can feel it. This presence is powerful, significant, and definitely not friendly. A younger man calls out, Hyung, where are you going? But Lee Geon doesn't stop. He's got a mission, a target in mind. His sandals hit the pavement, each step deliberate. You feel the momentum building as he walks away, leaving the restaurant behind. Straight into a swirl of fiery, ram-headed entities. A household god. Lee Geon questions, realizing who he's up against. The truth is revealed. These household gods are creating a barrier, weakening other divine gods, and demanding a tribute. Geon's face contorts with pure rage. Gritted teeth, narrowed eyes. He's not just angry, he's incandescent at their audacity. An aura of power erupts around him, his eyes glowing. "You dare act like this is your area," he snarls, fists clenched, ready to strike. He really said, "Time to rumble." But a frustrated cry cuts through the air. "God damn it. Geon, Geon. Someone is not happy about our hero's actions." Geon halts, wide-eyed and shocked. "Huh," he blurts out, completely caught off guard by the sudden, angry shout. He looks around. It's not just one person, everyone is buzzing about him. It's so damn noisy, he thinks, since everybody is talking about him. You hear the man with spiky dark hair confirm the buzz. Someone's everywhere in the news. The man with light hair and the woman with brown hair just walk away, seemingly unbothered. But the man with the mustache and the woman with brown hair aren't impressed. They wonder why anyone cares about this lost case, completely missing the bigger picture. Suddenly, you see the shock on their faces. The man with short dark hair and the older man gasp, recognizing them. Those people, they're from the Gemini group. The man with spiky dark hair stands firm as the man with the mustache, and the woman with brown hair react with a confused "huh," unaware of the trouble brewing. Your heart races as the young man urgently yells, "Hyung, come in quickly." He knows how dangerous these people are. POV, you're trying to save your friend from a bad decision. The man with spiky dark hair just narrows his eyes, a silent defiance in his gaze. He's not backing down from this confrontation. The man with the mustache, cigarette in mouth, snarls, "What you looking at? F*** off." The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The small crying character and the small round-eyed character look absolutely terrified. "We're screwed," they wail, knowing exactly what kind of trouble is about to erupt. And just like that, the man with spiky dark hair and the man with the mustache are face to face. Smoke hangs in the air, a visual representation of the raw, undeniable tension. The man with spiky dark hair stands tall, shadows deepening his gaze, and throws down the gauntlet. "Why? You angry?" The challenge is clear. He stares up, daring them. "If you're angry, come hit me." This isn't just a challenge, it's a provocation, a test of wills. The woman with brown hair steps in, trying to pull the man with the mustache away, mocking the man with spiky dark hair, but you feel the confrontation isn't over. As they turn to leave, a final insult hangs in the air. P**********y. It's a low blow, meant to sting. And just like that, they dropped the mic and walked away. The light, gray-haired man tries to calm you, reminding the spiky dark-haired man that these guys are from Gemini, an A-ranked guild. But it might be too late. Because the spiky dark-haired man is already seeing red, yelling an insult that's sure to ignite a fight, while the small crying character looks on in despair. And just like that, the fight is on. The mustached man steps forward, demanding to know if he just heard correctly. With a menacing grin, the spiky dark-haired man doubles down, daring them to say it again as dark energy swirls around him. Now the spiky dark-haired man and the mustached man are face to face, a silent, furious stare down. The tension is so thick, you could cut it. He just called you a regular person with no mana. This is where the find out part begins. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupts from the spiky, dark-haired man. Guess he did have some mana after all. The brown-haired woman screams in terror, caught in the terrifying blast radius as debris flies everywhere. Both the mustached man and the other dark-haired man are utterly stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief. This was not what they expected. With a chilling grin, the spiky dark-haired man holds his hand out, energy swirling as he continues his assault. He smirks, eyes narrowed, confident in his power. This fight is far from over. As he casually calls out, his voice dripping with playful menace. He knows. He's been aware of another threat lurking in the shadows this whole time. He's not just powerful, he's got eyes in the back of his head. Talk about multitasking. The impact is immediate and brutal, met with a pained scream as debris explodes outwards. He just delivered a beatdown, and now the spiky-haired man smirks, dismissing his opponent with a casual flick. You don't even amount to much. Then, As if nothing happened, he simply turns and walks away. But two onlookers have seen the whole thing, their expressions etched with concern. "Hey you," one of them yells, confronting him. "How can you just use your abilities in the middle of the street?" The spiky-haired man just glances back. He looks annoyed, hand raised dismissively. "What are you talking about?" he retorts. "They would have been dead if I had used my ability." The two men are absolutely stunned. "Then he made a mess of A-rank disciples with only his fists," they exclaim, completely shocked by his raw power. The spiky-haired man gives a slight smirk, his attention drawn to something else. He looks to the side, perhaps noticing the fallen combatant more closely. POV, you just got folded by a guy who held back. And that's when a golden, intricately designed pendant is revealed, clutched in his hand. What is this mysterious object? The spiky-haired man examines it closely, a new realization dawning. I knew it felt weird hitting him. Isn't this a divine artifact? His brow furrows in contemplation. But why do these bastards have a divine artifact? He questions. Only saints should have them. The short-haired man looks at him, surprised. "Hyung," he starts. "Do you really not know anything?" He's about to drop some serious lore. He explains how humanity almost went extinct from the calamities several decades ago, setting the stage for a crucial history lesson. Humanity survived only thanks to the divine gods and the saints they chose, who are depicted in a powerful, ritualistic scene. These saints then gathered followers, creating the divine cadre, people granted power, known as disciples. So basically, a cosmic HR department with superpowers. The divine cadre is no joke. You've got the saints at the top, then the 10 stars, followed by divine cadre captains. And beneath them, the disciples. The man with short dark hair listens intently. Divine gods thrive on disciple faith, sparking fierce competitions for new recruits. And those chosen disciples? They get sweet gifts. The man with spiky dark hair processes this, realizing how much has changed in his absence, until a sudden, urgent call snaps him back to the present. Look over there," the man with short dark hair cries out, pointing frantically. You turn, heart pounding, to see what could possibly warrant such alarm. And there they are, massive, fiery ram-headed entities looming over the city. You stare up, taking in the sheer, terrifying scale of these new threats. These aren't just random monsters. The households of wealth and greed, under the powerful Ares, are behind this, and they're loving every second. The fiery ram-headed entities want blood. They urge you to finish off the man and woman, reveling in the chaos and seeking a gruesome spectacle. And if you do their bidding, they promise a useful gift. Talk about a tempting offer, right? Oh no. The man with short dark hair gasps, realizing the gravity of the situation. Someone has caught the attention of the household gods. These aren't minor deities. The older man and shadowy ram-headed entities are like the very shadows of the divine gods. To oppose them is to oppose the gods themselves. So they were trying to fill their stomachs like that piggy bastard, he growls, eyes glowing with blue energy. He's not backing down from these greedy, fiery, ram-headed entities. The man with spiky dark hair moves, a powerful blue aura erupting around him as he lunges forward, ready to unleash his fury. He hasn't changed at all. With a ground-shattering impact, he slams down, the very earth cracking and exploding beneath his feet. This is no ordinary attack. A massive blue energy wave ripples outwards from him, engulfing everything. The fiery ram-headed entities are caught in the blast, a true display of devastating power. The powerful impact echoes, sending fiery ram-headed entities reeling from the sheer force of the blast. POV, you just walked into a boss fight without checking your stats. Our hero braces, surrounded by a blinding blue aura as the raw energy hits him. KUK. The aftermath paints the sky in a colossal, swirling cloud of pink and blue, a testament to the incredible power just unleashed over the city. The dark-haired man can only gape in disbelief, hands raised, utterly stunned by the incredible spectacle unfolding before his very eyes. And through it all, the young man with spiky red hair stands tall, a confident, almost menacing grin playing on his lips. How dare you stand up to me? The ramifications are immediate. The powerful household gods of Ares have fled, and the protective barrier, once thought impenetrable, has vanished. The dark-haired man can only reflect on the sheer power he just witnessed, realizing this Hyung is anything but ordinary. The young man with spiky red hair, still radiating confidence, calls out a name, Han Jimin, and the response is immediate, if a little startled. This man just unlocked a new level of pain. Respawn when. Now the young man with spiky red hair turns his attention to the defeated disciple of Gemini. This glowing symbol represents Gemini, a divine cadre wielding immense influence and an elite force of powerful figures across the country. The young man with spiky red hair, with a wide grin, immediately cuts to the chase, wondering if all this influence translates to immense wealth. His eyes gleam with predatory joy as he announces, "Looting times are the best," much to the surprise and concern of those around him. The young man with spiky red hair, with a surprised expression, processes a new question. "So, you met at the Demon's Tower today?" The dark-haired man sheepishly confirms the incredible tale. Someone dealt with all the disaster misfortunes, alone and barehanded. The revelations keep coming, each more shocking than the last. A-class Templars knocked out, and every relic in the house utterly destroyed. The man examines the ancient relics, his gaze sharp and discerning, and he concludes, without a doubt, they're all fakes. POV, you're asked for your credentials, and you just say vibes. Cheon Sungjae pushes, asking about the god he serves. The protagonist just grins, declaring himself his own god. Cheon Sungjae, utterly baffled, then questions his awakening class, mockingly suggesting production worker. But then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he asks the one question that will change everything, "Your name?" And our hero, with a look of absolute horror, finally reveals his true identity. He is Lee Gun. The companion immediately tries to calm Cheon Sungjae, realizing the gravity of that name, but it's too late. Cheon Sungjae, now radiating blue power, lists Lee Gun's offenses, his menacing grin growing wider as he demands his name once more. A powerful armored figure manifests as Cheon Sungjae explodes in pure fury, accusing Lee Gun of daring to impersonate a legend. When the squad's fighting, but you're just worried about the deposit. A warning flashes. The Gemini Templar's magic power is bursting out. Lee Gun, ever calm, just notes they might burn the house down. Suddenly, an eye glows with fierce blue energy. A skill is activated, the all-seeing, all-powerful fixating eye of God. Cheon Sungji's full power is revealed. Gemini Templar, A-class, one who punishes, wielding S-rank witch's stake and A-rank sealing ice caps. His traits paint a picture of a formidable opponent. Genius, foresight, stubborn obsession, and deep idol admirations. And Lee Gun calmly observes that Cheon Sungji's genius isn't just for show, already summoning high-class beings at such a young age. The armored figure glows with intense blue energy, eyes blazing white, letting out a primal, earth-shattering roar. Cheon Sungji's companion screams a warning, "Run." He's an A-class Gemini Templar and an intense Lee Gun fanatic, so you'd better listen. POV, you just walked into someone else's main character moment. With a cocky grin, the young man with spiky red hair taunts you about playing with fire, clearly confident in his own power. But then, a sudden, shocking burst of blue energy erupts, a swirling field of ice and power that catches everyone completely off guard. The icy explosion blasts outward, sending small figures hurtling through the air like ragdolls amidst the chaotic shards and energy. Two onlookers watch the destruction nervously, worried the young man with spiky red hair will burn down the entire building with his reckless power. One man reassures the other, telling him Cheon Sungjae is fine and not dead, despite the chaos. He seems pretty confident. The young man with short dark hair stares blankly ahead, a stunned silence hanging heavy in the air, clearly not convinced by the reassurance. Fine, the red-haired character is far from it, bursting into uncontrollable tears, trembling with utter distress. "I'm heading to bed. The ultimate power move after a disaster." You get a wide shot of Cheon Sungji's room, absolutely packed with shelves of figures and merchandise, a true fanatic's lair. The protagonist asks about the strange figures, and Cheon Sungji's companion patiently explains again. This is all part of Lee Gun's fanatic collection. The protagonist declares his intent to remove more heads from the figures, making the companion shriek in horror. These are more precious than my life. Cheon Sungji's companion screams in absolute anguish, tears and snot flying, horrified at the thought of Lee Gun's precious figurines being damaged. Lee Gun grins, a head in hand, as the companion screams in pure horror. He's just getting started, carving through more headless figures, and making it clear this is his show. The companion's world shatters, a final, gut-wrenching wail escaping as Lee Gun's chaos reaches peak destruction. There's no coming back from this. Meanwhile, the news breaks. 2 Gemini Templars attacked, their belongings and clothes extorted by a suspicious, unknown man. You just know who this is. POV. You just landed, and your friend is already making headlines for all the wrong reasons. And Hugo is furious. His patience is paper thin, practically radiating anger at the sheer audacity of the situation and everyone around him. But then, the cafe worker's smile turns sinister, her eyes glowing red. Hugo instantly recognizes her, Yang Wei, and things just got a whole lot worse. She taunts Hugo, her menacing grin echoed by another shadowy figure. They've been waiting for him, aware of his connection to Lee Gun. The shadowy figure continues, hinting that Hugo's search for Lee Gun has led him right into their trap. They've been trying to reach him. Hugo, fed up, demands answers about Lee Gun. But Yang Wei's response is pure, unadulterated hatred for him, escalating the tension even further. He grabs her arm, calling her out as a pervert bastard who possesses other people's bodies. The truth of Yang Wei's sinister power is revealed. The actual cafe worker awakens, confused and disoriented. What just happened? She has no memory of the menacing encounter, only a blank. He really said, "I'm not paid enough for this drama." His fist clenches. He needs to find Lee Gun, and fast, before anyone else does, before more trouble brews. A desperate, internal cry echoes. Just where are you, Gun? The urgency is palpable, the search is on. And the scene shifts. We're heading to a massive, huge mart in Bucheon, Gyeonggi-do. Could this be where Lee Gun has resurfaced? You're in a huge mart, shopping with Sung Jae, when your friend wonders if that Hyung you just saw could really be the legendary Lee Gun-nim. Sungji's not having it. Lee Gun-nim is a hero who saved humanity, not some thug. The very idea is a pathetic joke to him. But you saw him emerge from the demon's tower, and his strength is undeniable. Could it be? Sungji's firm "no" cuts you off. Sung Jae is sure, because his father told him so, a revelation that makes you quickly change the subject to checking out. POV, you just wanted to buy groceries. Your peaceful shopping trip just took a hard left turn, as both you and Sung Jae stare in stunned surprise. A masked figure in a blur of speed slams into you, sending you and Sung Jae flying, shopping cart and all. You hit the ground, reeling, as Sung Jae quickly identifies the thief's impossible speed. This isn't just a robbery, it's a power user. The masked thief isn't just targeting you. Wallets and belongings are flying everywhere. The entire mart is being ransacked by this power. The masked thief taunts his victims, confident that no one, not even a Templar, can match his incredible speed. With most of his loot secured, the masked thief thinks about his next target, already planning his escape and next move. But then he grins, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he thinks, "Gotcha." Plot twist. He wasn't faster than plot armor. That confident grin vanishes, replaced by a look of utter agony and disbelief as he lets out a pained gasp. Sung Jae, suddenly right beside you, looks at you in surprise, asking what you're doing here. A new figure steps into the scene, cool and collected, as the masked man lies defeated. He remarks on the thief's agility, a Templar of Scorpio, and then turns to Sung Jae, warning him to report to the police next time, judging him as an ordinary believer. Sung Jae, however, seems less than impressed, his thoughts on this mysterious newcomer anything but polite. But before he can act on those thoughts, a sudden, unseen force ripples through the air, drawing both their attention. And just like that, the entire store erupts into chaos. Customers panic, items crash to the floor, and destruction spreads. POV. You thought it was an earthquake, but it's just Tuesday. Meanwhile, the masked man, still on the ground, sees this sudden chaos not as a threat, but as a golden opportunity to make his escape. The powerful force continues to ripple outwards, blue energy crackling through the air, demanding the full attention of both Sung-jae and the man in dark. The masked man, still oblivious to the true cause, internally thanks the earthquake for letting him slip away from the weird guy. And with a jolt of determination, he makes his move, sprinting through the debris, trying to outrun whatever disaster is unfolding. But his escape is short-lived. He's thrown to the ground, utterly shocked, realizing this is no earthquake, it's a disaster misfortune in a green zone. Still on the ground, he curses, desperate to get away before he's completely entangled in this nightmare. But the disaster has other plans. An unseen force violently hurls him through the air, sending him spiraling amidst the swirling energy. He really thought he could outrun plot convenience. But he spoke too soon. A grotesque, red-eyed monster with razor-sharp teeth lunges, its massive maw wide open, ready to consume him whole. A colossal, insectoid nightmare unfurls its spiked wings, its multiple red eyes burning with menace. This isn't just a monster, it's a force of pure, primal horror. Two observers, their faces hidden, watch the terror unfold, caught in the chaos that's about to consume everything. From the shadows, a horned demonic figure with glowing red eyes emerges, its silhouette a harbinger of doom. Inside the mart, panic erupts as an emergency broadcast confirms their worst fears. This is a real situation. Disaster misfortune occurrence. Civilians evacuate. The announcement blares as the colossal spider queen rears its segmented body, revealing its translucent wings. The final, chilling declaration echoes. This mart is now officially classified as a red zone. POV. You just showed up to the wrong grocery store. Amidst the chaos, a glowing-eyed man stands, surrounded by powerful energy. Is he the cause of this, or the solution? The monster's gaping maw fills the frame, rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to devour everything in its path. Hey kid, be careful, a voice warns Sung-jae, who reacts with a mix of surprise and fear, caught off guard by the danger. But then, the glowing-eyed man sits up amidst the debris, his blue eyes shimmering. He calmly asks, "Are you all right?" He watches a figure fly into the distance, seemingly unharmed. "Well, it's good that he seems fine," he muses. Sung-jae, exasperated, clears his throat. What kind of mart has more disaster misfortunes than people? The glowing-eyed man takes it all in. He really said, "Hold my energy drink." From behind, the young man unleashes an incredible surge of power. A massive, serpentine energy construct coils around him, glowing with fierce blue-green light as he strikes. But then, amidst all that power, he just stands there, hands in his pockets, wondering if it's time for a workout. Talk about chill under pressure. Meanwhile, the man in the car receives shocking news. His stern expression twists into disbelief as he demands, "What? Say that again." A disaster misfortune has appeared at a supermarket, but he's focused on one thing. What kind of disaster? His face tightens, clearly ready for the answer. And the answer is terrifying. The Spider Queen, revealed in her full, monstrous glory. She's a nightmare straight from your deepest fears. The man's anger explodes. His face contorted in fury and frustration. He curses the very mention of her name. He barely sealed her last time, and now she's back? A red-class disaster misfortune is too much for one person to handle alone, leaving him in despair. POV. Humanity just dropped a new tier list for chaos. Disaster misfortunes are categorized into 6 danger levels, starting with blue, the pure domain of the god. Then green, a safe zone where civilians can relax in the park. Yellow brings a tense alert, signaling damaged buildings and rising threats. Orange means evacuation and danger, with monstrous creatures starting to appear. Red is a place dominated by disaster misfortunes, where a truly terrifying entity reigns supreme. And black? That's the ultimate nightmare, impossible for human survival, an absolute horror. So, if the Spider Queen just showed up at that supermarket, it can only mean that place should be. POV, you just wanted to grab some milk. It's a full-blown crisis. Mr. Yang Wei, clearly stressed, is cornered, facing an impossible choice about the declared red zone. His answer is chilling. Bury it all. A brutal, desperate order, echoing with dire consequences. The words hang heavy, met with a stunned, "Excuse me, sir?" The implications are too vast to ignore. His fist clenches, revealing the true fear. Public knowledge of their failure would cause even greater damage. He must keep this hidden. His face contorted, Mr. Yang Wei makes the horrifying decision. Tell them that everyone inside died. A lie to bury a greater truth. And to ensure it, Templars are ordered to bury the entire building. A chilling silence follows this final, desperate command. But inside, a nightmare festers. A horde of hideous, insectoid monsters with glowing red eyes fills the darkness. They are the reason. Bro just went Super Saiyan Blue. They're about to find out. The enraged hero transforms further, spiky energy radiating from him as he roars. Fucking bugs. This isn't just a fight, it's personal. But wait, another S-Class hero is here. The bald hero confidently declares, "Don't look down on an S-Class," as a monster is encased in ice. The monster, trapped in ice, struggles, but those cracks spreading across its icy prison suggest it won't stay frozen for long. And it's not just one. Multiple creatures shatter their icy bonds, debris flying as they burst forth, ready to wreak havoc. The bald hero is stunned, sweat beading on his face. How did they break my ice magic so easily? His confidence shatters with the ice. But before he can react, a new face arrives, glowing with green energy. He confidently tells the bald hero, "Move aside, Frosty." Suddenly, a new challenger appears. The spiky-haired man stands, casually holding cans, but the green energy swirling around him tells you he's anything but casual. POV, you just unlocked a new character, and he's already max level. He's not here for small talk. With a menacing grin, the spiky-haired man unleashes his fury, calling out the creatures for their monstrous appetite. And just like that, the first strike is thrown. A simple can becomes a projectile weapon, launched with incredible force and glowing energy. But cans are just the appetizer. The spiky-haired man closes in, delivering a brutal, direct blow to one of the monstrous creatures. And he's not holding back. The monster's reaction is visceral, a wide-open maw of fangs and fury as it takes the full impact of the spiky-haired man's assault. One blow turns into a flurry, and you see the sheer power as multiple creatures are violently tossed aside, their forms distorting from the sheer force. The dust settles, and the spiky-haired man stands victorious, a chilling, blood-stained blade in hand, that menacing smile still gracing his lips. His declaration is clear. These creatures, these scrub mobs, were never a match. He just showed them exactly where they stand. Their faces say it all. Did that just happen? You know that feeling when you witness pure, unadulterated chaos. But the fight isn't just about survival, it's a game. A system message pops up, confirming the elimination of disaster misfortunes. More notifications flood in. EXP for his God's throne, and new crafting materials. But what exactly are these mysterious materials? Turns out, these materials let him craft skills and relics. Even with a 50% penalty on his physical abilities, he's feeling stronger than ever, hinting at even greater power. The bald man can only stare, utterly speechless. He just witnessed something that defies all logic, a power he can barely comprehend. He reflects on the spiky-haired man's impossible feat, easily dispatching threats that even his S-Class abilities couldn't touch. Li Gun, with a mischievous grin, reveals a dagger. "I took this from your house," he casually states, leaving Teksu and the man in a bucket hat utterly speechless. You can practically hear the record scratch as Li Gun just smirks, utterly unbothered by the chaos he's just unleashed. The bald man's face says it all. He just unlocked a new level of rage. Respawn when. But the bald man isn't just surprised. He's furious, calling out Lee Gun with a shout that echoes through the store. The bald man's eyes are blazing as he connects the dots. "You're the one who attacked our Templars," he accuses, the true stakes finally revealed. And Lee Gun's reaction? A simple, almost bored You'd think he was just told the weather, not accused of attacking an entire order. But that calm shatters in an instant. Lee Gun lunges, a clenched fist flying straight for the bald man's face, shouting to silence him. And just like that, the bald man is down, covering his face in distress. Lee Gun stands over him, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. The bald man is back on his feet, roaring with rage. "How could I not know? You took their clothes and that badge after beating them up." Lee Gun looks down, a flicker of shock crossing his face as he spots a large, unconscious man amidst the rubble, wearing a light-colored coat. This badge is definitely the real MVP of the Templar drip. You can't just find these on Etsy, folks. The bald man points, accusing Lee Gun of using the S-Class relic for his unbelievable strength. He demands an answer, leaving Lee Gun genuinely surprised. But instead of a confession, Lee Gun looks utterly disgusted, holding the glowing object between his fingers like it's the nastiest thing he's ever touched. This is too much for the bald man, who completely loses it. His face contorted in pure fury, he unleashes a stream of expletives. As Lee Gun, still dismissive, reveals the ultimate twist, this S-Class relic? It's a decoration at best, he says, claiming they've all been tricked. The air grows heavy, twisting into a grotesque form. A monstrous armored figure erupts, all jagged teeth and glowing red eyes, ready to devour everything in its path. But Lee Gun stands ready. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, muscles tensing, as he prepares to face this terrifying new threat head-on. Teksu and the young man with spiky red hair can only stare, mouths agape. One stammers, completely caught off guard. That's not just a monster, it's the Spider Queen, a colossal horror with an even creepier minion riding shotgun. Teksu points frantically, his voice cracking with terror. But Lee Gun doesn't hesitate. He surges forward, a blur of green energy and pure determination, diving straight into the fray. Lee Gun locks eyes with the beast, a defiant roar tearing from his throat. But the queen is faster, stronger. Lee Gun is sent flying, a ragdoll amidst the chaos, slamming through the air with brutal force. Even midair, Lee Gun refuses to yield. A furious command rips through the air, a challenge to the monster below. Teksu can't believe his eyes. Lee Gun is charging a monster god without a relic. But then, a new voice cuts through the mayhem, clear as a bell, directly inside everyone's mind. "Hold up, Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk just dropped into the chat. He really said, 'New mission alert.'" Teksu and the others jump, startled. They all realize the voice isn't just speaking. It's broadcasting straight into their brains. Sung-hoon snaps to attention, confirming his presence. He's ready to follow Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk's urgent command. Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk's voice is firm and clear. "Sung-jae? Sung-hoon, get out now." The command leaves no room for debate. Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk knows the Ares group is coming to demolish everything. Yang Wei himself is on the way, and they can't stop him. Because this Spider Queen in the supermarket is a monster even Yang Wei couldn't exterminate. Ares is desperate to bury their mistake, and this entire place with it. So, Sung-hoon, with his rented teleport skill, gets a brutal order: grab Sung-jae and get out. Leave everyone else behind. Sung-jae, injured and supported by Sung-hoon, can only muster one question. "Only the two of us?" The chaos around them screams the answer. Debris litters the floor. A discarded smartphone lies forgotten. This isn't just a fight. It's a frantic scramble for survival. POV, you thought it was just a regular Tuesday. The bald man looks up, his expression a mask of concern. What could he be thinking amidst all this chaos? Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk, still caught in the urgency, questions the situation. Why? Is there a problem? He expects a grave answer. But the bald man's face transforms, a wide, unsettling smile spreading as his blue eyes glow. His answer? A chilling, simple no. And then, the full, shocking declaration. There are no problems. An absolute dismissal of the horror unfolding around them. Sung-hoon screams in disbelief. How can anyone deny the utter chaos? They need help, not empty reassurances about no problems. The accusation rings out. You're just telling everyone here to be buried alive. But the bald man simply stands, his back turned, seemingly unconcerned. He knows, but he wants them to consider. If word gets out that the Spider Queen appeared in the middle of a city street, his priorities are unique. Sung-hoon's face crumples in utter shock. The bald man's priorities are so twisted, it leaves him completely speechless, only able to gasp. What? The bald man explains humanity's devotion keeps the divine god strong, but Sung-hoon can't believe it. Just because of that? He questions. But the bald man has a plan, a lent teleport. He orders Sung-jae, and only Sung-jae, to come with him. It's a special extraction. Sung-hoon erupts, refusing to leave his friend behind. There are still so many people who need shelter, but the bald man isn't listening. The bald man snarls, calling them stupid idiots. He won't hesitate, won't be buried alive because of their incompetence. And with a surge of cold, the bald man activates his power. Ice shards erupt around him, glowing with menacing energy as Sung-hoon and Sung-jae watch, stunned. His eyes glow with icy resolve. He'll obey the captain, yes, but he'll also get rid of those burdens himself, so no one has to worry. POV, you just became a burden on the bald man's to-do list. His glowing eye flares, radiating pure fury. This trash-like he screams, as his power surges even more intensely. But Sung-hoon isn't backing down. A powerful blue aura erupts around him, ice shards reflecting his own fierce determination. He's ready to fight. The bald man, now encased in ice armor, turns to Sung-jae. Haha, Geon Sung-jae, he taunts. You're not thinking of fighting me, right? He asserts his dominance. You and I are on different levels. He advises a wise choice, urging Sung-jae to stop feeling guilty and just make a choice. But before he can finish, a figure surges forward, wreathed in light and energy, making a swift, decisive move. Meanwhile, over in the wreckage, someone spots a group of people. Oh, you guys, why are you still here? They call out, surprised. A man with dark hair gestures urgently over the cracked ground. It's dangerous, he warns, so get outside quickly. But the young men shout back, alarmed. Hyung, we can't leave. The exit is completely blocked by calamities, trapping them inside. The choice is grim. Defeat all the terrifying calamities, or face an even worse fate. This hulking horror is just one of them, ready to strike. But the threat isn't just outside. Inside, injured civilians huddle, their faces strained with fear, desperate for rescue and adding to the impossible odds. And if that wasn't enough, two men in dark suits are manifesting power, blocking off any escape, trapping everyone inside this crumbling nightmare. Sung-hoon can't believe it. The once powerful bald man is now on the ground, struggling, clearly in immense pain. This situation just got even worse. Suddenly, the bald man explodes in a scream of pure rage, surrounded by shattered ice. He's being trampled, overwhelmed, and Sung-hoon watches on in shock. But then, the bald man turns, confronting Sung-hoon, Sung-jae, and the others, accusing them of abandoning everyone. His anger is palpable, and the tension is sky-high. He screams his declaration. You idiots, try staying alive by yourselves. Talk about a mic drop before a total villain turn. In a horrifying instant, the bald man undergoes a grotesque transformation. His arm twists into a dark, spiky monstrosity, his expression now purely menacing. No, it's not just a power-up. A monstrous entity with glowing red eyes emerges, connected to the bald man, who can only cry out in distress as he's consumed. His face contorts in agony as organic patterns spread across his skin, his wide eye reflecting pure terror. This transformation is tearing him apart. A powerful impact rips through the air, sending an unidentifiable character flying. The force is immense, a devastating blow that shatters the very ground. Sung-hoon and Sung-jae witness the chaos unfolding, their faces etched with worry. What just hit so hard? The scene is a whirlwind of dust and danger. A voice cuts through the din, sharp and direct. You two. Who is speaking? And what do they want from Sung-hoon and Sung-jae? Sung-hoon turns, only to come face to face with a monstrous entity, the transformed bald man. Everyone is absolutely shocked by this horrific sight. Sung-hoon stares, distressed, as an ominous voice declares, "It'll be finished in an instant." POV, you just realized you're in a speedrun. The situation is grim. The mart is blocked, the building sealed off. But you can feel the tension building as the containment efforts aren't progressing fast enough. The man in the suit questions the delay, sensing something is deeply wrong with the seal. That feeling intensifies. The seal isn't working. You see the grim realization dawn on the agents as an unseen force begins to push back. Yet, the seal shatters. A brutal, unseen force slams into the agents, violently throwing them back as the true horror begins to unfold. And there it is. A colossal, glowing serpent-like entity bursts forth, its fangs glinting, engulfing the building in its terrifying aura. Absolute terror grips the man with the dark hair and beard. His eyes wide. His scream echoes the question on everyone's mind. What I asked that? Kaiwaya. The crowd erupts in chaotic panic, scattering in every direction as the monstrous threat unleashes its full power. There's no escape. Trapped civilians are screaming for help, but then the agents hear something wild. Some guy killed all the spiders. POV, you just leveled up in monster slaying. Killed the spiders? Impossible. The man with dark hair and beard can't believe it. He questions who could achieve what even he couldn't. Brushing off warnings of more calamities, the man with dark hair and beard declares he'll investigate personally. He's heading straight into danger. White and gray energy swirls violently around the man with dark hair and beard. Is he powering up, or is this the impact of something truly devastating? The energy subsides, leaving the man with dark hair and beard kneeling amidst shattered debris. The destruction is immense, and he's clearly taken a hit. His eyes wide, mouth agape, the man with dark hair and beard utters a single, horrified phrase. My God, what unbelievable sight has caused such profound shock? He stands before it, a colossal, multi-limbed insectoid monster, defeated and lifeless amidst the rubble. The scale of this battle was truly immense. How could this be? The man with dark hair and beard is utterly astonished. Who could have possibly defeated such a monstrous creature? Just who? POV, you just stumbled upon the aftermath of an anime fight. But this is just the beginning. The man with dark hair and a beard is already juggling too much, and this new mess is only piling on. Then, a sudden jolt, a strange, unsettling feeling washes over him. What is this sensation? His eyes snap down, locking onto an unexpected figure. No way, he thinks. That bastard. What's he doing here? The realization hits like a truck. It's Hugo Otters. His presence here can only mean trouble. Hugo Otters stands confidently, almost smugly, as if he owns the very air around him. A chilling thought dawns on the man with dark hair and a beard. Could Hugo Otters be the mastermind behind all this destruction? It all starts to make sense. Hugo's voice cuts through the air, dripping with venom and taunts, pushing the man with dark hair and a beard to his breaking point. This man just unlocked his final boss form. A menacing figure, Lee Gun, with glowing green eyes, emerges from the shadows, his smile promising trouble. Why so glum, he mocks. The man with dark hair and a beard is utterly terrified, his face contorted in a scream of pure shock and recognition. Lee Geon. Amidst the chaos and calls for aid, a strange, glowing green object pulses ominously, a silent witness to the unfolding disaster. Two young men, distressed and silent, watch the scene unfold, their expressions heavy with unspoken questions. The young man with reddish-brown hair ponders. Is that really Lee Geon? A shadowy figure looms behind him, hinting at deeper mysteries. Suddenly, The young man with reddish-brown hair snaps out of his thoughts, a look of urgent surprise on his face as he calls out, "Sung-jae." A familiar voice cuts through the chaos, calling out a name, Sung-jae. You see him look up, surprised, as if waking from a daze. POV, you showed up to the wrong family reunion. Sung-jae's eyes widen in recognition. Whoa, the Sagittarius Archer, he exclaims, as Hugo Otters is questioned about his return. But the reunion is anything but warm. Hugo Otters snaps at the young man with reddish-brown hair, clearly annoyed by his tone. Is that the tone you should use when speaking to your father? A quick ahem from Hugo Otters signals a shift, a brief moment of composure as he collects himself after the outburst. He dismisses the argument, quickly assessing the young men's injuries. You don't appear to be injured badly, he states, moving on. Now Hugo Otters gets down to business, his gaze sharp. He questions Sung-jae directly. Were you in that mart? Did you see who did it? Hugo Otters smirks, a sarcastic thought crossing his mind about the young men. He wonders aloud. I wonder who he takes after. But then, a new name jolts him. Hugo Otters reacts with surprise as the young man with reddish-brown hair asks about Geon Hyung. He really said, "Hold my sword, I have questions." Sung-jae, terrified, can only stammer out an apology as Hugo Otters' intense gaze burns into him, demanding answers. Finally, Sung-jae connects the dots, asking if Hugo Otters could be the saint. A revelation hangs in the air. The truth hits Hugo Otters like a shockwave. Geon is in the mart, and he defeated the Spider Queen. His face contorts in disbelief. Hugo Otters leans in, demanding every detail. What? Tell me in detail. The urgency in his voice is undeniable. But before they can explain, a blinding white flash erupts from the mart, making Hugo Otters whip around, alarm etched on his face. Hugo Otters, caught in the eye of the storm, stands firm. Debris rains down around him, but his gaze is unyielding, ready for whatever comes next. The devastating aftermath surrounds him, a landscape of rubble and dust. A bright light pulses in the distance as heavy breaths echo through the destruction. POV, you just unlocked a new rage ability. Red energy crackles from his hands as he unleashes a furious attack. Sung-jae can only watch, surprised, as the intensity of this battle escalates. Wait, what? He's shocked, questioning Sung-jae's identity. He sees a resemblance to Lee Geon, but something's off, the lack of scars, the youthful appearance. His confusion morphs into pure fury. How dare you impersonate Lee Geon? He roars, believing Sung-jae to be a fake. Sung-jae is stunned by the wild accusation. Impersonate. He looks genuinely confused, caught off guard by the sheer aggression. With red energy surging, the man with dark, spiky hair and a beard takes an aggressive stance. He warns Sung-jae, "You're prepared for what's coming next, right?" He lunges forward, a whirlwind of red energy and pure rage. Sung-jae is hit, sent reeling from the powerful, furious blow. Sung-jae is violently hurled through the air, a blur of motion and dust. The force of the attack is undeniable, sending him soaring amidst the debris. My guy just said "YET" and meant it. But Sung-jae isn't done. He springs back, unleashing a powerful counterpunch. Energy crackles around his fist, aimed right at his attacker. Boom. Sung-jae's punch connects with explosive force. Debris flies, energy erupts, and the man with dark, spiky hair and a beard is sent hurtling backward. Sung-jae, injured but with glowing green eyes, looks up. The man with dark, spiky hair and a beard stands over him, taunting, saying some people just need a beating to listen. He continues his furious monologue, questioning if life improved after he was removed from the tower. His anger is palpable, his accusations sharp. Standing over Sung-jae, the man with the beard throws down the gauntlet. He claims his divine artifacts were stolen, his will forged, and he wants answers. But Sung-jae just grins, eyes glowing green. Cracking his knuckles, he calmly declares he was going to kill them all anyway, and he's starting with a lesson. The man with the beard watches in horror as Sung-jae's threats escalate. His house, his divine cadre, his artifacts, and every saint bastard will be next. POV. You just made a new enemy, and they're about to delete your save file. But the man with the beard won't break. His eyes burn with resolve. I won't allow that to happen, he declares, standing his ground. He knows Sung Jae isn't bluffing. His words carry chilling weight, and his movements were impossibly fast. This isn't just a threat, it's a promise. The impossible truth is revealed. Sung Jae, the young man with the dark aura, is back. He survived the tower. How could anyone escape that fate? It's a shocking revelation, echoing in the air. That's impossible. A voice whispers, unable to grasp the magnitude of his return. The man with the beard stands firm amidst the ruins. He confronts Sung Jae, demanding proof. If you are really Lee Geon then, he challenges. The challenge hangs heavy in the air. Try proving it to me. The man with the beard presses, daring Sung Jae to reveal his true power. With a furious roar, the man with the beard unleashes his power. Red energy erupts around him, sharp projectiles manifesting from his rage. This man said, "Challenge accepted," and immediately started charging his ultimate. His eyes glow with fierce determination, radiating pure, untamed power. This isn't just a fight, it's a declaration of war fueled by fury. And now, the truth is revealed. The Master of Ares, the divine god himself, the Jade Emperor, has appeared. With a crown-like headpiece and blazing eyes, the Jade Emperor fully unleashes his divine form. The battle is about to begin. Oh, only a part of the divine god has appeared? Sungji's question hangs in the air, but the Jade Emperor answers with a furious glare, red energy crackling as he prepares his next move. But Sung Jae stands defiant amidst the swirling chaos, broken chains falling from him like water. He's not going down without a fight. Do we still look like fucking weaklings to you? POV, you thought you won, but the boss just entered phase 2. I don't know how you came back from the tower, but... Royal skill. Divine God's weapon. Royal skill, divine God's weapon. The combined power of a royal skill and a divine God's weapon is too much. Sung Jae is instantly ensnared by glowing red chains. Wow, so amazing. Shut up. Sungji's compliments only fuel the Jade Emperor's rage. He's not here for admiration, he's here for destruction. Die. The Jade Emperor screams, unleashing his full fury. Talk about a bad day at the office. This is getting intense. Did he die? I was surprised to see you return from the Demon Tower, but you're as stupid as ever. The Jade Emperor quickly regains his composure, dismissing Sung Jae as foolish, despite his surprising return. The Jade Emperor surveys the fractured ground, a monument of shattered swords rising behind him. He stands firm, an imposing figure on this ruined stage. He taunts you, brimming with arrogance. Did you think we just fooled around for 20 years? He sneers, his power now amplified by his disciples' experience. Suddenly, a colossal structure of shimmering, crystalline energy swords erupts from the earth, glowing with raw, destructive power, a testament to his upgraded might. But then, a flicker of disbelief crosses his face. The Jade Emperor's eye widens, utterly shocked by something impossible, something he never saw coming. You see Sungji's muscular form violently thrown back, propelled by an unseen force, debris flying around him as a powerful impact shakes the ground. POV, you just unlocked the Unstoppable Force achievement. This is what happens when you hit back. The Jade Emperor, bloodied and reeling, can only stare in disbelief. How did he survive that? He gasps. Are you really Lee Gun? Lee Gun grins, his eyes glowing green, a confident, almost maniacal smirk on his face. Yeah, I'm really back, he declares, the energy around him crackling. He leans in, his expression unwavering, emphasizing his return with a simple, powerful confirmation, for real. The air itself seems to hum with his presence. Then, Lee Gun casually holds his nose, looking around in confusion. Just what happened, he wonders aloud. For even your weapons to smell like shit. The Jade Emperor, still bleeding, is aghast. That kind of restoration is impossible, even for Aquarius healers, he cries, utterly baffled by Lee Gun's recovery. Lee Gun reveals his secret. A near-death experience unlocked the 13th sense skill, He smirks. Thanks, I've gotten stronger because of you. His glowing green eye locks onto the Jade Emperor, a confident, menacing smile playing on his lips. Now then, he says, clearly ready for the next phase. The Jade Emperor really said, wait, I didn't save my game. Wait. His face contorted in agony and disbelief. As system messages reveal, even the god Ares is astonished, asking why Li Gun is still alive. The Jade Emperor's face twists in agony, blood staining his lips. The system declares the god Ares trembles, calling this impossible. Then, a horrifying scream tears from his throat. The Jade Emperor vanishes in a flash, Ares disappearing with a flurry of curses. But Sung Jae, his eyes now glowing white, grins wide. He promises to return the pain he suffered, and you know he means it. Elsewhere, a new group arrives, men in sharp suits and sunglasses, surveying the utter devastation around them. Their faces betray shock. What in the world? Just what happened here? One wonders, staring at the chaos. A man with light brown hair stands amidst the rubble, his expression growing serious as he takes it all in. POV, his spidey sense is tingling. Something big just happened here. His eyes glow a fierce yellow, radiating intense energy as he hones in on the source, his focus absolute. A massive, glowing crater marks the epicenter. He identifies the culprits, Yang Wei. This was definitely Li Geon's doing. But something is wrong. Yang Wei Nim's energy is too weak. He worries, clutching his face in distress. Just what happened? One of the suited men simply responds with a confused, huh, as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The man with light brown hair begins to glow, yellow energy radiating from him. Could you all back off for a second? He asks. He's fully charged now, engulfed in a blinding yellow aura, poised for action, ready to dive into the chaos. The other agents recoil in shock and fear, mouths agape at the sheer power unleashed before them. He's dropping in like it's hot, straight into the danger zone. You see an unidentified man with light brown hair, adjusting his jacket with a determined smirk. He's ready for whatever comes next. But then, his expression twists into shock. Li Geon, that bastard, seriously? He exclaims, utterly bewildered by the chaos. And the chaos is clear. A man lies incapacitated, a note crudely declaring him a shit-ass fuckhead, left on his chest. This brutal message fuels an unseen voice's frustration. Just what kind of mess are you going to make next? Meanwhile, a new protagonist enters the scene. He walks confidently towards a grand, ram-skulled building, ready to stir things up. He's here for one thing only. So the divine artifact that Yang Wei stole from me is in here, right? He states, determination radiating. Inside, a lavish golden statue of a regal, bearded man looms large, a monument to immense wealth and power. POV, you showed up to the wrong flex. But then, his senses sharpen. I can smell my divine artifact over there, he declares, following the faint scent of what's rightfully his. He inspects the exhibits, unimpressed. But what's with all these fakes? Those clothes look like we took them from my house, but all the weapons are fake. Suddenly, his eyes widen. A spark of recognition, a jolt of excitement. OH, he exclaims, something truly catching his attention. And what is this grand discovery? A simple toothpick, enshrined as a toothpick used by Li Geon. Truly a treasure. He presses his hands against the glass, eyes shining with pure delight. I finally found it, he cries, his search finally over. Onlookers stare as he gushes over his precious bitch, his affection for the artifact startling everyone around him. But the commotion doesn't go unnoticed. It's a thief. All guards, move to Area B, shouts ring out, as security springs into action. POV, you're about to find out exactly why he's smiling like that. The crowd roars, demanding you surrender. Drop the item, give up peacefully, they say. But Li Gun's not one to follow orders. I don't wanna, he coolly replies. You can almost feel the tension crackle as he defies the entire arena. His eyes glow with an eerie light, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Energy pulses, ready to erupt from his very being. That small object in his hand, it's now a conduit for raw, untamed power, swirling with destructive energy. And just like that, chaos erupts. Suits go flying, debris fills the air, all thanks to Lee Gun's explosive entrance. Still smiling, Lee Gun unleashes another wave of power. He's clearly enjoying this, reminding everyone to stick with what they know best. He smirks, glancing down, a soft ugh. Escaping him. Is he talking to himself? Or is there someone else here? It's not a phase, Mom. It's a divine artifact. With Lime perched on his shoulder, Lee Gun's glowing eyes fade. How about we start heading out now? He asks, his tone surprisingly calm. But something catches his eye. A grand, glowing golden door adorned with a ram's skull. What's behind that? The system confirms it. Strong energy from an Ares divine artifact. Lee Gun's not about to leave this place without a souvenir. His eyes glow white, a menacing grin spreading across his face as Lime looks on, utterly bewildered. Another artifact is calling. Meanwhile, Teksu seems to be having his own thoughts about fun farming time. Is he in for a surprise, too? But something is terribly wrong. Panicked civilians flee, screams fill the air, and Lee Gun wonders if he's arrived too late. You're thrown into the chaos. An explosion rocks the ground, and Teksu screams, desperate, calling out a name amidst the frantic escape. POV, you just caused an explosion and now you're hungry. But Teksu's anguish is palpable, a raw, tearful cry that rips through the air, desperate for a response from the man walking away. You finally catch Lee Geon's attention. He stops, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes the voice, Lime perched calmly on his shoulder. And Teksu, overwhelmed, rushes forward, tears streaming down his face as he confronts Lee Geon, his voice laced with both anger and relief. But Lee Geon's response isn't what you expect. A powerful, ground-shaking step marks a sudden change in his demeanor. As he turns, a smirk playing on his lips, almost amused by Teksu's frantic retreat, a casual comment hanging in the air. But Teksu isn't retreating. He's unleashing a torrent of worry, demanding answers, questioning Lee Geon's every move, his very well-being, with desperate, tearful shouts. And for a moment, Lee Geon's usual cool facade cracks. You see a rare flash of anger and distress on his face, Lime looking equally concerned. He really said, surprise, it's a perfect dropkick. Lee Geon stands stern, warning Teksu with a sharp gaze, then turns to leave, declaring there are bigger things to worry about. But Teksu stops dead, a new realization dawning on him as he spots Lime, recognizing the tiny blob as Lee Geon's legendary divine artifact. You see Lime smile innocently, confirming Teksu's suspicions. This tiny creature holds immense power and significance. Lee Geon turns, a menacing smile spreading across his face as he issues another threat to Teksu, his words cutting short as something unexpected happens. Teksu launches himself into Lee Geon, embracing him from behind in a sudden, emotional hug that leaves Lee Geon utterly bewildered. Teksu's tears stream down, relief washing over him as he clutches Lee Geon. After all this time, he's here alive. But Lee Geon's not having it. He shoves Teksu away, clearly annoyed by the unexpected embrace, while Lime looks on, utterly baffled. POV, you just found your long-lost bestie, and there's still a menace. But just as the reunion sinks in, a sudden, glowing blue message cuts through the scene, announcing a divine arrival. The god of Sagittarius, Apollon, has appeared. Lee Geon and Lime react with confused stares. What in the world is happening now? And there he is, Apollon, serene and self-satisfied, glowing with golden light, eyes gently closed, soaking in the moment. Below, two men recoil in startled surprise. The sudden appearance of a god is enough to stun anyone into silence. The full divine form of Apollon is revealed, majestic, muscular, and radiating golden light from his ornate throne. He looms over the stunned onlookers. The onlookers stare up, utterly baffled. Why is the mighty god of Sagittarius, Apollon, making such a grand entrance here, of all places? Apollon strikes a perfectly smug, preening pose, clearly pleased with himself. The reaction? A deadpan, unimpressed silence from everyone else. This god really said, "Surprise, I'm back. And I brought questions." Apollon, covering his face in distress, still can't believe it. He's genuinely shocked, questioning how Geon could possibly be alive. But disbelief quickly turns to aggression as Apollon aims a glowing bow and arrow right at Geon. He shouts, "No!" Teksu clings to Geon, distressed as Geon fumes. "Why is that bastard aiming at someone the moment he pops up?" he demands. Teksu, surprised and wary, raises a defensive hand as Geon turns. "What's okay? I need to pay you back from now," he declares ominously. A menacing voice rings out, promising your demise. But Geon stands firm, pointing forward, ready to face whatever horror looms, even as a ghostly Teksu trembles behind him. As a monstrous beast looms, Geon unleashes a furious rant. "Your house sold, your will fixed, and all your precious relics gone. That's enough to make anyone see red." And for all that injustice, Geon clenches his fist, declaring he just needs to hit someone, just once. You know that feeling, right? POV, you thought you were in trouble, but then your bestie shows up. Ouch, Teksu just got a taste of that just once hit. And now, a whole squad of men in suits are storming down the stairs, accusing Geon of theft and demanding his capture. You and Teksu look up the grand staircase. A whole group of men in suits are waiting, ready to pounce. Geon just gives a curious hum. With a mischievous grin, Geon suddenly remembers. "Oh yeah, I was being chased." Teksu, utterly flabbergasted, demands to know what on earth you stole. Geon just shrugs, holding up a few fingers. "Just a few things?" he asks, as a suspiciously large sack sits next to him. "Yeah, a few." Teksu's jaw drops. "You looted Yang Wei's vault." Geon, beaming, asks if he did well. "Oh, you did so well, alright." Teksu is absolutely furious, grabbing your arm and shouting. But Geon just laughs it off, completely unbothered by the chaos he's caused. The men in suits are split. One confidently declares they'll capture you, Geon, while another warns that you're far beyond their league. They have no idea what they're up against. Oh, someone just hit the send help button for the boss level. Suddenly, you and Teksu are running for your lives. A massive, red explosion erupts behind you, shaking the very ground. Teksu screams, "What is this?" Above the building, a small, yet powerful figure leaps into view. The man with the bandage, now looking distressed, whispers, "It's here. The real fight is about to begin." And then, it's fully revealed. A massive, red, monstrous creature with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth roars into existence. This is no ordinary opponent. Suddenly, a monstrous roar tears through the air. You face the household god of Ares, Pishu, the beast of riches, in all its terrifying glory. And with its appearance comes a chilling warning. Riches and relics are now at stake. Geon and Teksu look up, utterly stunned by its sheer presence. You can feel the tension as Teksu and Geon are frozen in place, their faces etched with disbelief as the monstrous god looms above them. Teksu's panic breaks the silence, urging Geon to ditch the stolen goods and run. But Geon has other plans brewing behind that confident smirk. Geon, ever the cool head, just tells Teksu to stay put. He's got that glint in his eye, the one that says, "I've got this, don't worry about it." Geon really said, "Hold my sword. I'm about to do something legendary." He's got a mischievous grin that promises chaos. With a sharp command, Geon calls to Lime. The little blob-like creature's eyes widen, ready to obey and transform into something truly powerful. An incredible energy surges from Lime, its form shifting and glowing with intense power. This isn't just a transformation, it's an explosion of raw magic. As Lime transforms, Geon himself ignites, surrounded by a fierce, glowing aura. He's not just preparing for battle, he's becoming the storm. And just like that, Lime's transformation is complete. A powerful, radiant sword now extends from its core, humming with latent energy, ready for Geon's hand. Li Geon's hand closes around the hilt, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He's got his weapon, and he's ready to face down a god. He shifts into a powerful stance, the sword a gleaming extension of his will. The floor cracks beneath his feet. Li Geon is about to make his move. Li Geon thinks, tough against a household god, but he's basically saying, hold my beer, I've got a crazy idea. Then, with a fierce turquoise aura swirling around him, Li Geon throws down the gauntlet. Show me your hidden true form. He's not just fighting, he's demanding respect. Taek-Soo recoils, shielding his face from the blinding turquoise light. What is that power? He shouts, utterly overwhelmed by Li Geon's sudden surge. Li Geon glows with turquoise energy, a confident smirk on his face. He's just powered up, and something feels right. His relic has awakened. The Master Snake Constellation's power courses through his veins, transforming his weapon and preparing him for what's next. With the snake holder's characteristics, his sword gains the critical strike element, becoming sharper and more deadly than ever before. But wait, there's more. Li Geon's senses sharpen, and suddenly, he can see everything. The weak spots of his enemies are laid bare. With a confident smirk and glowing eyes, Li Geon activates his new power, the 13th sense. It's time to put it to the test. This monster is about to learn about critical hits the hard way. Li Geon roars, let's wreak havoc. His sword slices through the air, charged with turquoise energy, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Taek-Soo watches, remembering Li Geon's reckless but effective style. He always struck first, always found a way, no matter the odds. With a surge of hope, Taek-Soo cheers him on, knowing that Li Geon is about to unleash something truly spectacular. Crack! The red monster's head recoils from a brutal, unseen strike. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. Taek-Soo screams Li Geon's name, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and terror. What just happened? The monster glares down, annoyed by the screaming. It seems unimpressed, despite the hit, and ready to retaliate. Li Geon, disgusted, raises his arm. This fat bastard might think he's won, but he's gravely mistaken. POV, you thought you won, but the main character just entered his second phase. The monster reacts with a jolt of surprise. It seems Li Geon's declaration caught it completely off guard, and now. The beast roars, but Li Geon isn't fazed. You see him dive, weapon ready, a streak of green energy aimed right at the monstrous creature below. That hit lands hard. The monstrous creature's mouth rips open, a guttural roar tearing through the air, but it's not over yet. Because as the dust settles, a system warning flashes. Pishu, the beast of riches, is activating its unique abilities. Li Geon watches, his expression serious. And just like that, Pishu lets out another earth-shattering roar, its eyes glowing crimson. You can feel the raw power emanating from it, building up to something big. The system confirms it. Pishu is now actively sucking up all the riches in its surroundings. This isn't just a fight, it's an economic crisis in the making. With Li Geon standing firm on the shattered ground, the massive red monstrous creature recoils. It's absorbing power, sure, but that last hit clearly still stings. Li Geon, with a confident smirk and glowing eyes, practically says, TCH, you wouldn't have been beaten up if you'd have stayed still. POV, you messed with the wrong guy. He's not just talking, he's moving. Li Geon twists, a blur of greenish-blue energy, clearly winding up for his next devastating strike. As he moves, a new system message flashes. The characteristics of the Master Snake Constellation have just been activated. What does this mean for Pishu? Li Geon gives Pishu a chilling look, a smirk playing on his lips. Allow me to hit you lightly just once, he taunts, and you know lightly means anything but. Then BM, Li Geon unleashes a torrent of teal energy, striking with incredible force. This is it, the snake catch attack. The monstrous creature takes the full force of it, roaring in pain and defiance. Impact lines explode around its head. That hit was absolutely devastating. The ground shatters, debris flies everywhere, and a massive explosion of white energy erupts. The scale of this attack is just immense. The sheer power of it sends tremors through the city. You see the men in suits, their faces twisted in terror, screaming as the destruction unfolds around them. He can't even process what's happening. This poor man is screaming, eyes wide with pure shock. He really said, "I just came here for the free snacks." An entire city district lies utterly annihilated, buildings reduced to dust, a colossal chasm carved into the earth. You see the devastation through the eyes of the man with light brown hair, his hand to his mouth, utterly speechless at the power unleashed. His mind races, connecting the sheer, raw might displayed to a time long past. This is Geon in his absolute prime. From above, the scale of destruction is breathtaking, a monument to the overwhelming force that just swept through. And there he stands, Geon, victorious amidst the chaos, leaning on his blade, with the defeated Pishu looming behind him. The system confirms his triumph, rewarding him for taking down a household god, his divine god experience points rising. But then, an unexpected prompt appears, catching Geon by surprise. Keep Pishu, the beast of riches, as his own household god? He grapples with the implications, the ability to control household gods, a power previously wielded only by the 12 divine gods, now within his grasp. Talk about an unexpected drop. Who knew defeating a god came with a take-home option? Pishu, the mighty beast, begins to glow with teal energy, shrinking rapidly before Geon's eyes. Feathers and light coalesce, reshaping Pishu's form into something entirely new and unexpected. From colossal beast to a compact, furry companion, Pishu is reborn as Geon's first household god of the snake constellation. The system confirms Pishu has conveniently decreased in size to be hugged by its master. "Oh," Geon exclaims. And Geon's first thought? A personal, portable treasure chest, thanks to his new beast of riches. While Geon celebrates his new storage solution, others wonder just how he gained such unprecedented power, turning a god into his own. POV, you just adopted a pet, but it comes with a system prompt. What's its name gonna be? And Geon's choice, a dramatic, resounding piggy bank. We're off to a creative start. But the mood shifts as a single, damning word appears, traitor, and it hangs heavy over this quiet suburban home. Because the man with light brown hair is furious. "Traitor," he screams. "Do you know how worried I was for you?" Geon, dejected, questions his friend. "Am I wrong? You lived your life, got married, while I was stuck in the tower." The man with light brown hair quickly changes his tune, offering Geon a place to stay, then awkwardly pivots. "Tell me, what happened in the tower?" But some secrets are best kept. The man with light brown hair decides not to tell Sungjae and Yuha, Geon's fanatics, about his return. And Geon finally reveals the truth. "I was stabbed in the back and thrown into a trap," he explains, detailing why he wasn't with the others. POV, you thought you cleared the dungeon, but it's actually a respawn zone. This ain't right. And as if that wasn't enough, the dead Crimson Eye itself had also come back to life, right there amidst the chaos. The man with light brown hair is shocked, but Geon reveals an even darker truth. The Crimson Eye they fought wasn't its real body. The true one was deep inside the tower. A towering, monstrous beast. But even this true form of the Crimson Eye, Geon confirms, he managed to defeat eventually. But the real problem wasn't even the Crimson Eye. It was the Administrator, a perverted bastard who revived dead calamities. Geon fought, barely survived, and collapsed. He's sure he died there. But then he woke up. The monsters were gone, and in their place, he found himself with mysterious, glowing new abilities. With a glowing fist, Geon states one thing is certain. The bastard who backstabbed me knew the intricate structure of the Demon Tower. Geon, fueled by rage, vows vengeance on those who trapped him. The backstabber? They're getting special, personal treatment. POV, your friend just decided to take on the entire system. First step, create the ultimate gear. Your creation workshop ability springs to life, ready to forge divine artifacts. The system scrolls through available materials, identifying the corrupted essence of the Spider Queen. This is going to be good. Even more incredible materials appear. A fragment of a calamity and various divine artifacts of Ares are now at your disposal. With all these powerful components, you confidently decide, let's throw everything in. The creation of a divine artifact begins now. Green energy swirls as you focus intensely, shaping the raw power. A horse-like figure begins to manifest in your hands, taking form. And just like that, it's complete. A new divine artifact, the imitation horse, B, is born with its own ego, ready to absorb magic power. You hold the small horse figurine, incredibly pleased. An artifact with an ego can grow and evolve, a perfect partner for revenge. POV, you roasted your friend's creative masterpiece. Your eyes blaze red. Do they even know how many rare materials went into this? The man with light brown hair recoils in terror. You turn away, disappointed. You were considering making equipment for him with the leftover materials, but now? Forget about it. The man with light brown hair immediately backtracks, praising your genius and clarifying his misunderstanding about the design. With the mini-crisis averted, you turn to a large, ornate golden chest. The man with light brown hair watches as you open it. You flash a confident smile. This, the safe of the Golden Fleece, will be more than enough to draw out the other saints. SEFE of the Golden Fleece, SS. One can store anything, as well as proliferate the items inside if you pay a price. That's one of the top artifacts among the Royal Divine Artifacts. Lee Gun's financial plan. Just use this mythical artifact. The man with light brown hair's face says it all. The higher grade the divine artifact is, the more materials it'd cost, isn't it? How are we going to do that? You can't even use this. Hey, I'm not the Aries saint, I'm the Sagittarius saint. Right. I think you can use it though. I can't. I'm sorry, but we'll need to find another method. Damn, I already sent a declaration of war to the broadcasting station though. W, what did you send, and to which place? I guess we have no choice but to find another way. Wait, what did you send to the broadcasting station? When your friend says they've got a plan, but it involves sending a declaration of war. Korea, Blue House. Retards, not only were you guys unable to kill one spider, you got yourselves humiliated? You guys should have just stuck to selling good luck charms for amulets. Why go join in the fight with a calamity? Leo Divine Cadre Captain, please mind your words. I heard some unknown guy was the one who killed the Spider Queen. Did the deadly Geon come back alive or something? Don't cross the line. A powerful, disc-like object violently shatters amidst a burst of purple energy and white streaks, ripped apart by an unseen force. As the fragments fall, Choi Sung-hyuk dismisses any talk of Lee Geon's past glory, calling it an obsession. He argues Lee Geon's legendary feats were never his alone, but thanks to buffs and gear from others, downplaying his strength. POV, you forgot to bring your support class to the boss fight. But the Ares man cuts in, claiming Ares was responsible for the Spider Queen's demise, thanks to a sacrificed S-rank disciple. Oliver, ever the provocateur, smiles wryly, suggesting he'll find this powerful person inside the Spider Queen's stomach. The distressed man can only grimace, muttering a frustrated curse under his breath at the escalating chaos. He stares, sweat beading, wondering aloud when the Blue House transformed into a den of such thugs. Suddenly, an urgent subordinate bursts in, demanding President Nim watch the news immediately. Something big has happened. On screen, a shocked reporter announces a mysterious package received, containing pictures of Yang Wei and a short message. The message, "I'm back," and the handwriting analysis? A 99% match to the supposedly dead Lee Geon. When you send a text and immediately regret pressing send. Oliver smugly declares it a war declaration, but the furious man with light brown hair can't believe he'd announce Yang Wei's death. Oliver merely looks up, a subtle smile playing on his lips as the name Yang Wei hangs in the air. Then, a shocking truth, he's not dead. The man with light brown hair can only stare in disbelief. Oliver reveals a shocking truth. Someone is alive, but not really living. The man in suit with light brown hair is utterly floored by this revelation. His face contorts in pure disbelief. This new information has clearly shaken him to his core, leaving him speechless with a raised hand. Then, Oliver dramatically presents a small, terrified plush creature, declaring, "This is Yang Wei," and the plush creature is not happy about it. Oliver grins, revealing his newly enhanced abilities. He can now restrain the plush creature's very soul, a power that leaves the man in suit with light brown hair utterly speechless with shock. POV, you just got told your existential dread isn't important. It's the ornate dagger that was plunged into his back, a weapon of betrayal. Oliver's smile holds a chilling menace as he presents it. The man in suit with light brown hair recognizes the dagger instantly. It's the very blade that led to Geon's tragic demise, trapping him in a fatal snare. Examining the unique engraving, Oliver deduces it's no ordinary blade. This means the plush creature couldn't have been the one who stabbed him. A crucial twist. Oliver delivers a chillingly sarcastic remark about checking the Han River, hinting at a grim fate for his assailant. The man in suit with light brown hair looks on, concerned. Oliver announces his next move, a visit to the Divine Artifact store. Apparently, someone saw that unique engraving there, and he's determined to find answers. He flashes a smug smile, holding the plush creature, clearly confident in his next steps. There's a mischievous glint in his eye as he prepares to leave. Meanwhile, in a quick chibi interlude, Choi Sung-hyuk asks to borrow clothes. The chibi with light brown hair generously offers up the entire closet for him to choose from. POV, you're now a reluctant babysitter for a plushie. Waving goodbye, Oliver doubles down on the tease, calling him number one as he strides out the door. The man in suit with light brown hair explodes in an angry yell. Meanwhile, a team of mysterious figures in dark suits navigates the desolate ruins of a destroyed city, their faces hidden behind sunglasses, searching for something amidst the rubble. In the ruins, the search for the Ares saint continues, but the woman in the dark suit reports nothing. No saint, no divine god's energy. Meanwhile, Sophie Marty, the woman with purple hair, takes a luxurious bubble bath. She hears the news, a thoughtful escaping her lips. The Aquarius saint Sophie Marty ponders. Then I wonder where he went. The missing saint is a puzzle, even for her. Back in the field, the woman in the dark suit offers a cynical theory. Perhaps the saint simply vanished with all the wealth? A predicament indeed. Sophie worries about secret deals, while the suited woman dares to suggest a shocking possibility. Did Lee Gun kidnap Lee Gun? POV, you just heard the most ridiculous theory ever. But the laughter is cut short by an urgent, sharp cry. Sister. Someone is calling out to her with a serious tone. Sophie Marty's mood shifts instantly. Her powers flare as she snaps back. Your jokes aren't funny. This is no laughing matter. The woman in the dark suit is visibly shocked, perhaps by Sophie's sudden outburst, or by the gravity of the situation. Apologies are quickly made as the focus shifts to business. Divine artifacts must be sold to fund the upcoming drachma auction. Suddenly, another woman in a dark suit rushes in, panting. Saint Asenayam, she exclaims, there is a huge problem. Sophie Marty's face twists in shock and fury. What? She demands, bracing herself for whatever devastating news is coming. Far away, at Lion's Gym, a man in a beanie watches something unfold with wide-eyed surprise. Wow, he mutters. Don't interrupt a man mid-lift unless it's really important. The man with light brown hair delivers the bombshell. Lee Gun's divine artifact will appear in the drachma auction. The stakes just got astronomical. Lee Gun's brow furrows, a determined glint in his eye, as he prepares for what's to come. With a powerful artifact in hand, Stephen makes his bold declaration, claiming the divine artifact as his own. Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint, reveals a chilling, almost maniacal grin, his eyes glowing with dangerous intent. Meanwhile, glowing blue portals erupt in the city streets, a convenient, and for some, free, mode of transport. And just like that, you arrive at the Divine Artifact store complex, ready to browse the treasures within. The reddish-haired man thanks Li Gun for connecting him with a highly sought-after SS rank appraiser. Li Gun offers a subtle, knowing smile, clearly pleased to have helped you find such a rare connection. POV, you just casually mention a legendary hero to your boss. He is hyped. A sigh escapes you as yet another relentless recruitment message floods your phone screen. Li Gun asks if your boss is still hounding you after the Spider Queen incident, clearly aware of the fuss. You return the impressive weapon, Janice's Desire, noting how well it served you against the recent insect swarm. Li Gun explains he's fixed the previously rusted weapon, warning that its effects are now slightly different. The reddish-haired man thanks Li Gun, then looks up in awe, asking if this impressive building is their destination. You stand before the grand entrance, confirming this is indeed the renowned SS rank appraiser's establishment. POV, you're just trying to get your artifact appraised, but the ultimate waifu just walked in. A stern-faced entourage, all in dark suits and shades, stands ready. They herald the arrival of someone important. Because here she is, the Aquarius Saint, radiating elegance and power, staff in hand. Her presence is undeniable. This is Saintess Sophie Marty, and she means business. Sophie Marty wants to drop off divine artifacts for appraisal, but the appraiser is busy. Can you believe it? The indignant woman is furious someone else is getting attention, but a calm voice says he'll just wait. Outside, figures approach the grand building, wondering just who could be so important inside. And inside, the reddish-haired man is amazed. An SS rank appraiser runs this place, and the prices are just as high tier. The young man holds up a golden item. Who made this? Someone asks. His answer? Me. Why? POV, you're casually a master craftsman. This glowing bust is Jean Myung's work. The SS rank appraiser is asked if he has a connection to Li Geon. The reddish-haired man mutters, this Hyung is a Li Geon pretender, while Sung Jae asks him to wait. As one man walks off, the reddish-haired man presses him. What's your relationship with Li Geon? He just replies, why? The mustachioed man reveals a secret. Li Geon, famous for combat, is also a legendary producer. This golden statue? The mustachioed man declares it genuine, feeling Li Geon's unmistakable handiwork. Li Geon looks surprised as the mustachioed man declares himself Li Geon's disciple, having received his favor. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. Li Geon racks his brain, but no memory of this student comes to mind. Something definitely isn't adding up here. His patience wearing thin, Li Geon's temper flares. He's ready to teach this suspicious character a lesson with his fists. The man with the mustache calmly sets down a notebook, claiming it's proof of Li Geon's recognition as his student. But wait, Li Geon's eyes widen in surprise. This isn't just any notebook, it's his lost notebook, and a sudden realization hits him. Could this be the persistent newbie from China? Li Geon remembers Jean Myung's uncanny eye for items and the useful information he provided. Jean Myung triumphantly brandishes the abandoned notebook, but Li Geon's having none of it. He knows the truth. It was stolen. Jean Myung admires the precious idea notebook, despite the messy handwriting. But Li Geon reveals the shocking truth. It's actually his hit list. This man just unlocked a new level of interrogation. Unaware of Li Geon's plotting, Jean Myung generously offers the notebook back, believing it's more suited for such a talented young man. As Li Geon takes the notebook, it begins to glow with an ethereal light. His magic power is transforming it into a divine artifact right before their eyes. Jean Myung is absolutely stunned. The notebook transforms into a memory-storing divine artifact, revealing a skill he's never witnessed in his entire life. But just as the revelation sinks in, an urgent shout cuts through the air. Someone is calling for Jean Myung, and it sounds serious. Jean Myung turns, a puzzled expression on his face, questioning the sudden interruption. The news is delivered. The Saintess is outside. Jean Myung's annoyance is clear, as this unexpected visitor changes everything. Li Geon can't help but wonder why everyone's so worked up. The Saintess is arriving? What's the big deal? You can practically hear his eyes rolling. POV, you're just trying to live your best life, but everyone's staring. Sophie Marty is not amused. She's used to it, though. This happens every time Sophie Marty steps out, a constant reminder of her unique status. Even onlookers are surprised. The man with spiky red hair points out Sophie Marty rarely appears in public, making her presence here all the more unusual. But Sophie Marty has no time for waiting. She's here on a mission to sell divine artifacts, and this appraiser is testing her patience. She's not just waiting around. Sophie Marty demands to see the guest who's causing the delay. Who could possibly be more important than the Saintess? Meanwhile, Geon stands calmly in the room, completely unaware of the dramatic entrance he's about to receive. And then, Sophie Marty sees him. Her eyes widen, her jaw drops. This isn't what she expected at all. Because Geon is, well, he's just gorgeous, isn't he? Even the narration agrees. She really said, "It's for the plot, I swear." Sophie Marty needs to get closer to this stunning man. But her pursuit is cut short. A monstrous serpent rears its terrifying head, its fangs ready to strike, right in her path. Sophie Marty's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror. The sudden appearance of such a horrifying creature leaves her completely stunned. Next thing you know, Sophie Marty is on the ground, and the man in a suit rushes to her side, frantically asking if she's all right. She can barely speak, recounting the overwhelming magic power that felt like hundreds of serpents coiling around her. What was that terrifying presence? The memory is vivid, chilling. You see the sheer horror as she's engulfed, constricted by massive, shadowy snakes, a nightmare made real. The man with the monocle is stunned. Sophie Marty just arrived, and now she's already leaving? Geon looks on, equally perplexed. Geon offers a guess. Maybe she's not feeling well? The sudden departure is certainly strange. POV, you thought you mastered the game, then they dropped a whole new skill tree. Divine power is a whole new beast. It's godly, it can be stolen, and if yours hits 0, your zodiac weakens. Just one more thing to worry about. The man with the monocle interrupts, asking if the girl was the Saintess. Geon's face is priceless. How could he not know her? Sophie Marty? The name hits Geon like a lightning bolt. His eyes widen, a sudden, shocking realization dawning on him. The revelation sends Geon into a fit of hysterical laughter, tears streaming down his face. That girl, the Saintess? Unbelievable. He scoffs, seeing through her Saintess facade. Just a transformation, he mutters, his disdain for Sophie Marty crystal clear. She's a pest. He can't even consider her human. Her skincare routine is more important than lives. He fumes, baffled by her public image as compassionate. Geon turns to the man with the monocle, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Oh, so you know a bit about her, huh? When they try to touch your money, but you're built different." He then confidently declares his own connection. "We're old friends." A smirk plays on his lips, hinting at a history deeper than anyone knows. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A man in a dark suit rushes towards a collapsing woman, crying out, "Saintess, are you all right?" A menacing gaze pierces the air. A man with spiky hair and a glowing eye asks a chilling question. "Do you really want to die?" His thoughts race. Damn it, why did Geon have to come back now? The overwhelming magic power is too much to bear. The woman poses a chilling question, a grim choice you never want to make. The Saintess isn't waiting for an answer. She's giving direct orders to the man in a suit and glasses. He confirms his understanding, but one crucial question remains about the appraiser. And the answer from the man in a suit and glasses comes swift and shocking. He just hit undo on his entire strategy. Sophie Marty's unsettling smile widens, revealing her sinister command. She complains about being sidelined, then offers an irresistible deal, her divine artifact and the god's power. The man in a suit and glasses hesitates, questioning power in a neutral zone, but Sophie Marty's smile turns into a challenge. Her unsettlingly wide smile and glowing eyes emphasize the divine artifacts she's offering. There's no turning back now. The man in a suit and glasses declares his unwavering loyalty. He kneels, a silent vow of complete obedience, as Sophie Marty stands tall, bathed in divine blue energy. Accepting the divine artifacts, he bows deeper, proclaiming her will is the will of the heavens. He cannot disobey. Her power, representing the 12 heavenly beings, is absolute. POV, you're getting recruited into an evil empire, and the benefits are divine. But as one power play concludes, a new mystery begins. Unidentified man with light brown hair notices a strange water leak. You're just minding your own business, enjoying a drink, when suddenly, a jolt of surprise hits you. What could possibly be happening now? You notice an unexpected puddle on the ground, glowing faintly blue. It hasn't rained, so where is all this water coming from? As you bend down to investigate, a strange energy washes over you. This water, it carries the faint, unmistakable scent of mana, shimmering with an eerie light. But before you can react, the puddle erupts. A towering, humanoid figure made of glowing blue water surges forth, reaching out a spectral hand right at you. POV, you thought it was just a puddle. The water elemental stands fully formed, its glowing eyes fixed forward, dripping liquid onto your spilled drink. This is no ordinary splash. Your mind races, fear creeping in. Would I ask this thing? You're completely caught off guard, your heart pounding in your chest. Panic sets in as the situation escalates. You let out an involuntary scream, your voice swallowed by the sudden chaos unfolding around you. It's not just you. All over the city, pedestrians are glowing blue, reacting with shock and terror as more of these water figures rise from nowhere. Meanwhile, an unidentified woman with purple hair watches the unfolding chaos from above, a subtle, knowing smile playing on her lips. And there she is, Sophie Marty, the Aquarius saint, standing majestically amidst the glowing water, revealing her power, mirror of replication, creating countless water figures. The unidentified woman with purple hair explains, these are A-rank disciples, individually weak, but in numbers, they can take down even the strongest foes. He really said, excuse me, ma'am, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Panic? His voice cracks with desperation, demanding answers from a Saintess guard. Why is a battle skill being used in a neutral zone? He screams for it to be cancelled. But the guard, holding a golden chalice, dismisses his plea. Everything is being done under the Saint's order, and there will be no complaints from the public. A pained expression, a desperate voice. You hear the heavy truth. All this is the will of heaven. And just like that, the woman in the suit channels incredible energy, light erupting as a divine artifact activates. But the young man won't stand for it. He screams, "No!" unleashing a desperate burst of power right back at the sky. As a colossal beam of light tears through the city, shooting skyward from a mysterious structure, changing everything. The city plunges into chaos. Water and ice surge, forming glowing spheres as the water chalice triggers a demon calling, and you're caught in the deluge. POV, you're about to get a visit from HR. The woman in the suit, unfazed by the chaos, makes her move. She's heading for the Divine Artifact Appraisal store, giving a chilling order. You go capture the Divine Artifact Appraiser. Meanwhile, the young man struggles, submerged in the swirling blue depths. SHIT, when did? He curses, realizing his dire situation. He fights for air, for consciousness, resolve hardening his face. I have to get out of this quickly. His hand glows with desperate energy, pushing against the crushing water, a silent vow. Before I lose consciousness. And then, a surge. His eye flares with an intense blue light, power erupting from within, shattering the icy prison. Suddenly, a new scene. You're inside a bustling store, a new figure's back to you, observing the shelves. The young man is here, too, now calm, a faint blue energy still lingering around him as he looks ahead. The man with the mustache senses it too. Is something happening outside? Suspicious mana is lingering. That feeling in your gut? It just materialized into a sharp, glowing attack aimed right at the young man. The woman holds a glowing blade to the young man's neck. She has no ill will, but the Saintess is displeased because of him. The blade shifts to his back, a chilling warning. Don't do anything stupid, or your blood will spill unnecessarily. She smiles, revealing the Saintess ordered both of them dead. But there's a way out, an apology for belittling her, and buying their divine artifacts at a steep price. Then, she'll put in a good word with the Saintess. The store owner is aghast. Weapons in public? In his day, no one ever thought to use them outside. But the young man is unfazed. Geon, he calls out, have them pay for the damages. This man just unlocked a new level of destruction. His hands are not rated E for everyone. The woman seethes, her glowing eye burning. I told you not to move, she snarls. A torrent of blue energy explodes, sharp as ice, filling the air with a thunderous kwng. Yet the young man stands firm, untouched. The blast sweeps the woman away, her own attack turned against her. He grins, fist still clenched amidst the spray. Got any more of these? He asks. They feel pretty nice to punch. Unbelievable, the woman cries, utterly stunned. He destroyed an A-rank replication with a single strike. The Saintess was right, she realizes. This man is dangerous. Meanwhile, he calmly checks on the trembling store owner. Her face hardens with resolve. She must eliminate him here and now, before he can harm the Saintess. She really said, it's not over till it's over. Round 2. A torrent of high-purity mana, charged with the Saintess's power, crashes forward like an icy blue wave, a devastating force unleashed. And from the heart of that storm, the woman summons an orange-rank beast, the formidable water wolf, ready to tear through anything in its path. But our grinning protagonist sees this not as a threat, but a feast. He relishes the challenge, eager for the battle to come. He turns to Geon, a mischievous glint in his eye, calling out to him with an unexpected question that leaves Geon puzzled. Before Geon can respond, the protagonist snatches up a handful of feather-like items, reminding him of a past promise. Suddenly, a startled figure recoils above as one of those feather-like projectiles streaks downwards, a blur of white against the chaos. It ignites a swirling vortex of blue-teal magical energy, a summoning circle erupting with wispy spirits and raw power. POV, you just hit acquire loot in an RPG. Our hero just got the Oblivion Calling Water Chalice, and he's feeling pretty good about it. He's ecstatic, realizing the materials from the pest dogs are A rank and up. What a fantastic score from just getting something appraised. And as the power courses through him, the young man with reddish-brown hair lets out a shout, his eyes glowing intensely with blue energy. System notifications flood your vision, a mirror of replication fragment, nocturnality, obsession toward food, and a tenacious grip are now yours. The young man with reddish-brown hair watches his zodiac experience points increase, letting out another satisfied, wow, what a score. Meanwhile, the woman in a dark suit and sunglasses is utterly shocked. The Saintess's summons, defeated so easily? It's unbelievable. But the young man with reddish-brown hair isn't done yet. His glowing blue eye locks onto his opponent, challenging them directly. He grimaces, eyes blazing as green and blue energy swirl around him, an unseen voice conceding, he's not someone I'm a match for. The woman in a dark suit is trapped, facing overwhelming power. You just know she's thinking, this is fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's not. You're running for your life now, the woman in a dark suit, down a shadowy hall. But Lee Gun's voice echoes, promising you won't escape, his fury hot on your heels. But Lee Gun just laughs, dismissing your fear with a confident smirk. People who say stuff like that aren't scary at all, he declares. The man with a mustache and bow tie looks stunned, a realization dawning. Juicy Hyung, are you okay? Lee Gun calls out, cutting through the tension. Suddenly, Lee Gun is shouting in alarm. The Aquarius disciples just started an indiscriminate attack. He yells, barely escaping with his life. You arrive at a scene of utter destruction. A huge, white wolf-like creature lies amidst the wreckage. What happened here? You wonder, recognizing the Saintess's summons. It's confirmed, a summon. But for a production class like you, this isn't just a monster. It's raw material, ripe for the taking. The young man with spiky red hair urges you to leave, quickly before more of these creatures appear. But then, a sudden thought makes him pause. Wait. The young man with spiky red hair looks at Li Gun, a question mark literally hanging over his head. You're thinking, my face when I remember I forgot to turn off the stove. Jean Myung is lost in thought, remembering 20 years ago. He recalls watching Li Gun's unique methods for fighting monsters and gathering materials. Suddenly, a shocking realization hits Jean Myung. That demonic expression, that mad battle. Could you be Li Geo? He gasps, just before he can finish. But Li Gun just smirks, bringing a finger to his lips. A silent shush that confirms everything without a single word. Jean Myung wails dramatically, overcome with emotion as Li Gun prepares to leave. His reaction is truly a lot. Waving casually, Li Gun tells Jean Myung to keep those materials safe, because he'll be back for them, and he'll have a question later. The shopkeeper bows so low, you almost miss it. Thank you very much. Please come again, he pleads, eager for your return. Li Gun strides away, leaving the shop behind. Petals drift around him as he vanishes into the bustling street, a man with a plan and a target on his back. POV, you accidentally make an enemy of the most powerful person, and you're just like, whoops, my bad. Li Gun just smiles, a glint in his eye. Just wait, he tells the young man with spiky red hair. You know something big is coming, something only Li Gun could cook up. Now you're with Sung Jae, who smirks confidently. I'll show you something amusing soon, he promises, his eyes glowing. You can feel the anticipation building. But wait, Sung Jae looks surprised. An unseen friend enthusiastically shoves gelato your way, insisting you eat as much as you want. Who could resist that? The young man with spiky red hair, spoon in hand, looks worried. Is that really all right? He asks, noting the expensive surroundings. You know he's thinking about the bill. The woman shouts in shock as a mysterious, glowing fish-like object zips away. But Sung Jae, cool as a cucumber, just waves it off. It'll do a whole lot, he says. You see a hand holding a glowing, shield-shaped insignia. It's not just a card. It can even store the skills of other gods. This is some serious power in your grasp. The young man with spiky red hair recognizes it. The Aquarius insignia. He's worried it functions as an ID card, fearing it might come back to bite you later. Oh, is it really free if your anxiety levels are through the roof? This gelato might cost more than just money. Suddenly, a new voice asks Sung Jae about the gelato. The young man with spiky red hair's eyes widen in surprise. That voice, you know it sounds familiar. The young man with spiky red hair shouts, recognizing him immediately. Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk, and he's asking to join your table. You realize this is Sungji's boss, the one who was shitting on him. The young man with spiky red hair gives a hesitant greeting, while Sung Jae just keeps eating his gelato, stunned. Choi Sung-hyuk formally introduces himself as the Gemini Divine Cadre Captain, then turns to you. He asks if you're the person Sung Jae mentioned earlier. The plot thickens. The young man with spiky red hair confirms it. Yeah, why? He asks, holding his gelato spoon. You can feel the tension as Choi Sung-hyuk's smile lingers, ready to reveal his intentions. Choi Sung-hyuk knows the rumors. He's heard about your incredible acquaintance, the one who took down the Spider Queen that even Yang Wei couldn't defeat. You sip your drink, unimpressed. What's that got to do with you? You ask, brushing off the weighty revelation. The Divine Cadre Captain explains his role. Scouting remarkable talents is part of the job. He's here for you. POV, you're trying to figure out if this is a job offer or a pyramid scheme. Then, the captain drops a bombshell. One of Li Geon's 8 divine artifacts is going up for auction soon. Your eyes widen in surprise. A sharp sound as your hand presses down. Are they auctioning your belongings? The thought hits you hard. You quietly mull it over, facing the other man. The implications of this auction weigh heavily on your mind. A grin spreads across your face. You've got nothing to lose, so you agree to go. Is the auction house nearby? You ask. Choi Sung-hyuk shakes his head. No, not nearby at all, he says. A divine artifact of Li Geon's caliber demands a special venue. He smiles slyly, revealing the location, the greatest auction house in the world, towering 16,000 feet in the sky, the wealthy fortress city, Drachma. This woman is me when I see the price tag on something I really want. Suddenly, a harsh voice cuts through the air. Hey. The purple-haired woman remains seated, still visibly shaken. A hand holds a glass, and the speaker continues. If you're just going to be shaking in the corner, get lost. You're making the alcohol taste bad. The woman with purple hair seethes internally. This man never learns any manners, she thinks. A real muscle brain. But she has to tolerate him. This muscular man rose above even Geon. There's no safer place than by his side. Suddenly, a name flashes across the screen. You see the golden lion emblem and the title, The Saint of Leo Stephen Marker. A brown-haired man leans over the purple-haired woman, his voice sharp. He declares the auctioned Geon weapon is his, and she better not sell it. The bearded man in sunglasses dismisses her curtly. None of your business, he says, walking away, leaving her to wait. You're left standing there, probably thinking, did that just happen? Talk about a mic drop exit. She tries to calm herself, clutching a card. This is Drachma. No way that man could possibly follow her here, right? Suddenly, her expression snaps to alarm. Her eyes widen as she spots something, or someone, completely unexpected. And there he is, standing in the sunlit hall. It's none other than Hugo Otters, making a grand entrance. The purple-haired woman from Drachma quickly recovers, greeting Hugo Otters with a smile. What great timing, she remarks, for such a valuable customer. Meanwhile, a blond man in a suit paces impatiently. Geez, he mutters. Just where is Geon? He's confident Geon must be here, surrounded by all these expensive, divine artifacts. It's exactly the kind of place Geon would be drawn to. Suddenly, a pointing hand and a grin greet him. Long time no see, says a voice, startling Sophie Marty. Talk about a dramatic reveal. Hugo Otters just pulled a classic surprise. I'm here, on Sophie Marty. The blonde man grins back, confirming his name. Sophie Marty. Looks like old acquaintances are reuniting. Sophie Marty remarks on how hard Hugo Otters is to get a hold of. These two definitely have a history. A woman with long blue hair smiles, but the words aimed at her are anything but kind. She's being taunted about her age and her past as the face of the saints. The unidentified man with light brown hair dismisses the unidentified woman with purple hair, telling her he has no interest in talking. But she's not going anywhere. Her eyes glow with a sinister smirk. She's not just ignoring him. She's twisting the knife, warning of consequences if he crosses her again. And the consequences she hints at are chilling. She threatens him with the loss of his children, just like he lost his wife. The air crackles with pure malice. With glowing eyes and a cruel smile, the unidentified woman with purple hair taunts him further. Is his lost loved one even truly gone? She twists the knife deeper, mocking his competence as his family falls apart. It's a low blow, designed to provoke. POV, you're the incompetent head of the family, and the sass just hit critical mass. Time to unleash some fiery fury. Engulfed in golden flames, the unidentified man with light brown hair roars, his anger finally exploding. He warned her to leave, and she didn't listen. But the unidentified woman with purple hair remains completely unfazed, a calm smile on her face. His fiery rage means nothing to her. She conjures a small flame and a glowing orb, telling him to hold his temper. Clearly, she knows something he doesn't. And then she drops the bomb. A truce, agreed upon 10 years ago. A truce she believes he's forgotten. But before he can react, her eye glows, and a wave of blue energy begins to swirl around her. And the unidentified woman with purple hair questions his status as half a saint. It's a deliberate jab, meant to sting. Someone just got called a pest. Honestly, what's your go-to comeback for that? Asking for a friend. Suddenly, the unidentified woman with purple hair shouts, her eyes glowing green, as blue energy erupts from her hand. Is she about to unleash another attack? No, it's the man in the brown jacket who strikes first, sending a blast of blue energy straight at the unidentified woman with purple hair, pushing her back. A hooded woman recoils in pain as a powerful blow lands. Who is attacking, and what just happened here? Another figure, a man with light brown hair, reels back in shock and agony, his expression mirroring the chaos unfolding. Suddenly, the young man with spiky red hair, Geon, is startled by a familiar voice calling his name, and then Teksu appears. Teksu, ever so calm, explains his sudden appearance. He says he was worried about Geon, who, naturally, looks less than thrilled. Geon, in a rare flustered moment, jokingly asks if Teksu actually likes him. The answer? A quick, firm "don't even joke about that." POV. You're trying to escape your responsibilities, but they keep showing up. And speaking of the girl, the unidentified woman with purple hair is now shown lying distressed, her face etched with pain. Then, in a chilling flash, the name Geon appears alongside a menacing silhouette and the number 13, signifying a powerful force. This is the 13th saint, who everyone considers the strongest, but strength isn't always admired. A voice confesses, "I've always hated Geon," but then corrects itself. "No, I was scared of him." That fear takes us back in time. 20 years ago, a grand sanctuary stands battered by rain and lightning. Inside, Geon, despite his injuries and arm in a sling, strides through the sacred hall, bare feet echoing as frantic voices try to stop him. An older woman confronts him, shouting that this is the sacred Aquarius sanctuary, demanding he leave. He really said, "Do not disturb my inner peace, or else." The woman recoils in absolute shock, her face a mask of horror at Geon's brutal words. Geon, bandaged and furious, his eyes burning, has just witnessed something unspeakable. And now, the woman with long blue hair confronts an intruder, demanding they leave her space immediately. But a sudden, unseen force strikes her, sending the woman reeling back with a shocked cry. It's Geon, battered and menacing, who turns his glowing gaze on her, his words a chilling threat. He holds her captive, blaming her for abandoning her duties, leaving others to suffer in the chaos. His fury erupts. Others are gravely injured protecting her, and Geon isn't holding back his rage. He tightens his grip, reminding her of her promise. She will save them. But she fights back, trying to break free. She really said, "My life is more important." POV. You showed up to the wrong fight, lady. Geon stands firm, refusing to clean up any more of her self-centered mess. This isn't his problem anymore. And with a sharp, angry glare over his shoulder, Geon makes his final, furious command, "Get out." But the woman, completely self-absorbed, complains about his smell and her interview, utterly missing the point. His grip tightens, unyielding, as she desperately cries out for him to release her. She screams in pain and disgust, still focused on his disgusting hand, rather than the gravity of her situation. The confrontation escalates dramatically. Geon's patience has run out. He's ready to teach this pest a lesson. And just like that, someone's about to unlock a new level of pain. They really said oof. After the chaos, you were dragged to treat the injured until you passed out. You despise Geon, that rude, irrational man. The brown-haired man's anger boils for Geon. He sneers, taunting someone who's sleeping soundly. "You're sleeping soundly, pest," they sneer, but then you see the purple-haired woman, bound, distressed, and unable to speak. Now you see the dark-haired man and the tall man, who hold the purple-haired woman captive, casually observing your struggle. As the purple-haired woman, a primal scream rips through the silence. That scream turns to defiance. You demand to be released, trapped and furious, struggling against the ropes. But your captors are unfazed, casually remarking on how little you've changed in 20 years. They find your struggle predictable. Predictable? You think you'll stand for this? Blue energy crackles around your hands as you activate a desperate plan. POV, you're still plotting your escape, but also planning your next meeting. Priorities, right? Priorities, right? But before you can even think of Steven, a sharp blow lands, and you cry out in pain. The spiky-haired man stands over you, mocking your obvious tricks as smoke rises from your hand. But then, his confident smirk falters. What's this? His own hand is smoking, and confusion clouds his face. Confusion? Oh, you're just getting started. With a maniacal grin, you reveal your acidic protection skill. The acid magic begins to melt him, starting from his hand. This is your strongest protection skill, a horrifying vision of what's to come. But then, the spiky-haired man grins, flashing a glowing middle finger. Full recovery, he boasts. It's all healed. POV, you just witnessed a cheat code in real life. That's not healing, that's a broken skill. Lee Gun, with a menacing smirk, is ready to settle some scores. He wants to recap every little interaction they've had. 1 hit for lying, 5 for sending a goon, 50 for talking trash about Teksu. Lee Gun's tally is piling up fast, and Aquarius Saint can only listen in dread. Aquarius Saint, slumped and pleading, begs for a moment's pause. But Lee Gun's menacing smile suggests her request might just fall on deaf ears. The wait is officially over. With a powerful, decisive swing, Lee Gun brings his arm down with incredible force, ready to deliver the next blow. Even off-screen, Lee Gun's power is felt. The man in brown hair recoils in pain, realizing that Lee Gun truly hits everyone equally, no exceptions. He muses on the common thread. Everyone Lee Gun targets seems to give him a reason to. A strange, undeniable pattern emerges. But then, a flicker of doubt. The man in brown hair questions if he's just imagining things, if there's something more beneath the surface. This man just leveled up by doing damage. When every hit is a power-up, you gotta respect the grind. Lee Gun grins, his eyes glowing as he strikes. His divine status surges to 40%, gaining Saint rank data from the Aquarius Saint with every devastating blow. But wait, a critical question hangs in the air. Exactly which divine god status is Lee Gun powering up? The implications are massive. Lee Gun looks down at the slumped, tied Aquarius Saint, a confused expression on his face. He's just inflicted a powerful strike, but something isn't right. Yep, she's out cold. The Aquarius Saint has officially fainted, leaving Lee Gun to ponder the true impact of his divine power. Divine status unlocked. But there's a catch. It's at -50% and needs charging. Lee Gun stares, perplexed, at this new, unexpected development. Divine status? What even is that? Lee Gun, ever the pragmatist, demands a full re-explanation. This hero isn't taking any cryptic messages lightly. Geon takes in the system's massive info dump. Divine status, the core of a god's power. You can steal it from other disciples, and losing it can mean death for their zodiac. POV, you just found out your new superpower is punching people for glory. It's an acquired taste. But no matter the reason, one thing's clear. You're getting stronger, and that puts a confident smile on your face. Teksu pipes up, wondering if you shouldn't ask the tied-up woman about the dagger she used. But you just smirk. She wouldn't dare stab you again, and you've already got someone else looking into the dagger. You just wanted to torment her. A perfectly logical reason, in your book. You check the time on a borrowed phone, much to Teksu's surprise. Has it really been that long? With a wink, you instruct Teksu to dispose of the tied woman. You're off to an auction, leaving him with the mess. And Teksu's furious shouts as you wave goodbye. Teksu's brain. Is this a dispose of the evidence quest? I did not sign up for this side mission. But before you can decide, something clicks. Did you forget something? Or is someone else here? Your face twists in frustration as you realize who it is. Of all people, why him? It's Stephen Marker, and he looks absolutely furious, eyes glowing with barely contained rage. Lightning energy crackles around Stephen Marker as he locks eyes with someone, a name escaping his lips, Hugo Otters. What were you doing here? The question hangs heavy, dripping with accusation and raw power. Stephen Marker makes his move, facing down Teksu while the Aquarius Saint is caught in the middle. The tension is palpable as two powerhouses collide. And Stephen Marker greets Teksu with a familiar smirk. It seems these two have history, and the air crackles with unspoken words. This isn't just a casual reunion. Someone's skipping the small talk and going straight for the main event. Teksu cuts right to the chase, demanding answers from Stephen Marker. And Stephen drops a bombshell. The Aquarius Saint herself sought an alliance. bringing him into this chaotic mix. Now Stephen Marker flips the script, demanding to know Tetsu's purpose here. The tables have turned, and the intensity ratchets up as the true motives begin to unravel. But Tetsu quickly shuts him down with a defensive, dismissive answer. He claims mere auction house business, but his guarded expression hints at something far more significant. Stephen Marker sees right through the facade, calling out Tetsu's real target, Geon's divine artifact. That simple auction house visit just got a lot more complicated and dangerous. Stephen Marker's smirk says it all. He challenges Tetsu's feigned ignorance, implying that Tetsu knew exactly what was coming to the auction. The game is on. Tetsu, with glowing eyes of rage, dismisses the artifact as something Stephen Marker could never afford. A classic power play, but is it just a bluff or genuine arrogance? But Stephen Marker just smirks, a silent challenge that speaks louder than any words. He's got something up his sleeve, and Tetsu's confidence might be about to crumble. He really said gotta catch 'em all for divine artifacts. Stephen Marker, furious, cuts to the core. Does Tetsu believe collecting these artifacts will truly make him as strong as Geon? It's a raw, painful jab. But before Tetsu can even respond, a sudden, blinding explosion erupts, tearing through the room. What just happened? Who could have caused such a powerful blast? The onlookers, caught in the chaos, reel back in shock and alarm. Their faces tell the story. This wasn't part of the plan, and something truly terrifying has just been unleashed. And through the smoke and debris, Stephen Marker's enraged roar echoes. Who dares to lay his hands on my items? A new, dangerous player has entered the game. Tetsu stares, a question burning in his eyes. What exactly is happening with Stephen Marker? The man in a suit and glasses apologizes profusely, explaining how this newcomer is after Stephen Marker's divine artifact. He bows deeply, promising to return the artifact immediately, blaming the newcomer's ignorance for the whole mess. Stephen Marker, stern-faced, agrees. All the other party needs to do is admit their mistake and hand it over. When the boss says it's all right after you mess up, POV, you dodged a bullet and saved some serious cash. But Tetsu just smirks, openly challenging the idea that anyone could take what's rightfully his. Suddenly, Stephen Marker snaps. A surge of lightning energy erupts around him, his rage boiling over. Tetsu realizes the truth. This mistake is just a ploy to save billions. No way he's falling for it. He stands his ground, declaring the artifact is his because he won it fair and square. No bullshit here. Then, Tetsu makes a provocative offer. If Stephen Marker wants it so badly, he can buy it for a cool 200 billion. Stephen Marker's gaze intensifies. A silent, simmering tension fills the air as he considers this audacious challenge. Stephen Marker unleashes a menacing laugh, calling out the crazy bastard and asking if he knows who he's messing with. When you think you're safe, but the boss just hit the activate ultimate button. RIP to that guy. Lightning crackles around Stephen Marker as he ominously suggests an introduction, hinting at the fate of those who cross him. He grins wildly, promising an introduction that will be full of sparks, a deadly warning to anyone in his path. Tetsu watches the chaos unfold, unimpressed, even as Stephen Marker's power flares. He mutters about a tiny bit of skill increase. But you see the sheer force of Stephen Marker's Leo power. A roaring, lion-like creature erupts, crackling with raw, untamed energy. Stephen Marker himself grins, a menacing promise of violence in his eyes. He's not just powered up, he's ready to tear someone apart. And the beast roars, a furious sound that shakes the very air. What a temper, indeed. This isn't just a display, it's a declaration. POV, you thought you were done with the boss fights. Nope, new challenger approaching. Tetsu watches, his expression grim. The sheer scale of power manifesting around him demands his full attention. A young man with spiky red-brown hair screams in horror. The scene unfolding before him is too much to bear. His hand pulses with energy as he curses, the distress palpable. Whatever just happened, it's bad. The man in a suit and glasses looks on, grim and concerned. Stephen Marker's attack was brutal, truly destroying his opponent. And Stephen Marker gloats, promising his victim a future in a wheelchair. His cruelty knows no bounds. But then, a dismissive hand gesture? Someone asks, "What are you doing?" The scene takes an unexpected turn. Because suddenly, a young man with dark spiky hair grins, completely unharmed. He mocks Stephen Marker, asking if he's shaking dust off his shoulder. When you think you're the main character, but get reverse unoed, that's gotta sting. He's furious, demanding to know if his attack was teleported away. All brawn and no brain. His opponent retorts, mocking his lack of insight. The young man with dark spiky hair grins wider, revealing a shocking truth. Stephen Marker is using a skill he created, one meant for good, now twisted for ego. The young man with dark spiky hair unleashes raw power, his eyes blazing blue as dark energy tendrils erupt around him. His hands glow, crackling with untold force. And Stephen Marker is rocked. Red energy lines surge through him as he cries out, disbelief and pain etched across his face. This power is unlike anything he's seen. But before the battle can continue, a new voice cuts through the tension. The auctioneer announces the highlight of the event, shifting everyone's focus. Stephen Marker looks stunned, realizing the time. The young man with dark spiky hair remains calm, his expression unreadable as the auction begins. Stephen Marker is furious, demanding to know if another of his divine artifacts is up for grabs. This auction, he declares, is too important to be disturbed. POV, your friend just went full anime protagonist, and you're trying to keep up. The man in a suit and glasses watches, bewildered. He can't comprehend how a Saint rank attack was just dodged or redirected. It's impossible. The young man with dark spiky hair stands silently, his presence unsettling. The young man with reddish spiky hair stares, utterly shocked and distressed by what he's witnessing. A voice demands answers, questioning the young man with dark spiky hair's identity, directly challenging Stephen Marker to explain who this powerful newcomer is. The man in a suit and glasses apologizes to Stephen Marker, confirming the young man with dark spiky hair was indeed targeting Stephen's divine artifact. The man in a suit and glasses offers to return the artifact, framing it as a newcomer's mistake. Stephen Marker, surprisingly calm, simply accepts. Stephen Marker's stern gaze holds a clear condition. The young man with dark spiky hair just needs to admit his mistake and return the artifact. The man in a suit and glasses beams with relief, thanking Stephen Marker profusely and assuring him he can take his time with payment. He's got that, "I just saved money on my car insurance" look. But Stephen Marker's calm facade shatters. He erupts in fury, lightning crackling around him as he points, confronting dive cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk. An unseen hand crackles with energy, crying out in pain as the man in a suit and glasses realizes Stephen Marker's cunning plan to save billions. But before Stephen can enact it, the challenger steps forward, cutting him off with a sharp, "Stop bullshitting." He flashes a confident grin, thumbs up, declaring the item his because he won it fair and square. And if Stephen Marker really wants it, the challenger will sell it to him for a cool 200 billion premium. Stephen's face contorts in pure rage. Stephen Marker then lets out a booming laugh, amused by the challenger's audacity, even as the man in a suit and glasses screams in terror. Stephen declares he likes the challenger's courage, and immediately blasts the terrified man in a suit and glasses backward with unseen force. POV, you just volunteered for a surprise battle royale. Stephen's grin widens, menacing and charged, as his entire body crackles with intense, visible energy. He promises sparks. The challenger watches, serious but unnerved, feeling Stephen's power surge. "What the hell are you talking about?" he mutters, sensing Stephen's skills have grown. Then, Stephen's true power manifests, a massive, roaring lion, his battle spirit. This is Leo, specialized for pure combat. Stephen roars, his voice filled with fury, demanding if the challenger will only be satisfied once he's ripped someone apart. "What a temper," the challenger retorts, as a large, scaly, serpentine body begins to manifest around him, crackling with energy. His own battle spirit fully emerges, a menacing snake's head with glowing red eyes and a forked tongue, poised and ready. The challenger stands defiant, his energy surging, just as a colossal, clawed paw from Steven's lion spirit descends upon him. That feeling when your friend tries to fight the final boss alone. You feel the raw energy explode, deflecting a devastating blow with nothing but your hand. The man in a suit and glasses watches, horrified, convinced it's all over for our hero. Steven Marker revels in his apparent victory, a cruel smile spreading across his face, until he sees a hand move. That same energy crackles again, but this time, it's pushing back, deflecting the impossible. And then, the young man stands, completely unharmed, with a smirk that says, "Is that all you got?" Steven Marker is reeling, his powerful attack, a guaranteed hit, somehow rendered utterly useless. He demands answers, accusing the young man of teleportation, completely baffled by how his attack failed. POV, you just got roasted by the guy who invented your special move. Steven Marker's mind shatters, his face contorted in pure disbelief and fury as the revelation sinks in. He can only stammer out one desperate question. Who are you? But before Steven can get his answer, the auctioneer cuts in, announcing the main event is about to begin. Both Steven and the young man are taken aback, the auction's timing a complete surprise, especially to the young man. Steven Marker, despite his burning questions, puts the confrontation on hold, declaring the auction far more important. With a parting shot and a warning to protect a mysterious pendant, Steven Marker vows to return once the auction is done. Meanwhile, young man with spiky red hair and his companion are left stunned, still trying to process how that attack was dodged. POV, you just witnessed something impossible. Your mind? Blown. Because the young man with spiky red hair just grins. That confident, almost menacing smile leaves everyone wondering, who is this guy, and how did he pull that off? But the show must go on. The auctioneer, an unidentified woman with purple hair, brings us back to the main event, announcing the long-awaited divine artifact. She sets the stage, pulling us back 24 years to the infamous Berlin Wolf incident. Remember that? A calamity so devastating, it changed everything. Weapons melted, armor dissolved. Even the 12 saints couldn't clear it. It was pure pandemonium, a disaster that defied all heroic efforts. Steven Marker, the man in a suit and glasses, can barely contain himself. This legendary artifact, the one Geon used to defeat that calamity, it's finally within his grasp. You see his intense, almost predatory smile. This isn't just an item to him. It's the legendary weapon he's dreamed of, the one he's obsessed over, finally appearing before his eyes. Suddenly, we're thrown back in time, about 20 years ago. The world was a different place, and a new kind of chaos was about to unfold. POV, you're trying to get a scoop, but the scoop is trying to get you. 4 long days have passed since Geon, the 13th Awakened, entered that desolate zone. Silence reigns, and no one knows what's happening inside. The reporter emphasizes the chilling truth. With Geon still inside, there's no way to confirm anything. The island remains an enigma, a death trap. Even saints who tried to enter were repelled by a potent poison, unable to break through. The island holds its secrets tight, leaving the world on edge. Steven Marker, now in his imposing armor, is furious. He can't even get close, yet Geon is in there, fighting. How? He's consumed by frustration. He grapples with his own inadequacy. Why does he feel this way about Geon, a man without a divine blessing? What separates them really? His face contorts in a grimace. He searches for the answer, for the fundamental difference. Is it power? Steven Marker is in utter disbelief, grasping for answers. But then, the unthinkable. Geon is emerging from the entrance, alive, shocking everyone. POV, you thought you had the moral high ground, but the main character just walked back in. He really said, "I'm back." The news spreads like wildfire. Even the soldiers can't believe their eyes as the legend himself, Geon, makes his grand, impossible return. And there he is, Geon, walking barefoot from the desolate wasteland, having conquered the impossible calamity everyone else feared. Our hero has returned. Scars and all, Geon is back, and he's not just victorious. He's casually complaining about the heat, like it was just another stroll in the park. Stephen Marker, meanwhile, is fuming. Geon has once again swooped in and stolen all the glory, leaving Stephen Marker to stew in bitter frustration. Stephen Marker quickly makes a call, ordering a full withdrawal. The man in a suit and glasses questions him, but Stephen Marker's mind is already set on a new path. Stephen Marker walks away, leaving his weapon behind. The man in a suit and glasses questions why, but Stephen Marker is clearly done with it. But Geon, ever the showman, reveals his own upgrade. He's found something even better, a new weapon that asserts his undeniable, casual dominance. Stephen Marker just had his villain origin story moment. He's about to drop the mic and pick up something much, much deadlier. His eyes glow with fierce determination. Stephen Marker has pinpointed the exact thing he needs to finally surpass Geon. That is, a weapon. That's his answer, his new obsession. Stephen Marker is now on the hunt for the ultimate power to rival Geon. And as if on cue, the world unveils one of Geon's 8 great divine artifacts. The strongest weapon from the Berlin Wolf saga is about to be revealed, causing shock. Stephen Marker ponders the announcement. Could this be the weapon he's been searching for? The key to finally overcoming Geon? Right here, right now? A triumphant, almost sinister smile spreads across his face. He knew it. This divine artifact is exactly what Stephen Marker needs to crush Geon. The moment has arrived. You see Geon's divine artifact, glowing within its case, promising ultimate power to whoever wields it. Its intricate, organic form hums with unseen energy, radiating a bright, ethereal light. This isn't just a weapon, it's a legend. POV, you just summoned the wrong boss. Time to nope out of here. Its fanged maw opens, and you hear its voice. It senses the artifact. It knows Geon's power, and it's calling to it. A hand clenches, and the revelation hits. This is one of Geon's 8 great divine artifacts, a treasure of immense power and history. Not just any artifact, but the strongest one, infamous for its role in the devastating Berlin Wolf incident. Its past is drenched in conflict. The man with reddish-brown hair and the man with dark hair and glasses recoil in utter shock. The weight of that history settles heavily upon them. Suddenly, a woman in a dark suit dramatically unveils another artifact, the strongest bone club, a formidable, ancient weapon now brought to light. And there it is, Big Bone, glowing with an ancient, raw power. The crowd murmurs in awe, knowing the legend they now behold. This isn't just history, it's the greatest divine artifact, both in lore and utility. The question hangs in the air, who will claim Big Bone? When your arch-nemesis shows up to the auction, this is why you always bring your own private army. Meanwhile, far away, Stephen Marker/Leo looks up, recognizing Big Bone. He's used it before. A flicker of memory, a hint of his past, stirs within him. Sung Jae, the man with reddish-brown spiky hair, tries to interject, but Stephen Marker/Leo cuts him off, clearly agitated. He's got more pressing matters to attend to. The man with reddish-brown spiky hair slams his hand against the glass, desperate. "We can't let it get taken away," he yells, demanding immediate action from the divine cadre. The fate of Big Bone hangs in the balance. The auction begins. Our auctioneer kicks things off, and you hear the starting bid echo through the hall. A cool $1 million. But the crowd is hungry. Bids fly faster than you can count, rocketing past 5, 10, then 30, and now $50 million. As the bids soar, Stephen Marker watches the system notifications pop up. His fame is increasing, Ophiuchus's status is rising, and the artifact is revered. POV, you showed up to the wrong auction. This man just can't fathom why anyone would pay this much for that thing. Get a clue, replies the man with dark hair and glasses. This isn't just any item. It's a legendary weapon crafted by Geon himself, and everyone knows it. And leading the pack of collectors? Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint. He's been hoarding Geon's divine artifacts from every corner of the globe. Our frustrated man grits his teeth. Stephen Marker's overwhelming strength means no one dares challenge his collection efforts, even if it feels like a waste. He finds some solace knowing that all the profits from these auctions go into a bank account managed by the government, right? Wait, what? Stephen Marker's eyes widen as he realizes the profits are going straight into his bank account, no matter who bids. What a score. So Stephen Marker kicks back, popcorn in hand, enjoying the show. The bids keep climbing. 80, 90, then a staggering $100 million. But then, a voice booms, shattering the room's composure. $1 billion. The entire auction hall freezes, utterly stunned. He really said, "Did I stutter?" This muscular man just dropped $1 billion and is looking for confirmation. With an intense grin, the muscular man confirms his offer. "I will buy it for $1 billion. You can feel the tension in the air. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, someone else wonders aloud if they should bid $10 billion if that's not enough. $1 billion. It's an overwhelming, unprecedented number that's just been thrown down, completely changing the game for this artifact. The sheer number hits you like a physical blow. $1 billion. The crowd is stunned, faces contorted in disbelief and despair. You see the shock ripple through the room. The young man with spiky red hair clenches his jaw, frustration etched on his face, as the auctioneer pushes for more. Even Stephen Marker/Leo, usually so composed, is caught off guard. His expression is pure shock, as if he can't believe what he's hearing. The gavel slams down with a decisive thud. "Sold," the auctioneer declares, echoing through the stunned silence. The deal is done. The announcer confirms, "Big Bone sold for $1 billion. Meanwhile, the janitors are just trying to get through their shift. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. People like us won't ever dream of such an amount," one janitor sighs, summing up the feeling of the entire room. The sheer scale is unimaginable. Yet, there's a flicker of hope. "I hope someone comes to turn it all on its head," he whispers, a rhetorical question hanging in the air. Because just as he speaks, a blinding, ethereal light erupts from below, tearing through the floor. The janitors stare up in awe. And then, the voice of the announcer cuts through the chaos. "Congratulations! Stephen Marker/Leo has become the new owner of the Big Bone." Stephen Marker/Leo raises his arms in triumph, a confident grin splitting his face. The crowd roars, celebrating his unexpected victory as the glass object lifts. With this, Leo has taken yet another giant leap. The announcement blares as the cheering civilians surge forward, captivated by the spectacle. But the celebration is shattered in an instant. A massive impact sends Stephen Marker/Leo flying, debris exploding around him. What just happened? Stephen Marker/Leo lands hard, bewildered. What? He stammers. This man just unlocked a new level of pain. Respawn when? From the ground, a monstrous, shadowy figure erupts, crackling with blue energy. The crowd screams in terror as a new threat emerges. With glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, the shadowy figure lets out a deafening roar, its power undeniable and terrifying. A shadowy figure strikes with impossible speed, tearing through the air and leaving a trail of pure destruction in its wake. And you can see the sheer force of that impact as a man is violently thrown across the crumbling landscape. A direct hit. But wait, a burst of brilliant energy erupts from below, sending the shadowy figure hurtling skyward, caught in an explosive counterattack. The force of the explosion is massive, ripping through the very fabric of the city and revealing the advanced, futuristic landscape beneath. Then, a colossal impact rocks the ground as someone lands with devastating power, declaring their thanks for this divine artifact's strength. Wow, Stephen Marker/Leo stands triumphant, glowing artifact in hand, as cheers erupt around him. What a power-up. But Stephen Marker/Leo's triumph is short-lived. He looks down, a single, tense ah, escaping him as he takes in the catastrophic damage. And the situation is dire. Through a shattered window, you hear the panicked realization. The teleport zone's magic tower is falling apart. Massive chunks of debris rain down from the sky, sending civilians into a terrified frenzy. No, ACK, they scream, fearing the worst. A woman with light braided hair and a staff shouts a chilling warning. If all that debris hits, the entire floating island will fall. But hope isn't lost. An old man with a bald head and beard rallies his disciples. Let us gather our strength to block them. And the warriors respond. Armored figures, ready for battle, declare their unwavering support. We'll help too. With glowing energy surging around them, the command rings out. All disciples, unleash your mana. The collective power is immense. When the whole squad pulls up with ultimate attacks, a blinding wave of white and blue energy erupts, pushing back against the destruction. Hands reach desperately towards the blinding light, a single word echoing the urgency of the moment. Fire. A massive, glowing blue energy beam descends from the sky, too immense to stop, too powerful to destroy, as alarm rings out. This won't work. The sheer force of it blasts through everything, catching a woman with light braided hair in its destructive wake, her cry of ACK, lost in the chaos. Debris flies, the ground shatters, and a desperate cry rings out. Aron. But where can they possibly go amidst such widespread destruction? Because from the heart of the destruction, a dark, oval void rips open, swirling with fiery energy. This is the fury of Apollo. You see the shock on their faces, a woman with reddish hair and a man behind her, as they witness others incinerated in an instant, wondering what power could do this. And then, Hugo Ottersnim, the Sagittarius saint, stands tall amidst the flames, the very source of this devastating, yet controlled, power. POV, you're trying to save the world, but your teammates still can't aim. But even after that chaos, a new, colossal threat looms. A dark, monstrous structure Hugo Ottersnim now faces, dwarfed by its sheer scale. Its colossal, organic form reveals a terrifying detail, a single, glowing eye that stares out, menacing and ancient. As the full, skeletal, dog-like monstrosity with glowing red eyes is revealed, towering over Hugo Ottersnim, an impossible foe. But then, a man with light brown, spiky hair cries out in alarm. Because this isn't the only monster. There's another one. And you see the grotesque truth. The monstrous entity's skeletal head drips with a dark, viscous liquid, a chilling sign of its unnatural power. Panic spreads as armored warriors and civilians alike react to a surge of glowing purple energy, a new, horrifying manifestation of power. The chaos takes its toll, as a person's face, partially obscured by dark hair, shows pure distress, splattered with dark liquid. This battle went from zero to everyone panic real quick. Bastard, how dare you? Hugo Ottersnim unleashes a furious roar, his body engulfed in fiery energy, charging into the fray with blazing eyes and a clenched fist. He strikes the monstrous entity, its dark, organic form twisting and tearing as swirling blue energy rips through its tooth-like surface. But the blow takes its toll on Hugo Ottersnim too. His face contorts in pain, fiery energy still raging around his struggling form. Yet he pushes through, a fiery blur in the air, directly engaging the massive blue beast that roars back in agony as Hugo Ottersnim unleashes more power. Hey Oteksu, get a grip already. Amidst the chaos, someone shouts to Oteksu, urging him to focus as he swings his arm, red and white energy crackling around him. Thanks, Geon. I survived thanks to you. Geon turns, a wide smile on his face, a fiery aura still around him, having just saved a running dark-haired man. Aren't you still a saint when it comes to combat? How are you weaker than a production class like me? But the tension hasn't eased. An angry voice questions a saint's combat prowess, demanding answers. I feel so uneasy, seriously. I feel so uneasy. My god, Oteksu. Oteksu just can't take it anymore. POV, he's really going through it. Hey, I did my best already. Is that why you almost got killed by a calamity runt? Run otters. The argument continues in chibi form as one shouts, clearly not impressed. You bastards. Suddenly, a new challenger. A man with dark hair and beard lunges through the air, bone weapon glowing, as lightning crackles around him. Are you thinking of disrupting my divine artifact experience? His eyes glow yellow as he screams, veins bulging. Clearly, he's not to be messed with. Oh right, he's here too. Oh right, Big Bone is here too. A massive red skeletal dragon roars, observed by a dark-haired man and Geon amidst the crowd. The dark-haired man takes it all in, a thoughtful on his lips as Geon stands nearby, observing the unfolding chaos. Don't get in the way of me and Big Bone's performance. Suddenly, the dark-haired man's expression hardens, lightning crackling around him as he declares his intent. Why has he gone crazy again? He unleashes his power, allowing Big Bone to rampage through the terrified crowd below. Someone asks, bewildered by the chaos. POV, you just unlocked a new level of nope. But the spiky-haired man isn't stopping. His eyes glow, veins bulge, and a furious roar unleashes raw power, demanding everyone step aside. The sky explodes with golden lightning, a royal skill declaration. This isn't just a fight, it's a battlefield set for victors, and he's ready to claim his prize. From the shadows, a sinister chuckle echoes. You're told to wait, as if this grand display is just the prelude to something even bigger, something inevitable. Because a lightning storm that can't be destroyed rages. The silhouette declares the stage is now set, and you can feel the tension building towards a climax. Suddenly, the man with dark hair and a beard explains his previous move, a counterattack infused with magic. He was out of sorts, but what does he mean now? The blue reptilian creature crouches low, ready for action. Its scales shimmer with crackling energy, poised to strike as the next move unfolds. The man with dark hair and a beard, staff over his shoulder, declares he wants to see what Big Bone can do alone. Is this a challenge? Or a test? Stephen Marker just dropped the mic on Lee Geon's legacy. Hashtag new boss unlocked. Stephen Marker stands ready with Big Bone, the crowd erupting in cheers. They believe in him, yelling for him to send it flying and ensure their survival. A chilling declaration cuts through the air. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for going berserk. The retribution is about to begin. Stephen Marker, teeth gritted, raises his staff high. Energy crackles around him as he screams, "Brace yourself. You know a powerful attack is coming." He dives. Stephen Marker, midair, brings his staff down with incredible force, aiming directly for Big Bone. Dust and energy explode on impact, a clash of titans. Stephen Marker's allies, the woman in the purple hood and the man with short brown hair, cheer wildly, beaming with excitement, fully invested in this battle. But Stephen Marker isn't done. He screams again, eyes glowing with raw effort and determination, pushing his power to the absolute limit. What will be the outcome? Big Bone unleashes a deafening roar, its massive jaws lunging forward. Stephen Marker watches, caught in the chaos. POV, you thought you landed a hit, but the boss just entered phase 2. He looks up, bewildered. Why isn't Lee Geon's legendary weapon working against this monstrosity? Energy crackles as they realize the truth. It's a royal skill. Escape won't be easy, and destroying it is almost impossible. Stephen Marker's veins pop with rage. That stupid lion bastard used a royal skill on us. He vows revenge if they make it out alive. With grim determination, they make a new plan. Then, let's try to take care of that guy first. But then, a colossal, skeletal red calamity looms into view, surrounded by shadowy figures. Are those small fries also calamities? The horrifying truth, the shadowy figures are dominated people, used as human shields. Attacking the calamity directly means endangering them all. Stephen Marker asks the man with lighter hair if he has a plan. Not really, he replies with a shrug. We'll just wing it. That moment when your friend sees something you don't. Classic behind you energy. Stephen Marker lets out a guttural scream, eyes glowing red. Power surges from him, veins popping as he unleashes something. But then, Stephen Marker is sent reeling, blood splattering. Behind him, the man with lighter hair smiles a sinister, knowing grin. The man with lighter hair holds an unconscious Stephen Marker, smiling nonchalantly. See, it's simple, right? The man with short brown hair asks. Is he all right? He's just unconscious for now, the man with lighter hair confirms. The man with short brown hair, shocked, asks. How did you do that? The man with lighter hair replies. With strength. Stephen Marker, now determined, declares, I'm going to take care of them all anyway, while his companion dismisses him as a darn weakling. Your ally offers to cover you. Knowing your plan, you're going to dive right into the fray. No sugarcoating it for you. And just like that, Teksu, you burst forth with green energy. Your ally smiles, knowing you've still got that fire. POV, you just showed up to the wrong fight. Teksu is powered up and ready to throw down. He's not here to drag this out. Teksu declares, let's finish this, all in one decisive go. But a massive skeletal creature strikes back, throwing your lighter-haired ally high into the air. Teksu unleashes a torrent of green energy, stretching his arm forward in a desperate counterattack. A blinding column of light erupts, surrounded by dark, swirling shadows, engulfing everything in its wake. Teksu's eyes glow blue, his face set in grim determination as dark energy swirls around him. The skeletal creature roars, tendrils of darkness lashing out as it prepares another horrifying assault. But Teksu stands defiant, mid-air, arms spread wide. This is nothing, he proclaims. Teksu realizes the target, civilians. POV, you just unlocked a new level of villainy. A devastating burst of pink and red energy explodes from the ground, tearing through the chaos. Civilians scatter in terror, but your lighter-haired ally is still in the thick of it, engulfed in fiery power. His eyes glow yellow, a concentrated ball of flame-like energy forming in his hand, ready to strike. With fierce resolve, the lighter-haired man declares, not on my watch. He's making his stand right here. You see the man with lighter wavy hair, eyes glowing yellow, beaming with pride as he praises Teksu for a job well done. But what exactly did Teksu do? Because here's Teksu, mid-air, surrounded by dark energy as he defiantly challenges a massive, shadowy skullhead creature to not waste its energy and just. The creature's glowing red eye flares in furious response. You can practically feel the dark liquid dripping from its jaw, ready to strike back. POV, you just told your enemy to F*** off, and meant it. He really said, catch these hands. And just like that, a colossal energy blast erupts. A bright column of light tears through the ground, sending debris flying as Teksu stands at the heart of the chaos, triumphant. He emerges from the dust, powerful and poised, dark garments flowing around him, glowing with the energy of his victory. That's what we call a power pose. The man with lighter wavy hair praises Teksu again, noting how quickly he finished the job, expecting the Skull Thing's controlled victims to snap back to normal any second. And sure enough, the aftermath reveals a cratered battlefield, with civilians lying on the ground, slowly stirring. The battle's over, and they're waking up. But wait, what's this? Teksu's hand starts glowing with light blue energy, a mysterious snake-like symbol appearing on his palm. What could this new power be? System messages flood the air. Teksu's divinity has surged past 80% after that insane battle, unlocking a new skill, Fighter Instinct. The question is, will he use it? Fighter Instinct, a skill that demands a certain level of divinity to activate. Teksu realizes this power was just waiting for him to reach his peak. When you unlock a new ability and immediately want to try it out, level up. A confident smile spreads across his face as he makes his choice. Accept. The skill is activated. But something's wrong. Teksu grips a massive bone weapon, a frustrated "God damn it" escaping his lips. Why isn't his power working like it should? Now Teksu lies defeated on the ground, the blue reptilian creature, Big Bone, standing over him. He can't believe it's come to this, questioning why Big Bone isn't working at all. Teksu grapples with doubt, questioning if he can truly unleash Big Bone's power, or if he's simply too weak to face this creature head-on. He's struggling. On the sidelines, his allies watch in horror. Stephen Marker is getting cornered, and the situation looks dire for our heroes. But then, a surge of energy erupts from Teksu. His eyes glow as he spots something crucial, demanding everyone else look too. POV, you just unlocked your final form mid-fight. Big Bone is stunned. Its powerful sovereign skill ripped apart. This creature can't believe what's happening to its abilities. But shock quickly turns to rage. Big Bone lets out a terrifying roar, commanding its forces to unleash a full-scale attack. Before it can even finish, Teksu counters with an explosive kick right to Big Bone's open mouth. Talk about a direct hit. He doesn't stop there. Teksu's eyes blaze with intensity, silencing Big Bone with a single, furious word. Shut up. And with that, Teksu unleashes another devastating, energy-infused strike. This isn't just a punch, it's a statement of power. The blow lands with brutal force, shattering Big Bone's jaw. Debris flies as the creature takes a direct hit it won't soon forget. Teksu stands, crackling with energy, as Big Bone recoils from the impact, letting out a pained hiss. This fight is far from over. This creature just had its worldview shattered. Plot twist incoming. The creature's next words hang in the air. Not a human. Teksu is baffled, demanding answers about these wild accusations. But there's no time for explanations. Teksu remains in a powerful, dynamic pose, ready to dive back into the fray. No way. The dark-haired man's eyes widen, sweat beading as he recognizes a terrifying power. You know, only one person wields this much might. His jaw clenches, teeth gritted. The realization hits him like a punch to the gut, a name forming on his lips. You can feel the tension building. And there he is, Teksu, eyes glowing with sinister energy, a menacing grin spreading across his face. Nice to see you again, lion bastard. Our hero, Lee Gun, stands ready. His arm glows with power, a silent challenge against the encroaching darkness. You can practically feel the heat. But the dark-haired man is still in disbelief. No way. There's no way you're Lee Gun, he cries, as you witness the impossible before his eyes. Teksu surges forward, a blur of crackling energy and pure malice. POV, you activated your ultimate ability. Lee Gun's eye narrows, focused, intense. Red energy pulses around him as you brace yourself for the coming impact. Wham! Teksu strikes hard with a massive bone, mocking Lee Gun. Having fun with this, huh? Too bad. He's not holding back. Teksu grins, dark energy swirling around him. Sorry to break it to you, he sneers, savoring the moment. You know this isn't over. His hand clenches around the weapon. This is just a plain old large bone, he declares, dismissing its power entirely. What could he mean? So much work for nothing. Teksu gloats, preparing for another devastating strike. Lee Gun can only gasp, wait. You can feel the desperation. But then, something unexpected happens. Teksu's face contorts in shock and pain. God damn it, he roars, and you won't believe what's next. His arm reels, shoulders hunched. Confusion washes over Teksu. What? He mutters, reeling from the sudden, unseen turn of events. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the unidentified woman with purple hair stirs, tied up on the ground. Me waking up after hitting snooze 10 times. Her eyes still closed, she winces in discomfort. Ugh, my head hurts. A rude awakening, indeed, and you're left wondering what happened. Teksu gloats over his fallen opponent, but Lee Gun can't believe the sheer drop. You feel the tension, knowing someone just took a massive fall. But relief washes over the group. The trapped individuals are confirmed safe, turning the tense moment into a collective cheer. Crisis averted, Teksu turns his attention to his adorable, winged companion, Piggybank. What could he want now? He sends Piggybank to scavenge for useful items. Because even after a battle, a good hero always thinks about recycling. But wait, Teksu just remembered someone else they need to retrieve, prompting Lee Gun to wonder who exactly he's talking about. Lee Gun drops a name, Sungjae, and the revelation hits Teksu with a jolt of pure, unadulterated surprise. He really said, new recruit acquired. Lee Gun is absolutely losing it, frustrated that Sungjae got tangled up with this walking disaster. Poor Sungjae. Teksu, however, is spiraling into his own panic, terrified his Geon fanatic kids will discover their idol is still alive. Lee Gun visualizes his entire family life collapsing into chaos, complete with tiny, terrifying demons. His worst nightmare. Teksu considers calling a Gemini captain for teleportation, but Lee Gun desperately tries to shut that idea down. No way. Lee Gun points out how annoying the Gemini guys are, and Teksu, after a moment, begrudgingly agrees. He's had enough. See, Lee Gun presses, they don't even like you. Teksu can't really argue with that blunt truth. And just like that, Teksu dismisses the Gemini as not worth their time, a sentiment Lee Gun enthusiastically agrees with. POV, your kids found you doing something silly. Teksu and Lee Gun are caught off guard. A familiar voice rings out, and Teksu's eyes go wide. He's on the phone, a realization dawning on him. Could it be the legendary Lee Geon? Teksu clarifies, you mean Lee Geon Nim? And Lee Gun's sly smile tells you everything you need to know. But that smile vanishes. Lee Gun's face twists into pure shock. Sungjae, why is he here right now? Sungjae confronts them, demanding answers. He's furious, caught up in the swirling dark energy, and wants the truth about those kinds of kids. Suddenly, an unseen force throws them all backward. Dark tendrils erupt, and Sungjae cries out Lee Gun's name. Teksu's eye widens in pure disbelief. What just happened? What is that glowing object in the chaos? POV, you just unlocked a new mystery item achievement. The mysterious pink object lands with a powerful thwack, glowing with an otherworldly light. Teksu holds the slimy pink bundle, mouth agape, as a system message reveals its true nature, a divine artifact. Someone yells at Teksu, demanding he spit out the random crap he just found. Is he really trying to eat it? Teksu struggles, trying to force the pink blob out, or maybe keep it in. Either way, it's not going smoothly. Sungjae recognizes the slimy creature as Lee Gun's artifact, emerging from the skeletal calamity's remains. The pieces click for Sungjae, the rough magic, the incredible abilities, the slime. He finally puts it all together. Are you really Lee Gunnim? It's an overwhelming, tearful realization, hitting Sungjae like a freight train. POV, you just unlocked a new level of confusion. The shock turns to fury as Teksu screams, clutching that mysterious pink object. What could possibly ignite such rage? Because suddenly, the world itself seems to shatter. A towering structure pierces the sky, surrounded by dramatic, floating debris. And now we're here, the United States Leo Divine Cadre headquarters. A place of power, but what chaos unfolds within its walls. Inside, the Leo executive's meeting room is buzzing. Important figures gather, but the atmosphere is anything but calm. The man in the hoodie is fuming. The Castellan is missing, and he demands the Gemini be hired, no matter the cost. But then, the real bombshell drops. The culprit who beat the Divine Cadre captain? It was Lee Geon. The man in the tie looks skeptical. Does that sound right? Can Lee Geon truly be behind such a feat? He's really building up the ultimate boss fight here. But then, a completely different kind of frustration erupts. Two men curse the lions and shrines with utter exasperation. Their annoyance only grows as an unseen voice loudly declares their love for Geon. Give it all to Geon. Oops. The dark-haired person holding a smartphone suddenly apologizes, realizing they forgot to silence their device. It's Cheon Yuha, the Leo Vice Castellan, and she's clearly distracted by her vibrating phone during this crucial meeting. The blonde man explodes in frustration. He demands Cheon Yuha take finding the Castellan more seriously. But Cheon Yuha just dismisses him with a defiant question. Why should they even look for that bitch? Cheon Yuha gives a very casual apology for something. You can almost hear the eye rolls from the men listening, wondering if she even cares. POV, you're trying to get your friend to take responsibility. But Cheon Yuha's attention is elsewhere. She's getting urgent texts about a new uncle and how the legends were true. What could that even mean? Her mind races, trying to figure out who this mysterious uncle could be. The implications of legends were true are definitely getting her attention. And just like that, Cheon Yuha stands up. I'll be going home first today, she says, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. The man in the hoodie can only scream in pure, unadulterated frustration. His face says it all. This is a daily struggle. Meanwhile, a massive crowd has gathered outside the Aquarius sanctuary, demanding answers from the Saintess. Something big has clearly happened here. Security struggles to control the surging crowd, pleading with them to disperse. No answers will be given today, they insist. They promise an official announcement in the near future, hoping to calm the storm, but the tension is palpable in the air. Someone's having a bad day, and Geon is definitely on their naughty list. Her face contorts in rage. Just how much trouble are you going to cause? She fumes, clearly at her wit's end. Elsewhere, a man in a dark suit hears some shocking news. Hey, what happened? He asks, clearly rattled by the report. The woman with long blue hair is being escorted through a frantic crowd, as one man reacts in pure disbelief. What in the world? Suddenly, a terrifying green energy bursts from her chest. She screams in agony, her face contorted in pure horror. The men nearby recoil in terror, wondering if this is some kind of terrorist attack. The situation has just gone from bad to worse. The broadcast erupts, shocking everyone. A holographic message from Geon himself. He's alive, and he wants answers about what happened 20 years ago. Sophie Marty is torn. Revealing the truth about Geon would mean facing the wrath of the other saints. What can she do? POV, your brain trying to function on a Monday morning. And then, a furious accusation rings out. This is all your fault, Geon. The blame falls squarely on his shoulders. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos, Geon relaxes, a tiny winged creature snoozing on his lap. Ramen sounds good. The man in the suit receives updates. Saintess Sophie Marty remains silent, secluded in her residence, refusing any statements. He knows the recent events at Drachma will cause a massive ripple effect. The consequences are only just beginning to unfold. A growing unease settles. This entire situation, it's definitely not good. We cut to a serene location. Hugo's house, nestled in the Sagittarius sanctuary. Suddenly, an arrow flies true, striking the bullseye with perfect precision. 10 points. When you finally get that legendary weapon drop. Geon asks Oteksu about the new arrows. How are they? You like him? Another perfect shot. 10 points. Geon beams, clearly pleased with his skill. Oteksu looks on, utterly bewildered, because Geon is now shooting blindfolded. Oteksu yells in disbelief, but Geon just laughs, finding the whole thing incredibly fun. Well, making fun of you is just that much fun, Oteksu. But before things get too heated, a young boy with spiky orange hair swoops in with refreshments for Geon Sanchin. Geon Sanchin, ever grateful, accepts the drink and towel, a smile spreading across his face. Squad goals achieved. You love to see it. The good vibes are interrupted. The man with light brown hair calls out to Sung Jae, demanding water for pops. But Sung Jae, with a mischievous look, tells him to get it himself from the fridge. Meanwhile, Geon Sanchin is deep in thought, interacting with a glowing holographic screen, showing cryptic mirrored text. You discover this sanctuary of the Serpent-Bearer constellation has formed, but its low level means its space is confined. This sanctuary is Geon Sanchin's unique domain, a place to exert and maintain his strength, as hooded figures bow in the background. He learns he can manage the sanctuary, even move a lower-class household member, or piggy bank, into it to strengthen its power. Just then, Sung Jae reminds Geon Sanchin about his busy schedule, suggesting they leave together. POV, you're trying to focus, but your inner child is having a moment. You see Geon Sanchin enjoying some fried chicken while the man with dark spiky hair and glasses asks if he'll join Gemini. A woman in an apron questions Geon Sanchin's endless appetite, wondering how he can be so busy and still eat so much. The man with glasses, ever the strategist, states that gathering talent is always important, no matter how busy he is. The man in a suit and glasses smirks, his words cutting through the air. You're not planning to buy out millions at the auction. Using Gemini's money, Then just walking away, are you? His smirk widens, a challenge in his eyes as he lays out his accusation. Lee Gun freezes, mid-wipe. The man in a suit and glasses just knows he was planning to do exactly that, a knowing look on his face. He continues, listing targets. Ass hair, pest, lion. Next in line is... A silent scream echoes, hinting at the next victim in his ruthless game. POV, you're trying to roast the boss, but she's serving ethereal vibes. The man in a suit and glasses agrees to join Gemini's cadre, but there's a catch. He points to Lee Gun's badge, that badge you're wearing. Give it to me, he demands, hand outstretched. The badge, or something else. His directness cuts through the casual atmosphere. Screw off, you small fry. Lee Gun snaps, shocking the man in a suit and glasses and his suited men. That badge is clearly more important than it looks. He smirks, explaining his terms. I need something tangible now, not just future promises. You can invest in talent, can't you? Lee Gun is clearly pressured, asking for time to think it over. He addresses the man in a suit and glasses as Divine Cadre Captain. Hurry up, the man in a suit and glasses insists, tapping his foot impatiently. I have another appointment after this. The pressure is on. Meanwhile, a phone lights up with a message from Sung Jae, warning of a slight delay. What could be holding him up? Peak adulting. It's fine, I'm also running late. We love to see it. Sung Jae waits patiently, smiling at his phone. He hopes his uncle will enjoy the cafe's famous gelato when he finally arrives. But Sungji's real excitement? Surprising his sister. He can't wait to see her shocked face when she finds out Lee Gun is their uncle. You see a hand, clasping an ornate dagger. Its owner plans to ask Lee Geon to sign this repaired blade when he arrives. But then, the young man with spiky red hair is startled. Someone's yelling at him for playing with a dangerous knife. A blonde man with a sinister smirk confiscates the dagger, claiming it's too dangerous for the young man to have. The young man confronts the blonde man, demanding to know what he's doing, flanked by two imposing figures. And that's when you hear him shout the blonde man's name, Yoon Sherwoo, a Gemini disciple, a rank, with a confident smile. Sung Jae demands his dagger back, but Yoon Sherwoo just condescends, questioning his tone. This is getting heated. Sung Jae fumes, wishing he could just crush Yoon Sherwoo, but he knows he can't react how he wants. Yoon Sherwoo reveals he knows Sung Jae is the Libra Saint's son, which is exactly why he's able to taunt him like this. Sungji's face contorts in fury and distress. He screams for the dagger's return, because you don't know what it is. Suddenly, Sung Jae is pinned face down on the table by two men, while Yoon Sherwoo stands over him, coldly commanding him to sit. Bystanders in the cafe react with shock and concern, some whispering, others shouting for quiet amidst the commotion. Even pinned, Sung Jae still defiantly challenges Yoon Sherwoo, who only mocks his struggles with a malicious smirk. Yoon Sherwoo's taunts escalate, questioning why Sung Jae is so worked up, hinting it might be something Lee Geon made. That's a low blow, dude. But that pain ignites something fierce. Sungji's eyes glow blue as a divine artifact activates, unleashing a random, powerful skill. The man with blonde hair's eyes go wide, utterly shocked as a brilliant burst of energy appears right beside him. This sudden, powerful blue light erupts from Sungji's hand, fingers spread wide, as if unleashing an incredible force. His companions recoil in terror, their faces frozen in pure disbelief and fear at the unexpected, supernatural event. The man with blonde hair is violently thrown backward, his body contorted in pain as the unseen force slams into him. Another companion screams, likewise sent hurtling through the air, hands covering his face in distress and shock. But the source of this chaos? Sung Jae looks up, a wide, confident, and slightly manic smile spreading across his face. POV, you showed up to the wrong fight. Now your nose hurts and your friend just unlocked new powers. Sung Jae demands to know how the man with spiky dark hair knew to arrive so quickly amidst all this sudden chaos. The man with spiky dark hair, now towering over the defeated man with blonde hair, casually explains he was summoned by a skill. Then a chilling realization dawns on the man with spiky dark hair as he turns his gaze to the distressed group. His anger explodes, a furious blue aura surrounding him as he warns them. "Don't you dare touch my nephew." A wide, menacing grin stretches across his face, fangs glinting, as he promises a lesson they'll never, ever forget. Suddenly, we're elsewhere, as the man in a suit and glasses offers the man with spiky dark hair a badge and a job. The man in a suit and glasses smiles, already planning how to exploit this big catch once he joins the divine cadre. He hands over the badge, a symbol of a new, totally transparent partnership. Hope he read the fine print. The man in a suit and glasses beams, contract in hand, ready to sign up Sungji's uncle. But he seems more interested in the fried chicken. Suddenly, a mysterious blue energy begins to emanate from the fried chicken itself, catching the man in a suit and glasses' eye. Confusion quickly turns to disbelief for the man in a suit and glasses and his companions. A dine and dash. But then, the waiter presents the bill. $790 for chicken. Their shock is absolutely palpable. The situation escalates fast. The man in a suit and glasses and his companion are suddenly on the ground, defeated amidst shattered debris. Yoon Shirwoo, bloodied and defiant, looks up at his attacker, demanding to know if they recognize him. Sungji's uncle grins menacingly, holding Yoon Shirwoo by the collar as he desperately boasts about his A-rank status. He really said, "Hold my sword." The impact distorts Yoon Shirwoo's face in agony, the sheer force of the blow leaving him reeling. Sungji's uncle stands over the defeated Yoon Shirwoo, taunting him to get up, declaring he's just getting started. Yoon Shirwoo sweats, distressed, realizing his defense magic is being torn apart. What exactly is going on? Despite the pain, Yoon Shirwoo defiantly presses his hand to the ground, refusing to let his opponent get full of himself. But then, Yoon Shirwoo begins to glow with blue energy, defiant even on his hands and knees, ready to fight back. The man in a suit and glasses screams in terror, warning everyone about magic being used in public. "Run." Bystanders react with shock and fear as the swirling blue energy engulfs the entire area, some trying desperately to flee the chaos. "He's got that 'I told you so' energy." But Yoon Shirwoo isn't impressed. He shrugs off the display, finding Sungji's uncle's power lacking. He even demonstrates the pathetic flicker, mocking the supposed flames with a dismissive wave of his hand. The system confirms it, the enemy's magic is suppressed. And you've just gained some powerful new data. Polaris's bull. But wait, Yoon Shirwoo is suddenly in shock, overwhelmed by the very thing he just acquired data from, Polaris's bull itself. Sungji's uncle grins, explaining the fine print. Acquired skill data is temporary. Use it once, it's gone, unless you craft it into a divine artifact. He's about to show Yoon Shirwoo what real fire looks like, as a powerful energy begins to coalesce. Yoon Shirwoo is enveloped in a surge of power, calling out the very name of the force now consuming him, Polaris's bull. POV, you thought you had plot armor. And just like that, he slammed into the ground with enough force to crack it wide open, his dignity taking a hit too. A chilling warning echoes through the air, touch Sungjae again, and the next fire will be far more permanent. Sungji's uncle winks, assuring his nephew that he's got his back against any future bullies, no matter how powerful. But before they can fully process the victory, a new figure rushes onto the scene, a woman with a cap and ponytail. She takes in the chaotic aftermath, her concern clear as she asks about the mess and if everyone is all right. But Sungjae quickly cuts her off, insisting that the damaged landscape isn't what truly matters right now. Sungjae practically vibrates with excitement, pointing off-panel. "Look, he's here," he shouts, and the woman beside him looks on, utterly surprised. This guy's resume must be epic. He really said, "I've seen some things." The voice continues, revealing this hero is the protagonist of a movie the children watched endlessly. You glimpse the masked figure on screen. And the young girl and Sungjae, clearly younger versions, gasp in wide-eyed wonder, glued to the screen. This is Lee Jeon-nim, the movie hero, intense and focused amidst a fiery chaos. He's the legend they all look up to. Then, a voice cries out, "It's Lee Jeon-nim," and suddenly, the legend stands before you, sharp and stylish, hands casually in his pockets. But the adult woman and Lee Geon-nim can barely believe their eyes. That guy is Lee Geon. No way, they whisper in utter disbelief. Yet, the woman, now almost sparkling, can only think one thing. He's way too handsome. His charm is undeniable. Lee Geon-nim just offers a subtle smirk, a question mark hanging in the air. He seems to be taking it all in stride. POV. You just emerged from a 20-year gaming session and still look this fresh. What's his secret? But the woman quickly corrects herself, focusing on what truly matters. No, it's not how he looks that's important. With a gentle expression, she voices her genuine relief. I'm really glad that you're safe, Lee Geon-nim. Sung-jae, ever the observant one, points at her. Nuna, you're voicing your thoughts right now. He teases, as Lee Geon-nim smiles knowingly. Lee Geon-nim waves. So you're Yuha? Nice to meet you. And Cheon-yuha, flustered, bows deeply, thanking him for helping Sung-jae. But Lee Geon-nim just smiles warmly, reassuring her. No need to be so tense if you're Hugo's kid. You're my nephew. Cheon-yuha hesitates, but Lee Geon-nim encourages her to speak her mind. What kind of favor could she possibly be asking for, right after meeting him? As Cheon-yuha starts to speak her request, the very ground beneath them begins to crack and crumble. This must be one heavy favor. POV. You showed up to the wrong family reunion. This is not what they meant by family drama. Lee Geon-nim's eyes widen, processing the sudden monster. Eek, that's your request, he asks, utterly flabbergasted. But Cheon-yuha doesn't flinch. Instead, she charges forward, a glowing spear materializing in her hands as she prepares to face the beast head-on. Lee Geon-nim calls out, but Cheon-yuha just tells him to wait a second. She's got bigger fish to fry, or rather, bigger monsters to fight. With fierce resolve, Cheon-yuha declares she'll make her proper proposal after dealing with this calamity. Priorities, right? And with that, she launches herself into a whirlwind of motion, her glowing spear a blur of red energy as she strikes at the monstrous threat. Lee Geon-nim and Sung-jae are left speechless, watching her go. Being in front of you flipped her switch, Lee Geon-nim mutters, utterly bewildered. His mind races, trying to connect her proposal to this sudden, ferocious battle. Pro what? He exclaims, completely lost. My Wi-Fi signal when I'm trying to stream. This, not a drill, energy is too real. Swarms of flying creatures fill the reddish sky, assaulting the city as urgent evacuation orders ring out. This isn't just one monster, it's a full-scale invasion. The colossal orange monster continues its rampage, tearing through skyscrapers. And right there, amidst the destruction, Cheon-yuha is caught in its path. With a desperate scream, Cheon-yuha braces herself, red energy crackling around her as she faces the immense power of the beast. The giant monster roars, its fangs glowing red with destructive power. It's unleashing an attack that could level everything in its wake. The city is a blur of red energy and motion as Cheon-yuha, Sung-jae, and Lee Geon-nim race through the streets. You're urged to move quickly. A muscular fighter ignites in fiery red energy, chained weapon raised high. The call echoes, more quickly. The intensity is rising fast. Dragon-like beasts fill the stormy sky, but Cheon-yuha has priorities. You hear her vow. Finish this fast, because a proposal is waiting. POV. You're the last obstacle before her happily ever after. Good luck. With a powerful downward swing, Cheon-yuha unleashes devastating red chain energy. Her resolve is absolute. She'll wipe them all out in one go. The red energy swirls violently around Cheon-yuha as she descends, a blazing comet streaking towards her targets. This is her moment. Amidst a crimson haze, Cheon-yuha charges forward with a fierce warning. Don't you dare get in her way, or face the consequences. You see Cheon-yuha's face, her eye glowing red with raw power. The air crackles with energy as she begins to declare the full meaning of this chaotic battle. She's fighting for her proposal. This isn't just a battle, it's a declaration of love and war. Cheon-yuha stands alone, a beacon of swirling red energy in the heart of the city. Her power is immense, her resolve unwavering. From a distance, Lee Geon-nim observes Cheon Yuha's display of power. He watches, assessing the sheer force she's unleashing. When you realize she's got that main character energy, Hugo's taking notes. Suddenly, a monstrous roar tears through the air as a giant, fanged beast appears. You hear a desperate cry, "Uncle!" Cheon Yuha stands resolute, protecting Sung-jae as she confronts a colossal, winged entity. This new threat glows with ominous power. Sung-jae reacts with shock, shouting for his uncle. An unseen force strikes, and the battle suddenly takes an unexpected, terrifying turn. Your eyes snap wide with Cheon Yuha, her cap gone, as the world around her erupts in a fiery blur of chaos. What just happened? Her cap lies discarded amidst the glowing wreckage as a chilling voice echoes. "Heh, to think you dodged that attack. You're pretty good for a human. I like you." And then you see them, a demonic being with long blonde hair, red eyes, and horns. A sinister grin spreads across their face as they declare, "I'll take you in specially as a pet." But it gets worse. This terrifying entity isn't just standing there. They're sitting regally atop the very giant orange monster that caused all this destruction, asserting their immense dominance. POV, you're trying to save the world, but your blacksmith brain just sees raw materials. Lee Geon-nim's maniacal grin meets the demonic character's sinister one. He's not fighting them. He's taking them in as gas burner number one, ready for some fun training. Back on the ground, Cheon Yuha and Sung-jae look up at the chaos. Her face serious, she identifies the terrifying entities. Those guys are the elusive race. Lee Geon-nim turns to his allies, taking command. "Leave this to me," he states, instructing them to focus on securing the safety of the civilians. With a confident smile and raised hand, Lee Geon-nim reassures them. He trusts their strength, and in turn, asks for their faith in his plan. Right? Their faces set with grim determination, Cheon Yuha and Sung-jae stand ready, Sung-jae's staff glowing. A resounding yes confirms their commitment and trust in Lee Geon-nim. A single, impactful phrase hangs in the air, "Well then." When your boss says team-building exercise, but it's actually a monster fight. The demonic character grins, eyes burning with insatiable hunger. Amidst the red energy, one word echoes. More. They crave more power, more struggle. Lee Geon-nim stands firm, back to you, facing the shadowy monster's glowing eyes. The menacing voice demands, "More. Struggle even more." The stage is set for an epic clash. The blonde demon unleashes a torrent of red energy, mid-attack, but then a flicker of confusion crosses their face. What just happened? Because Lee Gun is now wrapped in glowing, thorny vines. That'll make training you even more fun. A voice cackles, twisting the blade. The blonde demon throws their head back, a maniacal laugh echoing as red energy surges around them, reveling in their twisted game. Caught in the explosion, Lee Gun is forced to his knees amidst the debris. The chilling "ah-ha-ha-ha" rings through the city. But Lee Gun looks up, eyes blazing, refusing to break. "You're just flashy. There's no weight to it," he retorts, pushing back. He stands his ground, energy still swirling around him, and taunts his attacker. "This all you got?" POV, you thought you had him. But Lee Gun just said, "Of course not." Because what happens next is terrifying. Lee Gun stares down a colossal, swirling vortex of fire, a monstrous mouth forming within the inferno. And then, an earth-shattering explosion of light and fire engulfs everything. The sheer power is unimaginable. Far from the blast, the blue-armored giant stands, focused and stern, surrounded by shimmering blue energy, sensing the immense power. With a confident smile, young man with spiky red hair urges civilians, "Please hurry to the evacuation center." His armored ally stands ready. He claps his hands together, relieved. "Awesome. I cleared here as well." Young man with spiky red hair beams, proud of his work. Turning to unidentified woman with purple hair, young man with spiky red hair reports, "Nuna, I evacuated all the remaining civilians. Unidentified woman with purple hair looks back, a worried, why yeah, escaping her lips, her gaze fixed on the distant destruction. She's worried about the opponent. Uncle Lee Gun is strong, but this monster is red class. That's like boss level. Cheon Yuha's worry intensifies. What if Lee Geon Nim is still suffering from the Devil's Tower? You see him, powerful and glowing, but the doubt lingers. But a fierce determination ignites. Someone needs to help Uncle, and they're not holding back. Cheon Yuha lunges into the fray, spear in hand, ignoring Sungji's pleas. Her eyes glow red as she charges, leaving him to hide. The demonic figure taunts, reveling in the chaos, wondering if they've pushed their opponent too far. Their words drip with malice as the fight escalates. Then, a colossal inferno erupts. Swirling flames engulf everything, a destructive force of unimaginable power consuming the scene. But the demonic character isn't fazed. They're thrilled. Their eyes gleam with excitement, embracing the raw power of the flames. They gloat, declaring this is how fire should really burn, unlike some lukewarm Gemini brats. Talk about an upgrade. Lee Geon Nim grins, completely unfazed by the inferno. He claims the raging flames as his crafting fire, a new tool for his workshop. The demonic character is utterly shocked and worried. How could anyone survive that hellish fire? Disbelief washes over their face. With new fire in hand, Lee Geon Nim wastes no time. He summons his crafting hammer, ready to enhance something incredible, applying all his luck. He grins, ecstatic, a small hammer poised above a swirling mass of intense orange fire. The master craftsman is ready to get to work. But the demonic character screams in pain and confusion. They don't understand what's happening, but they know it's bad. As if I'd let you. They roar, surrounded by erupting energy. Defiance blazes in their eyes. They won't allow this to continue. With glowing red eyes, the demonic character activates a skill, reaching out with power. Cheon Yuha watches, ready for whatever comes next. Cheon Yuha screams in pure shock. Her face contorts in disbelief and distress as an unseen event unfolds before her. POV, you just saw your favorite character take a critical hit. A demonic figure, consumed by rage, strikes with a glowing energy blade. The impact leaves a chilling drop of liquid. As their furious roar echoes, "How dare you!" Scram! This isn't just anger. It's pure, unbridled fury unleashed. The ground erupts. Debris explodes outwards, and a pained grunt escapes someone caught in the blast. The force is immense. As Cheon Yuha screams, red energy splattering around her. She's reeling from the impact, pushing past her limits in a desperate struggle. But then, Lee Geon Nim appears, coolly declaring, "That's your snack." Below him, a monstrous, fiery beast glows with menacing power. The command is simple, chillingly direct. Eat up. The monster's hunger is about to be sated, and someone's about to be in big trouble. The fiery monster roars, mouth wide, as Lee Geon Nim is slammed into the ground amidst exploding debris. This fight just got seriously intense. POV, you thought you were done with the boss fight. Lee Geon Nim says, "Where are you going? You need to play with me." He's not just talking smack. Lee Geon Nim moves like a blur, speed lines trailing behind him. He's diving straight back into the fray. And just like that, the massive hell lizard is violently thrown through the air, causing a massive explosion of debris around it. What power! The demonic character's red eye widens in shock. He picked up and threw the hell lizard with his bare hands. Pure disbelief washes over them. But Lee Geon Nim isn't done. With a monstrous shadow looming behind him, he snarls a chilling threat. "If you mess with Yuha one more time, I'll F***CK you up." The demonic character recoils, pure terror in their eyes. What is this? They cry. "It's swallowing me." The tables have turned dramatically. Disbelief twists their face. "I'm being swallowed," they rage. "Me? A member of the great elusive race?" To a lowly human, their pride is shattered. Lee Geon Nim turns to face a swirling vortex of purple energy. "Yeah, I get it now," he declares. "I'll stop playing now." POV, you just walked into a boss fight you weren't ready for. Cheon Yuha is getting absolutely slammed by this ridiculous magic power. Lee Geon-nim might not like his current form, but he's making it crystal clear, you've officially crossed the line. He acknowledges you as an enemy. Because what happens next is a full-blown transformation. Lee Geon-nim unleashes his true power as the devastating Hell Wings, a red elusive race disaster. Hell Wings isn't holding back, declaring total annihilation. This misfortune skill is about to turn everything to ashes, including his opponent. The blast is immense. The blonde demon is sent flying, a helpless target against this overwhelming force as the city crumbles around them. But wait, amidst the chaos, Lee Geon-nim's cry pierces through. Uncle. Who is he screaming for in this moment of extreme distress? The blonde demon grits their teeth, enduring the onslaught, but the sheer power of Hell Wings is pushing them to their absolute limits. But then, a surprising discovery. Lee Geon-nim is using plastic gloves for touching fire to deflect the attack, and they're surprisingly effective. The blonde demon is absolutely livid. He stopped my hellbound with a plastic glove? This man just brought a plastic glove to a demon fight. Lee Geon-nim isn't done. Activating super regeneration and super generation, he vows to make the blonde demon pay for every single spark that hit his city. The blonde demon can't believe this humiliation. To be thwarted by such a seemingly trivial item. The fury is palpable, but what can they do? Lee Geon-nim just grins, relishing the moment. Humiliation? Are you looking down on this plastic glove? He taunts confidently. You hear him continue, completely deadpan. Don't you know how convenient it is when eating fire chicken? The audacity and confidence are off the charts. But as the battle rages, a critical detail emerges. Hell Wings' negative energy is too strong. Purification is urgently needed to contain it. And Lee Geon-nim, with a terrifying grin and a glowing fist, seems to have an idea. Purification? Is it talking about this? Lee Geon-nim strikes. Your purification punch slams into the armored monster, sending shockwaves as the beast reels back in pain. You stand over the defeated foe, baffled. Why is this demonic character so stubbornly unpurifiable? POV, your antivirus software just crashed. The system message drops, revealing the truth. You can't purify what's already dead. Well, that's a surprise. With one foe down, Lee Geon-nim looks at the armored monster, already plotting its new purpose. And just like that, the Hell Lizard surrenders. It's now a captive of Ophiuchus, complete with a little white flag of defeat. Time for a new name. Lee Geon-nim offers options, and the Hell Lizard, now a captive, picks Torch from the list. Just as things settle, Sung-jae and Cheon Yuha arrive, rushing to check on Lee Geon-nim, who quickly asks if they're safe. But Lee Geon-nim has bigger plans. He declares he'll properly propose only after defeating all these misfortunes. Sung-jae's face says it all. That's a shoot moment if we ever saw one, completely taken aback by Lee Geon-nim's words. Lee Geon-nim turns to Cheon Yuha, ready to drop a bombshell. This is giving major, we need to talk energy. He gets serious, asking a deeply probing question. Did she sacrifice herself in the mysterious Devil's Tower? Cheon Yuha's thoughtful expression tells you everything. She admits it's a question she's always pondered herself. She explains the official story. The other saints claimed Lee Geon-nim sacrificed himself for humanity. But for years, Cheon Yuha suspected more. How could the strongest saint die against the Red Eye, leaving no trace? Now, seeing his power, her conviction is absolute. She knows the truth, and it's all thanks to his strength. Cheon Yuha's eyes widen, the truth hitting her like a shockwave. Lee Gun didn't sacrifice himself. He was a victim of a sinister plot. Lee Gun confirms her sharp intuition with a knowing smile. You're right, he tells her. The truth is far darker than legend. Lee Gun drops the bomb. 20 years ago, he was betrayed. POV, you just found out your hero was done dirty. A brutal flashback shows the stab in the back, a betrayal by one of the very saints meant to fight by his side against Red Eye. Cheon Yuha and Sung-jae are reeling, unable to grasp how the heroes of the world could turn on their greatest champion. It just doesn't make sense. Sung Jae is openly weeping, his voice cracking with anguish. How could they do this to the hope of the world, the greatest hero? Lee Gun simply points and offers a chilling explanation. Sungji's shock turns to a dawning, terrifying understanding of the motive. Because he was better than them, Lee Gun reveals, standing in a pose of immense power, a glowing symbol beneath his feet. You see him in action, a flashback to when he single-handedly defeated the monstrous Red Eye, a feat none of the others could achieve. A shadowy group of figures plots around a world map. With the boss of disaster misfortunes gone, they could rule. There was just one obstacle. And Lee Gun dramatically reveals that obstacle was him. With a wicked, confident grin, he really said, "I'm the main character." But then, Lee Gun's expression softens, admitting his explanation is just a hypothesis, a theory of what truly transpired. The weight of this terrible truth settles over them. Sung Jae and Cheon Yuha are devastated, absorbing the full horror of Lee Gun's past. Sung Jae cries out, his heart breaking for Lee Gun. The Saints not only betrayed him, but they stole his honor, too. Tears stream down Cheon Yuha's face as Sung Jae wipes his own. It was Lee Gun who saved humanity, and they robbed him of that truth. Lee Gun, ever the comforting presence, tells his emotional companions not to cry after hearing his past, but their loyalty runs deep. Especially for Sung Jae, who vows to repay Lee Gun 1,000,000 times over. You can see the fierce determination in his eyes, and Cheon Yuha's too. But Lee Gun's already moving on. With a sly smile, he pulls out his smartphone. Time to check the schedule, because you know he's always got a plan. On his screen, a headline screams, Saintess Sophie Marty's sudden press conference. POV, you thought your to-do list was long? This is Lee Gun's last thing for the day. The grand hall buzzes with anticipation. Everyone's wondering why the Saintess is here, ready to reveal a 20-year-old truth. The tension in the air is thick, as this man with dark hair and a goatee and the woman beside him speculate. Is it about Drachma's message? Or perhaps the whispers of Lee Gun's impossible survival? He's sure of it. The Saintess is about to drop a bombshell. You can feel the weight of his conviction. This isn't just a press conference. It's history in the making. And there she is, Saintess Sophie Marty, at the podium. The light behind her intensifies, almost blinding. The entire world holds its breath, waiting for her words. But behind that poised facade, a pained smile, and a few sweat drops, her true feelings burst forth. I'm Ked. You can practically hear the panic bells ringing. Her mind races, desperately searching for an escape. Should she just abandon everything and run? The thought flashes through her mind, a beacon of pure desperation. But then, you see it. A glowing relic around her neck. It's holding her captive, a constant threat preventing her escape. She's trapped by its power. And then she drops it. Lee Gun isn't bluffing. She's here to reveal the truth of 20 years ago. This isn't just a confession. It's a full-on tell-all about to break the internet. The man with the goatee immediately connects the dots. The Devil's Tower incident? That's the infamous Red Eye raid. The history books are about to get a serious rewrite. As Saintess Sophie Marty continues, questioning the official story. The 12 saints are heroes, right? But she's about to expose the real truth, the hidden chapter of that day. And the bombshell drops. The real hero, the one who truly defeated Red Eye? It was Lee Gun. You won't believe what you're hearing, because everything you thought you knew. The conference hall hums with recognition. Lee Gun is a name everyone knows, but it doesn't quite spark the big reaction everyone was expecting. Until a new bombshell drops. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as the true revelation hits, changing everything you thought you knew about the past. The room erupts. Questions fly as the truth about Red Eye's killer is exposed. Was it Lee Gun? Have the Saints been lying for decades? The implications are staggering. And the biggest question of all echoes through the hall. If the Saints lied, does that mean Lee Gun, the hero everyone thought was gone, is still out there, alive? POV. You're trying to keep up appearances, but the villain just walked in. Sophie Marty screams in terror, finally recognizing the menacing figure behind her. It's none other than Jean-Louis Moraine, and his presence chills you to the bone. Jean-Louis Moraine, the Cancer Saint, steps into the light, radiating dark power. He adjusts his tie, a picture of menacing calm, as the truth of his identity sinks in. And Sophie Marty is utterly distraught, her face pale, eyes welling with tears. The weight of his presence, and what he represents, is crushing her. Jean-Louis Moraine takes over, his smile predatory. He dismisses Sophie Marty's ability to continue, calling her by name, asserting his terrifying control. And just as Sophie Marty tries to speak, a hand clamps down on her arm, silencing her mid-sentence. You can feel her terror through the screen. An unseen voice comments on his terrifying expression. "You'll slice up the reporters at that rate, huh?" They mock. It's Jean-Louis, and he's got questions. He recognizes the beast's tail from an illusory race, Hell Lizard. Did our spiky-haired hero capture it? Suddenly, a chilling system warning flashes across the screen. Very Darkest Star's energy is closing ion. But Lee Gun just grins, a dark, knowing smile that promises more questions than answers for the terrified Saintess Sophie Marty. POV, you just unlocked a new level of fear. Lee Gun is not playing around, shutting down Saintess Sophie Marty's attempt to speak up. He's demanding silence. His glowing red eye pierces Sophie Marty, a chilling warning to stay quiet, or face consequences too terrifying to imagine. Suddenly, Jean-Louis Moraine steps forward, an unsettling grin plastered on his face. He declares Saintess Sophie Marty was blackmailed into false witness. That grin, it's not reassuring. Jean-Louis Moraine's eyes narrow, a chilling satisfaction as he delivers his version of the truth. The room buzzes, but Jean-Louis Moraine, ever in control, assures the murmuring reporters he'll safely escort Sophie Marty away. He attempts to shut down the press conference, apologizing for the abrupt end, but it's clear something isn't sitting right with the crowd. A reporter, shocked, cuts him off. "What about Lee Gun?" he demands, bringing up the name that everyone's been thinking about. Jean-Louis Moraine explodes, red energy pulsing around him. "Lee Gun died 20 years ago," he shouts, frustration boiling over at the mere mention. "Where's Lee Gun?" People are asking the tough questions. A menacing red eye glares as questions about Lee Gun's potential return echo. If he's alive, why isn't he showing up? But if Lee Gun truly is gone, the reporters press, then who's been threatening the Saintess? The pieces just aren't adding up. They demand to know why Lee Gun's name is even being mentioned. Ending the conference now would only cast more doubt on the Saints. Jean-Louis Moraine's face contorts in pure rage. Bloody insects, he seethes, his contempt for the persistent reporters absolutely palpable. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, taunts Jean-Louis Moraine. "Look at your expression, you'll slice up the reporters at that rate, huh?" But then, a powerful force hits, and Lee Gun grimaces, eyes glowing intensely as he pushes through the impact. A sudden terror grips Saintess Sophie Marty. Her eyes wide with fear, she screams, "HHE's here." A powerful presence has arrived, shaking everything to its core. POV, you just walked into your Monday morning meeting. Jean-Louis is absolutely furious. "What is this?" as cracks spread around him. He really said, "Hold my beer." Lee Gun bursts onto the scene, whip-like tail flying, ready to crash this party and taunt Jean-Louis. Lee Gun doesn't waste a second, delivering a powerful kick. This isn't just an attack, it's a personal present for his old foe, Jean-Louis. Saintess Sophie Marty is completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. What exactly are you witnessing unfold before your very eyes? The target of Lee Gun's fury is revealed. The massive, reptilian Ophiuchus's captive. Onlookers stare, confused by the sudden chaos. Amidst the rubble, Jean-Louis confronts Lee Gun. You can feel his anger as he demands, "Who are you to in the press conference? Are you crazy?" Jean-Louis, ever the strategist, identifies the creature's tail immediately. It belongs to a hell lizard from the elusive race, a rare sight. He then presses Lee Gun, who lies injured on the ground. "I heard that it was dominated just before you appeared," Jean-Louis probes, suspicion in his voice. Lee Gun is not amused. He's absolutely seething, accusing Jean-Louis. "Fucker, you're making jokes by creating clones again." He really said, "You activated my trap card." Jean-Louis is shocked you recognized his division skill so fast. Just who is this guy? Jean-Louis' question hangs in the air. Just who are you? Li Gun's response is simple, almost mocking, as he looks back. Me? And then, the legendary declaration. There's no mistaking the confidence in his voice. Who else would I be? I'm Li Gun. Li Gun stands tall, an aggressive grin on his face, whip-like tail still poised. You feel the sheer, unstoppable power radiating from him. The onlookers are left speechless, gaping in shock and concern. The name, Li Gun, echoes through the chaos, changing everything for them. Jean-Louis, ever the skeptic, dismisses our hero's identity. He just can't believe it's him after all these years. But Li Gun isn't here to argue. With a furious crack of his whip, he sends Jean-Louis flying, proving his point the only way he knows how. POV, you just witnessed a main character's power-up. That's all the crowd needs. Panic erupts as they scatter, screaming about the crazy bastard, now chasing them through the rubble. Amidst the chaos, an unidentified woman with purple hair makes a desperate dash. She needs to run away while she has the chance. But her escape is short-lived. Li Gun's smirk looms large behind her, and her scream fills the air as she realizes her fate. He corners her, demanding she spill the truth. About the red eye, the stolen wealth, and her fixed face but unfixable personality. He's holding nothing back. Li Gun grips her chin, forcing her to confront his accusations. She protests, but he's making sure everyone hears the truth from his mouth. But before she can say more, a system warning flashes. Very darkest star's energy is closing in. A new threat approaches. The warning becomes reality as a destructive energy wave sweeps through, overwhelming the remaining onlookers. Screams fill the air once more. When you're trying to explain something, but they completely miss the point. And no, not you, she yells, clearly frustrated. It's not him she's talking about, but something far more ominous. She points to the swirling chaos around them. This whole mess right now, she exclaims, realizing the truth. I can feel a saint's energy from it. And as if on cue, a colossal, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes manifests, towering menacingly over the devastated landscape. A menacing grin splits a shadowy face. Dear me, I didn't think it'd really be him, he muses, surprised someone returned from the demon's tower. A bold challenge hangs in the air. Should they celebrate Li Gun's return? The unidentified woman with purple hair looks distressed, but Li Gun's gaze is pure determination. No party, it seems. Li Gun explodes into action, sending a man in a suit and glasses flying amidst chaotic pink and red energy. The battle has begun. But wait, the chaos fades as we shift to Hugo's quiet home. After a busy day, he just wants to relax with a simple bowl of ramen. POV, you finally get a moment to yourself. Hugo settles in, remote in hand, asking the eternal question, is there anything good on TV? His peaceful evening is short-lived. A chaotic news report blasts from the TV, describing a press conference that's gone completely wild. The news reporter confirms it. Li Gun himself has crashed Sophie Marty's press conference. He's now locked in a fierce battle with the formidable Cancer Saint. And here's why it's chaotic. Li Gun delivers a powerful blow, sending another man in a suit and glasses flying. This is no ordinary press conference, folks. Back at home, Hugo practically chokes on his ramen. He recognizes the danger. The Cancer Saint's powerful skill has just erupted on screen. Sure enough, the Cancer Saint grins menacingly, surrounded by dark energy. Got you, he declares, as his power surges forward to ensnare Li Gun. But Li Gun isn't easily caught. Dark, sharp energy spikes erupt from him, matching the Cancer Saint's power. He's ready to unleash his own devastating counter. The Cancer Saint's confident expression falters. He's met with a surprise as Li Gun's raw power pushes back, defying his expectations. This fight is so intense, gravity said nope. You're falling. Li Gun is falling. Everyone is falling. Just another Tuesday, right? Amidst the freefall, Li Gun lands a devastating, energy-infused blow. The impact sends another man in a suit and glasses reeling, caught in the crossfire. The Cancer Saint is clearly frustrated. He can't believe Li Gun's agility, asking if he's been practicing acrobatics for 20 years. As an injured man in a suit and glasses plummets, Lee Gun remains in full control, midair. He wields his glowing sword-like object, ready for his next aggressive move. Lee Gun dives into the fray, a smirk on his face, taunting his foe. "Is this all you've got?" he bellows, pushing the fight to its limits. The battle rages, and Lee Gun unleashes a furious gah as he pushes back against the Cancer Saint's relentless assault. But then, Lee Gun lets out a shocked GHHH. "Have you just been practicing cloning for the past 20 years? He demands, clearly caught off guard. Yet, Lee Gun quickly recovers, a smug grin spreading across his face. "I'll take that as a compliment," he retorts, never losing his cool. POV, you just realized you're in the wrong anime. Eek. As the chaos erupts, an injured man collapses, clutching his chest. Others fall around him, caught in a terrifying wave of dark energy. Witnessing the carnage, Lee Gun explodes in a furious roar. "This crazy *TCH. How are you going to cover up a mess like this?" he demands, pure rage radiating. But ever the pragmatist, Lee Gun quickly dismisses the future fallout. "I'll just have to deal with that when I get to it," he declares, focusing on the immediate threat. The Cancer Saint, however, has a chilling plan. He reveals his true strategy. "It's more worthwhile to take care of you using this crowd to my advantage." Lee Gun's eyes widen in disbelief. A crucial memory flashes, and he gasps. "Huh, was it you? The one who stabbed me in the tower?" Surrounded by his menacing shadowy clones, the Cancer Saint grins. "My, were you that obsessed with finding the culprit?" he sneers, confirming Lee Gun's fears. He continues to mock, his voice dripping with disdain. "The hero who saved the world would hold such a trivial grudge. People would think you're merely a thug." Lee Gun, fueled by anger, unleashes his own fiery retort. "While you sure can run your mouth for *TCH who's shaking, hiding among his clones." Then, the truly horrifying truth drops. They aren't mere clones. I created these by gathering the life force of the journalists here. Harm them, and their lives are forfeit. Lee Gun spits back. "Those filthy, stinking tactics of yours sure match your face." But a clone retorts with a chilling promise. Those will be your last words." The clones of Cancer Saint gather, their menacing smiles promising chaos. They're ready to unleash something terrible. And with a thunderous die, a destructive wave of dark energy erupts. You see shadowy figures caught in the blast, unable to escape. But what is this? The attack isn't the only shocker. You see the sheer horror on this man's face, eyes wide with disbelief and an open mouth. Because suddenly, a monstrous, demonic red tail with sharp claws rips through the scene. A tail? How did that get here? This shocked man is now part of the attack. A new skill, gained from Drachma, is unleashed, and it's about to get personal. The skill activates. The man with curly brown hair is forced to push Lee Gun, using him as a living shield. "In my place." But Lee Gun isn't fazed. His eyes glow blue as he confronts the figures, revealing he knows their true nature. "You're a high-rank schizant, aren't you?" How did he know? Lee Gun just smiles, revealing his secret weapon, the 13th sense. It lets him see everything, especially weak points. He taunts them, saying their rotten core is practically screaming its location. "Jackpot," he declares, ready to exploit this fatal flaw. And with a fierce yell, "Gah!" Lee Gun unleashes his power. A glowing red crystalline object forms in his hand, radiating immense energy. The target is clear, Cancer Saint's glowing red core. It's embedded in an ethereal figure, radiating power, but now it looks damaged, exposed. The attack was devastating. A fragment of Cancer Saint's core is severely cracked, the constellation's power weakened, and even its god is disconcerted. The ripple effect is immediate. You see a man with long dark hair react with a shocked gasp, clearly feeling the immense shift in power. The chaos settles, leaving behind a wrecked environment. Bystanders are stunned, asking, "What just happened? I thought I was going to die." Amidst the wreckage, two figures face off. One senses something new, something godlike from the other. "What happened to you in the tower?" The wounded foe taunts you, claiming he still has cards to play. He retreats, but his ominous words hint at something far worse. A menacing red eye glares from the shadows, promising trouble. You feel a chill. This isn't over, not by a long shot. Lee Gun holds the glowing core, musing on the words. He knows his enemy won't back down quietly. There's a bigger play at hand. Suddenly, your phone buzzes. It's Teksu, calling at the most unexpected moment. What could he possibly want now? Teksu's voice explodes through the phone, screaming for you to get out. No time to explain, just run, and run fast. He's watching the news. You just took out one of Jean-Louis' top schizants. Now, missiles are inbound, right for your location. Your eyes widen in pure shock. Missiles? You can't believe what you're hearing. This just escalated beyond anything. High above Earth, a massive, dark spacecraft glides silently in orbit. An ominous beep signals its deadly purpose. Missiles? The word barely leaves your lips before a colossal explosion erupts on Earth, painting the sky in fiery orange and red. This is the Mormont missile, a special weapon forged by Capricorn and Gemini after your disappearance. What devastating power does it hold? In space, a brilliant, terrifying explosion ignites. This weapon is meant for one thing: to eradicate misfortunes humanity can't handle. It's humanity's final card, an orbital strike meant to annihilate everything near a misfortune, a terrifying last resort. Lee Gun, surrounded by dust, can't believe such a weapon exists. His concern is clear: this is no ordinary threat. Jean-Louis, defeated at your feet, reveals his final trap. The missile launched automatically the moment his biometric signals were cut. Lee Gun contemplates the high-class clone's power. Meanwhile, Teksu screams, "Now isn't the time to be laid back. Get out." You see the man on the phone, his face etched with pure panic. There's no escaping the impending disaster. He wonders, is there any way out at all? But Lee Gun on the other end just smirks, a glint in his eye. "Away, you say?" He muses, hinting that perhaps there's always something to be done. Because the city's urgent announcement screams of a devastating truth, the Mormont missile is inbound. This is not a drill. You need to evacuate now. Panic erupts as civilians realize a disaster weapon is aimed right at Seoul's heart. Teleport skills are sold out. There's no escape, only sheer terror. And then, a colossal shadow falls. The reptilian menace looms, its orange eyes burning through the city's fear as civilians scream, "What is that thing?" But Lee Gun, unfazed, just grins wide, a small, mysterious object clenched in his teeth. He's ready to face whatever comes next, his confidence radiating. While the unidentified woman with purple hair screams, eyes wide with horror, tears streaming down her face. What is happening to her? She screams again, a small purple object now visible in her mouth, surrounded by crackling energy. "What are you planning?" she demands, her voice laced with terror. Because with the authority of a Gemini bishop, levitation and teleport are activated. The target, the Mormont missile itself. And just like that, Lee Gun teleports, carrying the unidentified woman with purple hair through a surge of intense purple energy, hurtling towards their deadly destination. He commands her, "Pest, you can liquefy anything. Melt this missile." Her face twists in sheer horror at his impossible demand. Lee Gun just laughs manically as she protests. "How am I supposed to do that? You're asking me to collide with the missile head-on." Lee Gun's expression hardens. "It can't be helped," he states. "Fail, and everyone dies. You've slacked for 20 years. It's time to earn your keep." Her eyes wide with pure terror, the unidentified woman with purple hair screams, "Don't throw me, you crazy-ass motherfucker." She knows exactly what's coming. With a cry of "miracle shot," Lee Gun hurls her towards the missile. "You son of a bitch," she curses, plummeting towards certain impact. The holy goddess, Aquarius, arrives, shocked to her core. Her saint screams for help, so the goddess unleashes a torrent of buffs: magic, health, will, defense, and luck. The goddess's eyes glow with fury as her saint screams in pure terror below, pushing out every ounce of power she has. Tears stream down the saint's face, a raw, visceral cry of desperation and fear as the power surges through her. And the holy goddess, Aquarius, unleashes her ultimate sovereign skill, the tear of the goddess. A massive blue wave of energy erupts downwards. The Aquarius saint is left stunned amidst the explosion, barely believing it. I actually did it, she gasps, but then Lee Gun's menacing grin cuts through the chaos. Wait, you're not catching me, he taunts, mocking her achievement. He watches the massive, swirling vortex of energy in the sky, completely unfazed. Good job, now see ya, he casually dismisses, already moving on. Lee Gun surveys the falling debris, noting the pest did a better job than expected, but it's still sloppy. All these pieces falling will make a mess. Panic grips the city as civilians look up. The missile broke apart, but now the pieces are falling instead. What do we do? They cry out. While Lee Gun turns back, a menacing grin spreading across his face. I guess I'll give the purple witch a big return greeting, he muses. Suddenly, Taek-soo hears Lee Gun's voice. He's surprised, asking if Lee Gun managed to figure out the missile situation. Lee Gun's voice is desperate. It's an emergency. Loan me your absolute coordinate skill, he shouts, leaving Taek-soo distressed. The absolute coordinate skill teleports any target to a designated location without fail, synergizing perfectly with aiming weapons. And Taek-soo's eye glows with shock. Lee Gun sounds so desperate. He wonders, is the situation really that bad? Without hesitation, Taek-soo agrees. Golden, compass-like symbols appear around his hands as he prepares to transfer his skill. Okay, I'll transfer all I have right now. Lee Gun grins, eyes glowing red. He's just snagged a new skill, thanking Taek-soo, his slave number 1, for the assist. He's ready for anything. With that, Lee Gun activates a flurry of powerful skills. Purple energy erupts as absolute coordinate and teleport blast into action, paving the way for his next move. The very air shimmers around him as more authority-backed skills flood the zone. Debris floats weightless, caught in the chaotic dance of teleportation and coordinate shifts. Lee Gun's ready to send someone a present, and what a gift it is. A blinding, star-like magical symbol explodes into existence, leaving onlookers speechless. The danger vanishes in a flash. Civilians look up in stunned relief. The missile, the debris, all gone. They're saved, but how? Cheers erupt. The young man with spiky red hair grins wide as civilians celebrate, knowing exactly who pulled off this miracle. Their beloved uncle has done it again. But not everyone's cheering. The man in a suit and glasses stands aghast. An entire missile vanished? He can barely comprehend the scale of power just unleashed. Suddenly, a new magical domain bursts into existence. The Yin-Yang Palace. A voice rings out, summoning Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk to its hallowed halls. Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and growing anger. He recognizes that voice, and it sets his jaw. His surprise quickly turns to pure, unadulterated fury. Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk's face contorts into a scream, his rage palpable enough to shake the very foundations of the palace. Bishop Kin looks utterly shocked, hands up in defense as Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk unleashes an ear-splitting tirade. Debris from Mormont is falling right into the Yin-Yang Palace. And there it is. Fiery debris rains down upon the city, a catastrophic storm of destruction. The impact of the present Lee Gun sent is now clear for all to see. Kaboom! Crash! The sound of impact rips through the air. The city is under siege, and the consequences of Lee Gun's gift are devastatingly real.